a solid 4 or more seconds before I heard any report from the flash. So it's a decent distance away. If they were going right over the top of my head, I might not be calling in right now.
And again, just to remind for our listeners, you know, you're how many hours? 6 or 7 hours ahead of us right now.
8 Central Time, so it would be 7 Eastern, 9 Mountain.
Ukraine, and it's a time where people would be putting their children to bed, right?
Exactly. Well, it gets dark quite a bit earlier. Most people are in for the night by now. Curfew is either 11 or 12, depending on. It's been going on 8 years now, and the martial law since the invasion's been going on over a year. So, how long do you force everybody to live under a curfew situation? I thought it was still 11 o'clock up until yesterday, at which changes all the time. So I just try to be in by 11. I just try to be in by 11. And if I'm absolutely out, if I'm doing something business,
Because just for clarification, so as a volunteer, you guys don't have like any ID that signifies that you're a volunteer, or if you do, then you still don't get like you still have to abide by curfew, right? There's no exceptions.
there are U.S. passport, and if they want to go through it and actually thumb through the pages, it's obvious that I've been traversing back and forth between Poland and Ukraine since October quite a few times. So that's usually enough establishment of my credentials that I'm not in fact a Russian or some kind of separatist spy. I've never had anybody question the fact that I was a volunteer or any of that. Being a volunteer does afford you a little bit more privilege. Certainly, if there is a Ukrainian in the car when I'm traveling after curfew, the whole document presentation process is a little more strict. If they know it's just Americans or Polish people or whatever, they're a little more lenient. But I was threatened with a $500 fine, US dollars, by the way, not hryvnia, because we were out past curfew a couple of weeks ago driving.
So you haven't been stopped by the same guy?
Oh, there are shaheeds. There are shaheeds overhead right now. Yeah, I can see them.
Be careful, Ryan.
Yep, this is Bad News Bears. I'm going to hop off for a minute.
Go ahead.
Go seek shelter quickly, Ryan, please.
Yeah, get out of here, Ryan.
Guys, shaheeds overhead right now. Is anybody upstairs? There's shaheeds outside. They're firing that crazy fire right now. And I can hear the shaheed.
Might want to kill the mic, Ryan. We don't want to necessarily hear everything that's going on.
Sorry about
that's
that, guys.
exactly what I wanted to say.
Could the co-host mute Ryan, please?
Well, he's gone to a safe place.
Okay, no, I was just afraid
good.
we were going to
Yeah,
hear
but
some,
he will come back and report to us. But you're right. But he's no longer here. So there are a couple of hands up, George. If we can go through those and then come back to
Go
you
ahead.
and Nick. Okay. So Richie and then Clyde. Richie.
Well, I don't mind if George goes first. He's a vet, so I'm sure what he's got to say is more interesting than what I have.
Well, George, let's test that out and see if what you have to say is more interesting than what Richie has to say.
I have nothing interesting. It was a joke I was going to tell Ryan. I was saying that if you get stopped by the same guy twice, maybe they'll just nickname him Oklahoma and let him go.
There you go. And I have it on good authority, by the way, that the so if the time between the flash you see and the sound you hear, it takes about 5 seconds between flash and arrival of the sound. For the distance would be about a mile at that point. So it's roughly 5 seconds to a mile. So the next time the middle of a lake and a thunderstorm is coming, keep that in mind.
I was going to say, it's the did you not learn that as a maybe you got kicked out of the Boy Scouts before they taught you that one, but yeah, we get taught 3 seconds for a kilometer here.
So 5 seconds.
Well, see, there we go. There we go. Talking the difference in the mile and the kilometer. Y'all need to get on the mile thing. See, they always talk about us going over to the kilometer. Maybe they ought to come over to the mile. How about that, Alan?
Well, it would gain us another couple of seconds. So yeah, why not?
So Richie,
Now, come on. You know, in the military, we use clicks. We use kilometers. Let's stop us.
Yeah, I'm just harassing him. I think Clyde is getting ready to tell us about some air wing stuff, right, Clyde?
Well, I think we want to go back to Richie, whose hand was up, and then Clyde came up. So it would be Richie, then Clyde.
No fuss. Well, thank you very much. I'm finding the talk this evening.
Yeah,
Very
audio
silent.
Can you hear me okay?
No,
it's very faint.
Silent.
Okay, I'll come back to you. No worries.
Okay, then let's go to Clyde.
Yeah, I sent Daryl a DM of a post that said 40 Mirages potentially coming from UAE. Didn't know if there was any credibility to that. It was from,
yeah, it's from France, the Mirage.
Yeah, but these were extras that came back through UAE somehow. And how significant is that? And does it have any credibility?
It is a confirmation, but there is no time on it, so they won't be in theater very soon. So this is more for the long run.
Oh, I see. And then George is still there. Did he see that picture of that Abram tank that was rather sand colored that potentially was entering Ukraine? And did he think that was credible? There's some thought that whether that made any sense or not, or maybe it wasn't quite the right model. And it was in the nest earlier from Mockers, I think, this morning. And I thought if George laid eyes on that, he might have some input. George or Daryl, either one of them.
That came from Constantine, and I would assume Constantine had somebody on the ground that took that picture. Wait a minute, George is here.
I also think it was a picture from Poland. And if it was from Poland, then because it has sand color, it could be one of the pieces from the ongoing exercise that is going on, the NATO exercise. There were also a lot of equipment sent to there. And we have seen pictures from Germany, and all those were sand colored. So I think that those are pieces from that exercise, and this one is probably going for repair. The one on the picture, I mean.
Yeah, that looked kind of weird when I saw it not having the rear guards over the sprocket. That was like, why would those be missing? Because that area really doesn't, it's really just to protect the sprocket and the track itself. And why would that one be missing is just odd to me.
Yeah, that's why I'm. It's just a guess from me, huh? But I know the tank on the picture was in Poland. We have seen a lot of equipment in Germany too. Those were also sand colored, and those were all going. There were some suggestions that they were going to Ukraine, but those were for the big exercise to keep Russia from the borders of Europe and show them some things we all have. So that's the main thing why the exercise is there. So this piece of equipment is also from that I know, and my guess is that it's one that must be repaired because of the pieces missing on the side.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
George, and then Shaggy. George.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think one of the biggest. I think it was an M1A2. I don't know if it was a SEP 2 or SEP 3, but I think one of the biggest tells for me is why I don't believe that picture was in Ukraine. I don't think any equipment we've seen that's whether it's U.S. equipment or German or whatever have you has been sent with their old unit designators still on the vehicles. If you look at that picture that Constantine posted, there's something on the barrel, but that's not the big thing for me. It's the inverted V on the side skirt with a couple of dots. Usually those are unit designators, and that would have been covered over. That's just standard procedure. We wouldn't send anything with still the old unit designators on there.
No, and I think they would have been painted by now anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
You really wouldn't want a sand color in snow.
No, it would. You would see it from miles away. So that wouldn't be convenient to do. If they coming to Ukraine, they will get as soon as possible, or they already have the Ukrainian colors, and that's more what I think, that they already have to be prepared. The stuff that is being promised, and that is slowly and surely dropping in, exactly as they said at the end of March.
Now, just compare that picture, right, and the color of that vehicle with the 5 vehicles that were looks like they're part of a Ukrainian airborne unit, and that's supposedly in Ukraine. And then you look at how those vehicles have been camouflaged and colored and stuff like that. It's completely different. There's no unit designators on those vehicles that we can see, and yeah, that's how they would be sent to Ukraine. There's no way they would be sent with the old unit designators, and they would have been painted or whatever at the border.
George, it's rather striking that we still have equipment painted in the desert camouflage, because I know it took a while for them. Money shmoney. You still have to be able to. They still have to train. They still have to train.
Yeah, I mean you're trained. Like, remember, this is you're bringing this equipment over, whatever. They're like, paint it, schmaint it. We just got to train on the damn thing. Remember, this is what people don't understand. When we got sent over to Iraq from Germany, your vehicles being green was nothing. We were wearing green up until 3 days before the ground, before they moved us in position for the ground war. So we were still green, wearing woodland green camouflage uniforms. Talk about sticking out like a sore thumb. So, you know, but hey, they took care of us.
And that material was a little heavier too.
Oh yeah. Oh, it was beautiful when it would get dirty and you'd wash it and think, oh, I got it clean, and hang it up on a line, and the first little breeze would blow, and it would just it looked like it was sand covered, like you were wearing sandpaper. But I'm gonna step down so let other people ask their questions.
All right, Alan, you got the hands. I was trying to bring them up. You got it.
I believe the order is Nick, Richie, and Shaggy. So it'll just to make it sound alike: Nicky, Richie, and Shaggy. Nick, go ahead.
I have a different topic, so if Richie or Shaggy are continuing on this topic, they should be go first.
Richie, Shaggy, what do you want to talk about?
Go ahead, Shaggy.
Cheers, buddy. I think it was me anyway. Yeah, just a little. I saw some news today about Moldova's hosting joint exercises with the US, the UK, and Romania in Moldova. Special forces exercises starting today. So I got this news kind of late. I don't know if you knew about it. It goes on until the 7th of April. Parachuting and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, hopefully the Moldovan army will get some good experience from that. Going forward. And that's it.
Thanks, Shaggy. And a very good demonstration of solidarity with Moldova, just when they need a show of that solidarity. Daryl?
Yeah, Alan, I think if the U.S. and the rest of Europe had done this in Ukraine, leading up to what is now the war, this active part of the war, you would not have seen this happen. I was wondering why we did not take one of our ships, preposition ships, and offload in Odessa and have training exercises in Ukraine. That in itself would have stopped Russia.
Give that
because
man a cigar.
As long as those troops had been on the ground, it doesn't matter whether they were, in Donetsk or Luhansk. It really would not have. They would not have gone where they are now because of the risk of a red on blue incident. They would have thought twice, thought thrice. And I don't think Putin was ready to punch that much above his weight limit.
Look back to the administration which failed in 2014. When the little green man appeared, the 82nd Airborne should have been flying in right away.
I agree. That to me was a failure. We could have had some kind of presence there with Ukraine at their bequest. Now, I don't know what the situation was with their president. Was he asking for it? Because that would have been key. Of course, we were already giving some aid, so I just don't know what the key would have been to get the troops there back in 2014 and what our relationship was at that point. But I think by this year we really should have had our feet well into this, and it would have been a stopgap.
Daryl, if last year, excuse me, not last year, if in 2021 the United States, as soon as the Russians started moving stuff, even hinting at moving stuff toward the Ukrainian border, if we would have pulled the trigger and sent 2 squadrons of F-16s and said, we're going to be here for the next 6 months doing joint exercises with the Ukrainian Air Force because we were invited. So go kick rocks. And then after 6 months, it's still he still wouldn't have invaded, right? And after 6 months, there would have been plenty of time for those, air jockeys of the Ukrainian Air Force to get plenty of flight time on those F-16s, and we could have left them and they'd still be there. And 40 F-16s
Now,
would have been a big enough deterrent because deep down they know that their airplanes are shit.
I will say this one point to 2014. While I wish they would have been there, we also have to remember our own climate in the States at that point in time.
Exactly.
I think the Iraq War, Afghanistan, all of that had a factor on us going into Ukraine at that point, though, Axel. I hear you and I agree with you, but I think that also has to be added to that equation, what the American climate was concerning, troops going off somewhere else.
Daryl, I think you're right too. I think it would have been exactly the right move, and it could have been decisive. And so now the order of hands would be Nick, Latin, Peter, Skykiss. Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, I hope this isn't a derail, but I just tweaked it. I didn't put in the nest because it's a debunk of a Russian propaganda video. So the net result would be the debunk would be in the nest, but so would the video. So I will leave it to the host to decide, if they want to put it up. But I just retweeted it. It's top of my tweets of an ostensibly impressive video of a 4x4 with Ukrainian markings pulling a woman over who has a child in the car and terrorizing her, and it's filmed on her dash cam. But the best bit about this is that there is an extremely thorough forensic takedown of the claim and a demonstration that geolocates it to behind into a Russian controlled area. So if you've seen that video, here's the debunk, and if you haven't, here is how good some people are at finding a particular clearing in a forest somewhere in the 600,000 square kilometers of Ukraine. Pretty impressive.
Also,
I saw,
also the cross that was made on that vehicle, Nick. That isn't not the cross that Ukrainians.
Yeah, it looks like the World War II German cross.
Exactly, they used the old German cross,
and in addition, it's only on the back. The first place you would paint it would be on the doors, and there's a large Ukrainian flag, which I don't believe that the Ukrainians put on their vehicles because that's goes against CAMA, etc., 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 etc. But the Russians, of course, would claim that the Ukrainians were trying to fake that by double faking, but the geolocation settles all arguments. With photos and comparisons and links to public domain sites. So just another day in crappy Russian propaganda, but very nicely debunked.
I thought so. I thought it was great debunking that, Nick.
Latin, I'm wondering if you have news about those Mirages that France wants to buy back from the UAE. Those 40 Mirages?
Yeah, actually, Alan, and good afternoon, Alan and Daryl. Thanks for letting me come up. Yeah, this subject of the Mirages from different sources, it just doesn't want to go away, and I think that to my mind, it's just my opinion. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And I think something is definitely brewing as far as the French government having made a decision that some variant of the Mirage 2000 is going to be useful for Ukraine. We've looked at a couple of possibilities. These ones they've been available for some time since the UAE signed a deal with France for the Rafale. It's a massive deal, 80 aircraft, 80 Rafales. The Gulf Air Forces, when they buy big. They have a lot of money. And I would think that purchase gives France some leverage in what the UAE, because the aircraft belong to the UAE. They're not leased. They were bought in the late 90s. The numbers I'm hearing is more like 60. And it's a variant called the Dash 9, which is probably the most advanced multi-role variant that of the 2000 that was ever built. I think the big takeaway from it is, as far as capability, is that it can carry a missile called Black Shaheen, which is what they call it in the UAE Air Force, the Scalp Storm Shadow. So that would be the aircraft already. It wouldn't have to be modified to carry that weapon. You tie that into comments that we've heard over the last year from the British, kind of hinting maybe something along those lines, but nothing definitive. Egypt and Morocco had shown interest in these aircraft. And the Egyptians I can see being very interested in it because their Su-35 deal with the Russians fell through. And they already fly, not a huge number, but they've been flying the Mirage 2000 for quite a while. So it would be an easy integration for them. But again, we go back to, I think, everything I've heard since about February, I'm convinced the French government is interested in trying to provide Ukraine with some combination of some variant of the Mirage 2000. And I think I've spoken before about one of the variants, the more limited variant that the French Air Force retired last year. This UAE variant, if it really is a possibility, opens a whole bunch of possibilities in terms of capability. So let's wait and see. Let's see if this turns out to be anything. If it is, it's pretty big.
And Latin, remind me, have we heard that either Ukrainian mechanics, ground crew in other words, or Ukrainian pilots have been training on Mirages, or have we not heard that?
I one of these days I'm going to sit down and actually write down all the comments that I've been hearing about Mirage 2000 from official sources since about, I think it kind of came onto the radar probably it was around the time that President Zelensky visited Paris. So what is that, January? Somebody help me out there. January, early February?
That was right, yes.
Right, and that's the first time that I remember hearing, and I believe it came from President Macron, that they would begin discussing the training of Ukrainian aircrew without any real specific mention, as I can recall, to aircraft types. The reason Mirage 2000 came up eventually among people who were, speculating about this, was that the French have nothing else to offer. They're not going to take active duty Rafales out of their inventory to transfer to Ukraine. That's not going to happen. But then people started looking around and saying, well, you've got this batch of 2000s that the French Air Force had, retired last year. There's the ones that were retired as part of a smaller deal for Rafales with Greece. Those are, as I understand it, those are back in France. The sources I've looked at indicate that. And now this UAE thing, which has been floating around for more than a year. So, yeah, I do believe the French government is trying to find a way to put together a batch of 2000s. Now, to your question, sorry, but to your question again about training of Ukrainians. The next step that I remember hearing, and again, I'm gonna have to map this out one of these days, but it was the French Minister of Defense answering questions at a Senate committee in France, where he was specifically asked, is it true that we are planning to, or that we are training, or our plan, I can't remember if it was past tense or future or present, but that they were going to be training Ukrainians on the Mirage 2000 in Poland. And the defense minister at the time simply answered by saying, we are discussing training with the Ukrainians, essentially. So not denying it and just keeping it open like that. Then we heard, which was the latest one was, I'm drawing a blank now, but there was another blip on the radar about 2 weeks ago. There was the article in French newspaper. Somebody help me out. Big Daily, not Le Monde. Well, anyways, somebody can help me.
Figaro.
Figaro. That's the one. Yeah. So that was the one that where there was the report that this was happening, and that crews. I don't know if it said pilots, or maybe the report did say pilots. Crews were being trained, and then the Ukrainian
it said air personnel.
Air personnel.
Yeah, it's they mean by in French. This is anybody. It's like talking about airmen. Anybody employed by the Air Force, but not pilots.
Okay, right. And as actually, Axel, it was you that getting in touch with an old Luftwaffe colleague or somebody you knew, who kind of suggested that this is what, if something like this were to happen, some kind of conversion like this, you would expect the ground crews to be there to be first, first among a series of trades that would be lined up before pilots would get to transition. So, everything we see so far is nothing is outright complete verifiable denial that this is nonsense. It's not happening, but it just keeps coming up. And I, like I said, I just have this feeling that that it's in the works, and what it will actually look like, if there's always a chance it may not happen, but if it does, the actual final form of what could be delivered and given to Ukraine is, we don't know. There's a number of possibilities. If you look at what
did we just lose Latin's audio?
No, I hit the wrong button.
Somebody had a big fat finger.
Big finger.
I think I'm back, right? Well, I'll finish it up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Okay.
you.
Yes, we have you.
I had a question.
Okay, so just quickly then, finish off the thought then. The if you look at the number of and the types of Mirage 2000s, the variants of 2000 that appear to be available out there, it's a really pretty good collection of variants and these UAE 2009 variants really are tremendously capable, and they are true multi-role aircraft, and would bring very considerable reach in striking power in particular. One thing I have to look into is whether or not they're compatible with the Meteor missile, which that one, if it was, that would be tremendous, because in the air-to-air domain, it would do so much to really close that gap of. And there's also a radar upgrade on this, which I have to look into the specs. It's a multi-mode radar with a ground mapping mode, which most advanced strike aircraft have. And I have to look into its air-to-air capability, if there was what kind of range, but put it this way, it's probably, as fourth generation French aircraft go, it's really just a notch below the Rafale. It's about as far as they could push a fourth gen aircraft with some of the technology from the Rafale before you'd have to just go to a Rafale.
Being that these would be coming from the UAE, would they have any difference? Would their engines, would the cockpits, anything would be slightly different because of the temperature ranges that they would be in the UAE, or would everything really be the same? I don't know whether if equipment has to go through different geographical changes because of weather, ambient temperatures that they would be operated in. Anything like that for these Mirages per se?
Not specifically. I mean, modern combat aircraft are built to be marketed around the world and operate in climate extremes of cold and heat. So I don't think there would be really any particular. It's weapon systems that the customer, the French aircraft industry has a reputation going way back to the 60s of really custom tailoring their products to what the customer wants. And this is the case with the 2009. There may be some items of kit that are unique to the UAE variant. The one thing I'll say that's significant, that when I hear of any aircraft that could be provided from a source like UAE, the first thing that I think is that although those countries have the Gulf states, they have a lot of money. You do any Google search on their air forces, you'll see they buy the latest and the best. In service, generally, and I'm generalizing here, they tend to fly less hours than you would see in NATO, which means that you can expect, my guess would be that these airframes would have quite a bit of life left in them.
Do you think these would have probably been used in, say, down in the war in the South, down in where they're fighting now, where they
Yemen.
used to have? Yeah, Yemen.
It's possible. I think UAE was part of that coalition, wasn't it, of Arab air forces that were involved, or are
Yes.
still, as
Yes.
far as I know. Yeah,
Yes,
they may well have been. Yeah, I can't say for sure off the top of my head, but they might have been.
Okay. All right. Well, you answered the other one in the midst of, you answered my other question in the midst of that with which generation they were. Now you said that they're fourth generation. Now, are these NATO capable as far as taking NATO weapons and putting it on the racks and
Yes.
being able? Okay.
Yes, plug and play. Plug and play. It's the Gulf Air Forces tend to fly Western combat aircraft for the most part, and the weapon systems are off the shelf. It's pretty much a selection of, like I said, with the French aircraft especially, there's a lot of variation in customers with the actual configuration they buy their aircraft in. A company like Dassault is quite flexible in that way. But yeah, the weapon systems are Western. So I think from the Ukrainian point of view, the aircraft that we had been talking about earlier, and they might still be in play, is the former French Air Force. I know it gets confusing for everybody, so bear with me, right? But the 2000C, the legacy 2000C, which was just an interceptor that has lost its beyond visual range missile capability because that missile was retired. So it's kind of it's on the other end of the Mirage 2000 capability. But these ones and these ones operate the beyond visual range missile that is currently used by the French, which is the Mica, which is much more capable than the one that those earlier 2000Cs were using. So it would be an aircraft with a beyond visual range capability. Off the top of my head, the combination of the RDY radar with at least the Mica, I think you're looking at at least 120 kilometer range, roughly, for which is a big advance over what they have right now, the Ukrainians. Again, closing that gap with the Russian combat air patrol. Scalp, I mean, anything involving that weapon, and JDAMs would be fully capable of delivering JDAMs. It's really pretty impressive if this is really a possibility.
Now, I looked at on that picture that they showed. That looked like two drop tanks. Or are those tanks they integral to the system? On that picture that they showed.
Are you talking about the NOAA reports?
Yes, on that picture, it looked like it had two drop tanks.
Yeah, I only had a quick look at it. It just, the only thing it registered was the UAE flag and that it was the UAE. Mirage 2000Cs typically fly with two underwing tanks. That's just a very common configuration for them. Not universally, not all the time, but it is pretty typical. And those are just the jettisonable external fuel tanks.
Okay, all right. Because I was just looking at that. If those are integral to the system, in other words, it doesn't really have the internal fuel tanks, but because it has the external. I was just wondering how that would work on range for it. Now that does give them capability long range, if those tanks are extra. But I was just looking at if they have to have those, because that would tend to kind of limit their weight on the wings as far as armament.
But they are designed airframe. Generally speaking, I'm very, just speaking generally here. Well, yeah, like you said, it's all about range. The internal fuel range I don't have a number off the top of my head on the Mirage 2000 family internal fuel range radius, but it's pretty good. It's not like earlier jets that or the Russian or the MiG-29s. Honestly, they have kind of limited range, but the external tanks just give you a significant increase. So there you'd be looking at missions like a combat air patrol when you want to remain in the air, monitoring airspace, or a deep strike, right? And I think this is one of, we had General Ben Hodges on earlier today talking about what Crimea might look like. And there's any number of systems, not a huge range right now. He said kind of like 4 or 5 that Ukraine could use to try and strike deep at priority targets in Crimea. One of them is JDAM, but that would require the risking of those airframes because it would be a deep strike into very heavily defended.
Which you won't do. You won't do that. You will try to take out the S-300 first.
Well, okay. But these aircraft,
you won't risk these aircraft for that. You will use them for close air support whilst moving forward with mechanized infantry. Everything changes with the arrival of Western tanks and IFVs.
Okay, fair enough. It is a capability that if they were to decide to do it, and you're saying you don't think they would, anyways, no sense going into the hypothetical, but we'll see, right?
Yeah, and they will use the JDAM, but not for a deep strike. I think they will use it in order to hit behind the front line within the range of 30 to 50 kilometers. That's not a deep strike. But it's important, and they'll use it. Absolutely, no question.
Yeah, I know. I agree for the most part, Axel. There's other long-range systems that they could be, and plus the drones and whatnot. And but I would say, though, the only thing I would add to that is with this particular aircraft, and we had heard some rumors earlier in the conflict and towards the end of last year of the British providing Storm Shadow, and that requires a platform. This variant of the Mirage 2000 would be, as far as I can tell, it would be plug and play. They'd be able to use it once they're trained up on it. Then you're talking about a 400-kilometer range. It wouldn't have to be a deep strike to hit some very important targets deep inside Russian-controlled territory. So, yeah, if this is for real, it opens a lot of doors, like I said.
Thank you very much, Latin. Much appreciated. Daryl, do you have more questions for Latin?
Nope, I exhausted.
We'll go to Peter and then to Carrie.
Yes, I do have some questions. Obviously, Ukraine needs these aircraft in probably the next month or just over, not in 6 months. And I just wanted to ask some questions on the Mirage, on the maintenance, etc. I know with civilian jets we have we have 2 ways. We either do phase checks until you get to the big check, which is phase 5, where the aircraft is literally stripped and examined, and there's a hell of that can take some time. Or you go on a progressive maintenance schedule, or you can have deferred maintenance, and there's obviously ADs which come out, etc. But what do you know anything about the maintenance on fighter aircraft, on their schedules, and how many aircraft have to be how many aircraft have to cover ones which are away for maintenance? And then I come back to that these aircraft need to be there very soon, not in 6 months or 8 months' time. That's going to be too late. They need to be there soon.
And I think it was Axel who mentioned, if I'm right, I might have got it wrong, mentioned them going to Belgium for maintenance, which wouldn't be a problem because they could go there. They've already got all the engineers there, to do the major stuff, and then have a lighter maintenance in the operational field. So they could go there. They could be quickly turned around with ground crew, ground engineers already there, and then taken back to Ukraine to go back into the battlefield. But it depends. I don't know what their maintenance schedules would be, and I just wondered if Latin knew. That makes sense to hurry everything up. As for the pilots, just very quickly, I'm just going to tell you a little story because I just loved it. I was watching a film on the old Lightning, and the Brits took 3 Lightnings down to Saudi Arabia to try and sell them, and they took 3 single-seaters down, and they got fueled in the air on the way down, one thing and another. When they got there, the Saudi chief came along and he said, I want my chief pilot to fly it. And they said, oh, we've only got single-seater. And he said, no, I insist. If you want me to buy these things, I want my chief pilot to fly it. And they said, okay, well, look, we can talk him through it, and he could do a circuit or something. And the guy turned around and said, no, I want him to fly it properly. Okay, we'll keep it below the sound barrier. And he said, no, I want him to take it to Mach 2. And then this guy jumped in, flew it off and took it to Mach 2 and returned it. And it just says something, and that's actually a true story. So back to Latin, please.
Okay. Can I, Peter? Can you ask the question again? Because I think you lost us unless
it was.
Latin can remember it.
It was. I just threw that in because I loved it. But it's just on the maintenance. I'm just thinking how the hell we can get these things into Ukraine in next month. With pilots and engineers, and the obvious is I don't know what the maintenance is on fighter aircraft. I mean, I do on private jets, but I don't on fighter aircraft.
Okay, we got you now. It's just that when you went on the story, I forgot the question that you asked. Go ahead, Latin.
Well, it's a good question, Peter, but there's a lot of things we just don't have enough information on to be able to answer it. It's really come up with a good answer for it. Now, I think you mentioned something about Belgium. I think you might be confusing that would be more the F-16 side. And a Belgian company called Sabco.
Yeah, I probably did, but they could be done in Poland.
Right. Yeah, when it comes to Mirage, it's going to be France. It's going to be France but again, it's right next door. It's Europe, so it wouldn't be a big deal. As far as the maintenance, you've got the right idea that in a typical combat fleet, a certain portion of the fleet is undergoing maintenance while another portion is operational, and they cycle through that. That's normal part of operations. And you also probably know that things like engine overhauls and all that, it's all measured in hours. Generally, the Western types, Western engines have longer in between maintenance intervals compared to the engine that you would find at a MiG-29 or a Su-27. So what it is exactly for the Mirage 2000, I don't know, but I imagine that any transfer would involve some level of maintenance before they were sent, maybe even a full overhaul. But other than that, as far as the training goes, well, it's just like the F-16s. It all depends on what, if anything, has been done already, and that's pure speculation. We have to go with what we've been told. The Figaro article out of France reported that report stated that the training had been ongoing now for, somebody help me out on that one. Was it 1 month or 2 months? I can't remember, something like that. But for a pretty good period of time. And if we take General Hodges' views on it that he shared with us on the space a couple hours ago, and I think a lot of us have heard this, that it's not going to be like next week, but more like May, June. Then now you're talking about if there's anything to those reports from Figaro, then that means several months of training. And the million-dollar question with any aircraft through this whole process has been, well, exactly how much time would they need? Nobody seems to know. We would know when the Ukrainians have satisfied their instructors that they're capable of operating these aircraft on the ground, the maintenance side, and flying them.
Yeah, didn't the UK say they were training pilots on NATO? They didn't actually specify which aircraft, but didn't they say NATO aircraft?
NATO standard is what
NATO
the Prime
standard,
Minister.
that's right.
Yeah, NATO standard, which was it was an interesting choice of words. I don't think it was random. And it was interesting. Yeah. I guess you can take from it whatever you want, but NATO standard aircraft. I thought that was we still don't know what that really means, right?
No. I've got a feeling I might be totally wrong on this. I think the didn't it have a range of about 1,600 nautical?
Off the top of my head, honestly, Peter, I don't know. That's something that can be easily looked up.
I'm just sure I read it somewhere, but I might be wrong.
Peter and Latin, I just want to break in here and go to John Laria while he's with us. His hand was up. Just put it down. John, I think you might have a question for Latin or a comment.
Actually, I was actually going to say what Latin got to is that a lot of people are, kind of throwing around the idea that, as soon as the spring hits, they're moving across the line. But so he said it for me already, so I put my hand in.
Okay, thank you very much. Carrie, please go ahead. Do you have a question for Latin?
I don't have a question for Latin. Latin, I'm really sorry. I put my hand up when Nick was talking about the video, the propaganda video. So I will be quite quick. So it was just to follow up on what Nick was saying. So Thomas Tyner also retweeted that using Yaroslav Trofimov's posting of it and his perception of it. He is the chief foreign affairs correspondent for the Wall Street Journal, which is good news because, obviously he's got an enormous amount of people who read his feed. And his view on it was that whoever shot this propaganda reel hasn't been in Ukraine for a while. Dash cameras have been outlawed in Ukraine since the Russian invasion 13 months ago. And the first thing that would have happened at any checkpoint would be the removal of the camera and a possible fine. So that backs up further the evidence that other people have been finding that evidence that this is pure propaganda. And it seems rather an oxymoron. It's obviously coming from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and their taglines, their hashtags are think for yourself, see for yourself. And the bigger question on this is, or the bigger thing it makes me think, is if they are writing this, so the way it is presented, they say once a Nazi, always a Nazi. This is the kind of terror Ukrainians are living in. Witness Ukrainian military berate and shoot at a mother with a child in the backseat, calling her a pig and scum simply for speaking Russian. No Nazis, they say. It's more, in my head, I'm thinking, well, who's the audience? Is it back in Russia? Is it the tankies? Is it the people in other parts of the world? But the bigger question being that if they are saying this, they are fully cognizant of exactly what they are doing. That is the real things that they are doing that are this and a million times worse. They are fully aware of what they are doing, and they're trying to take a tiny little fabricated snippet and push that back out into the ether. Just thought that was worth mentioning to fully sort of ram home that comment and the further evidence and opinion.
Thank you.
Hold on, Alan. Carrie, looking at the article, was the original article in? My question is the original article in Russian? Is it in English, or is it in Ukrainian? Because
very good point, Daryl. It's in English, so there you go. It's for foreign consumption, isn't it?
That's exactly why. That's why I asked, because if it's in English, they want this to be presented to their Western audience. They want people that speak English or those that understand English to see this, to not know what the language was in the video, because otherwise it would have to be translated and then, disseminated. And then people could suss out, hey, they're speaking Russian. But do people question whether is it Ukrainian speaking Russian or is it Russian speaking Russian? They wouldn't be able to tell the difference, would they? No, even if they had a translator. Go ahead, John.
I'm not 100% sure about that because they've quickly debunked. So you could be right; it could be indicative of the fault whether it's false or not. But I know some Ukrainians personally, actually a lot, but they're pretty quick with, like, they can easily tell whether somebody is Ukrainian speaking Ukrainian or Russian speaking Ukrainian or another Slavic nation speaking Ukrainian. I don't personally know the differences, so I can't speak to that. I don't, if someone's down there or who does speak Ukrainian who might be able to speak to that, but I have seen it happen multiple times where they immediately know that that's not a Russian speaking. Someone even once told me, like, look how they're standing, and I don't even know what that means. But and it ended up like it ended up ultimately that they were right, but I don't know how they knew just by looking at how they were standing. So I would just say that on average they can tell the difference immediately. I can't say for vice versa whether Russian will know Ukrainian speaking not Russian. So,
But John, for somebody like me or anybody in the West that doesn't speak Russian,
yeah.
when it's translated, it's going to be translated from Russian. But that doesn't and so they can always explain, those were Russian speaking Ukrainians or something, that something to that effect. But being that this was in English, we know exactly who they were aiming it at and
You
why.
saw the obvious, Daryl, that you saw the most obvious thing that I completely overlooked, which it is a direct Twitter point from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Russia in English, 100%. I mean, what a dick am I that I even picking apart all the minutiae of the different evidence. I didn't go, duh. It's in English from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia, and it's obviously for a British-speaking, understanding audience.
All right. Well, that's another point we just sussed out of this. In addition to what the with the thread did is exactly by debunking it. So hey, all's good. All's good. John.
Yeah, you guys were talking about the Mirage with Latin. Was that what you guys were talking about? The news about the French Mirages possibly going to Ukraine?
Yeah, that's what Latin was here explaining, the possibilities and the complexities of that.
Okay, so I don't know if you have a set quota or questions you want to go through, but I had a question for him on the same subject of aviation and the Russia-Ukraine war, but just in a different area, the Baltics. I was gonna pose a question to him.
By all means, Latin, are you good for time? Go
He
ahead,
gives
Latin.
the thumb up, so I think he is.
Okay,
Cool.
go ahead, John.
Thank you, Latin, by the way. So yeah, you seem pretty knowledgeable about aviation, specifically combat aviation. That's I don't have a lot of prior knowledge in that area. So my question would be, I'm assuming you saw that the Sweden's, the Norwegians, and the no, check that. The Norwegians, the Finnish, and the Danish want to basically make like like a joint force to police the Baltics. How exactly would that go? And how would it really be any different than kind of what NATO's doing right now when it comes to like air policing?
Well, I mean, they're kind of just making officially policy something that they've been working on for quite a while. We've had a guest on the space before, a former Finnish Air Force F-18 pilot, General Lindbergh, who has really he talked really in glowing terms about that level of interoperability that the Nordics have been able to establish. Particularly Finland and Sweden were the two that had done a lot of work on it. And what that means simply is that they did a lot of exercises where the combat aircraft of one country went and operated seamlessly from the base of the neighboring country. And I think what this initiative does, it seems, is kind of expand that idea, that program, not really a formal program, but just that practice to Denmark and Norway. And it's going to create a very, I mean, they're taking advantage of the fact that three of those countries are going to be flying an F-35 combat force within a few years. Sweden will continue flying the advanced variants of the Gripen and some of the older Gripens, but there's still enough commonality there because they're NATO compatible. So it's a tremendous idea, and the flexibility that's going to give them to move resources, because all of them are relatively, especially the three northern countries, are relatively large countries with small populations. That always presents challenges. My country, Canada, is a similar situation, right? It really presses an air force when you try to control that airspace, even in peacetime, to just monitor it and have a presence there when you have so much space and so few resources. So it sounds like a great idea, and I don't think it complements NATO is the best way to put it, I think. But Daryl, can I just mention something quickly?
Surely.
Adding to this story, as if this UAE thing, if it becomes something, isn't significant enough. Now I was just looking at some, because I'm always looking at the French Twitter sources on the Mirage 2000, and now there's something coming out within the last half an hour about that indeed the Greek aircraft are in play. Those are Mirage 2000. Again, it's the variants. It's an alphabet soup, right? But it's the Mirage 2000 5F. It's the more advanced, kind of the second tier, the second phase of upgrades from kind of the late 90s. And those were the aircraft that Greece traded in for the Rafales that they received. They were going to upgrade them, but they didn't. And as I understand it, again, the sources I've read are that they were returned to France, and that happened like around 2019, 2020. So those aircraft can carry, they do still carry a beyond visual range missile. I believe they may have upgraded to the Mica, which is the kind of the standard. It's the French equivalent of AMRAAM. But also, very importantly, those Greek variants, and I think I have to look into whether the UAE variant can or not, but the Greek variant for sure can carry the Exocet anti-ship missile. And we know, I think all of us, Axel dropped down, but those of us that have been, well, yes, and those of us that are kind of focused on the air domain of this war, others on the space have heard it and discussed it, that clearly there's some indications that the Ukrainian Air Force has ambitions to operate over the Black Sea and to be able to project power to Crimea. This, I can tell you, that combination of Mirage 2000 and Exocet, it was very effective against the British fleet in the South Atlantic in 1982. It remains a very effective missile. It would be quite something.
Absolutely. Now, let me ask this. If they were traded in 2019, what would their operational status be? Would they be in mothballs, or would they, had been in mothballs? Basically, all the intake closed up, etc., and taped off, or would they be, sitting around, taken out every so often for trainers? What do you think that the French would have done with them?
Honestly, no idea what they've done, what they would have done with them if they had intended to resell them to hopefully find a buyer. Ukraine wouldn't have been on the radar at the time that that deal went through, but a lot depends. Yeah, I don't know if they're in a inside facility, if they've been stored outside. Even if they're stored outside, depending on how they're stored, there's different possibilities. They certainly, my guess would be they wouldn't be as unless there's been some work done on them already. They probably wouldn't be quite as ready to be sent as the French aircraft that were only just retired last summer. But I don't expect that they would be in terribly rough shape. The technicians involved with that are, they'd be the ones that know for sure, and really hard to say from where I am. Anyways, I don't know.
What about the hours that the Greeks would have put on them, or were these used when the Greeks got them?
No, they bought them brand new. First batch, I think this particular batch they were upgraded because the 5F is an upgrade, and they would have had their first in the late 80s. Probably higher flying hours than the UAE, but I wouldn't speculate on exactly how much remaining. That might require some digging to find that out.
No, right? That's John.
Yes, so I can't speak to specifically the aircraft themselves, but I can speak to their techniques of storage and whatnot. So like historically, there's a couple countries, Germany also being one of them, who don't have the best history when it comes to storage of decommissioned assets and stuff like that. For example, the reason Germany was running to every single nation they'd ever given a Leopard 2, a Leopard 2 to, a Leopard 2A4 to, before they were able to compile them and send them and begin sending them and training the Ukrainians on them, and not only maintaining them, is because they opened a warehouse they hadn't opened in like 2 decades, and everything was in horrible condition, some of it not usable. And France is also kind of known for that. I can't speak to their aircraft though. I can really more so to speak to their ground forces.
Well, the thing about the Leopards, the company did have those. They did go and prep them. They had some of them ready to go, and that was the reason why when they said, "Oh, it'll take, a half a year," or whatever the initial, message that they sent out, and then once Schultz came on board, it was a lot quicker for these items to be able to be sent out. So I think that there may be some differentiation of who stores what and how well they keep it, even in Germany, because I think Rheinmetall had some that were in pretty decent shape, ready to roll, that they had already.
Sorry about that, but you touched on a good point. Is that Rheinmetall themselves, as a private company, did keep some in pretty good condition, but the bulk of them that was supposed to come from Germany, they then had to go to other countries to find, which is ironic because just months earlier they weren't letting anyone releasing anything under license, and they're being really stingy about that. And then all of a sudden, as soon as they realized that they didn't have that capability, they they start running around asking Denmark for all of their 6 tanks and whatnot. One thing I would also just add is sometimes a nation's reticence to give their or I think that's the wrong word, but a nation's unwillingness to give what they have is because maybe it's kind of indicative of their own capability. So Germany, has a lot of problems when it comes to capability. Their force design and their force structure has been a mess for years. So they're economically the largest power in Europe, but when it comes to their military force, it's largely hollow, even more than Russia, I would say. So that's why you kind of saw all this like wishy-washy attitude, or this back and forth. Sometimes they would promise stuff, and by the end of the day, someone else in the cabinet would say, no, we can't do that, because no one talked to the guys in their Ministry of Defense who knew that they can't do that. They just said stuff. So
Okay. Yeah, yeah, we know that Germany has had some issues. But to a certain extent, uh, they have a lot still. They just have to, they've gone through the cuts like everybody else, and it's just par for the course when people don't exercise, they don't train it, they don't keep it well maintained. And when you start getting hanger queens, doesn't work out well when you need to show your readiness. All right, and one thing I wanted to say, Latin, and I know, and this is on the point of the mirages and aircraft in general. The maintenance side is a very long training process for aircraft. Um, it's much longer than any ground equipment that I can think of, because the one thing that they have to make sure is that this thing stays in the air. There's no error. There's no room for error. Um, Unlike with the ground piece of equipment, you drop a wrench into the bottom of the bay. There's no big deal. You'll get it out the next time you pull the pack out. You don't have that option with aircraft. You take a screw out, you need to make sure that you count the screws and you don't have extra screws when you get done with the job. And if anybody's ever done maintenance, you've had that issue where, oh shoot, I got a screw left. They don't have that option to have that one screw left. And they have to be very precise in that maintenance for that reason. And they take a lot of time in going through and teaching those guys how to maintain. You drop something, you start over. You take it apart, you find it, because it cannot be left in that engine, in that aircraft, anywhere, banging around. It can't be unsecured. They safety wire screws so that they don't back out in flight. They actually wire each screw to the next screw to the next screw so that none of the screws back out from the vibration of the aircraft. There's all kinds of things that they go through to learn to just maintain it at the base level. Secondary and third level maintenance is, even more than that. So if it seems like there's a long time between, learning how to maintain an aircraft from one aircraft to the other, you have to know that when you pull that aircraft in and you need to pull that engine, you get every wire that needs to be taken off that engine, every fuel line that needs to be taken away. You make sure all these things are done so that when you pull that engine, you don't snap a wire, you don't snap a hose, you don't snap anything, hydraulic line, anything. They have to go through that process and learn each aircraft, and every aircraft can be individual. You know, Working on a jet engine may seem, pretty solid, pretty standard because they're all turbines. But there's a lot of things that go into hooking those things up. A lot of things go into testing it. A lot of things go into making sure that everything is correct on that particular aircraft, that airframe, that cockpit, because everything is critical. Everything is critical. Unlike a lot of things we can get away with on the ground. Anyway, Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly adding that when the aircraft like to fly, they don't like to sit on the ground. Kind of, we've always had problems if they've sat too long, and very often the engines are worth more than the airframe. Because the engines are very, very expensive, and they would have to give them hot inspections and check all the blades are not damaged, etc. And usually, if they're stored, they're probably run up every 3 to 4 weeks if they're being stored. Because as I said, the engines are usually more valuable than some of the airframes, and the engine and the equipment on board the aircraft more than the airframes. But yeah, I mean they're not like a car where you just get in it and go till the thing stops. It's there's very very complex maintenance schedules which have to be carried out, and yeah, I mean this is why I was thinking they would be better taking them back to France and just doing field maintenance at the operational basis, and you don't what you
Yeah, but think about the logistics of that, Peter.
well it doesn't take
Just think
long
about
to
the
fly them
logistics.
out.
Yeah, but that means they're offline. That means they're offline a lot longer than they would be if they were in country.
Well,
If they have and if it's got a problem, then you can't necessarily fly it to France, can we?
Yeah, I'm talking about the scheduled maintenance more than something actually going wrong. I mean, if something goes wrong, then yes, you would get it. You would have kind of field maintenance to deal with that. But the scheduled maintenance, I mean, how long does it take to fly to France? An hour and a half, something like that. And you have all the maintenance crews there, so they're going to turn it round really quick. And the other thing is, if they're being maintained in France, they're not going to be a target for Putin, who's going to say, "Oh, there's a maintenance unit at that airfield. Let's go bomb the hell out of it." So they're going to be safer there, and probably they don't even need to be flown in by the fighter pilots. They could be flown in by civilians, because those civilians only have to be trained to fly them straight and level, basically. They don't have to learn all the combat procedures and all the other stuff. So I think there could be ways of getting those aircraft in a lot quicker, and they are needed in a month's time, not in 9 months' time or 6 months' time. Then they're needed quickly. And that's just my take on it anyway, sorry.
Yeah, but the only thing I'm thinking about here, Peter, is that when that little plane lands, it has to be able to go through first level, possibly second level if needed, right then and there. There's no option to say, okay, we got a mission in 5 hours. We need to get this plane, but in and out, gas and go. It's got to come in. It's got to get looked over, and if it does have something, boom! Now you've taken one off the line that's ready for a mission. If they have everything they need there, if they're trained up, they can handle it. It may not go out in 5 hours, but it's not flying 16 hours back and forth, whatever, to France and then getting back in the fight. That's the point I was trying to make, is they need that expertise on the ground and not in France.
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal situation, I totally agree with you. I was just trying to think how you could get them in quickly. And the other thing is, we have like a checklist of what we call go or no go items. So if you have something go wrong in the aircraft, you go to that list and you know exactly, can we go with that defect, or can we have to get that fixed? And you will have a list of stuff which you can accept and not accept. And I presume, again, I don't know fighter aircraft, but they're probably the same with those as well.
Yeah, they probably have one, but you got to remember, everything on a military aircraft, there's little room for error. In other words, that redundancy was built for a reason. Because if it gets shot in combat and the redundant system isn't there, then it's a dead aircraft. Um, I know they probably built a lot of redundancy on civilian aircraft because of the, safety of the public. But on those aircraft, there's the no and go no go is probably a lot. That list is probably a lot shorter, I would imagine. Um, Latin would, am I correct in that?
Sorry, Daryl, I've missed most of that. I'm kind of making dinner.
Okay. Oh, okay. Just a quick question. The no and no go list on military aircraft, pretty short.
Sorry, say again, the what list?
The no and no go, when they're doing the checklist around the aircraft, the no and no go list that says, hey, this one is good for flight, or no, it's not. That list is pretty short.
I'm going to say yes. I'm not really, sorry, man. I'm not big on the maintenance side of it. I used to work with guys with helicopter company. I just watch them do maintenance, but it's pretty exacting. I mean, like you said earlier, it's the difference between a vehicle stopping and not moving forward anymore and an aircraft falling out of the sky. So it's more exacting for sure.
Yeah, Latin. I was just saying that on private jets we have like a go or no go list. So if we have an item that's not working properly in our checks, we go to that list, and it basically tells you whether you can fly with that aircraft with that fault or not fly with it. And we're trying to see if there was a similar sort of procedure with fighter jets.
Daryl, what do you say we go on to some additional hands here?
Yeah, let's go.
I think I'd like to go to John Larrier, then to Duke, and then Captain has come up, but he hasn't raised his hand. So John, go ahead.
Yes, so I mean, a couple of things. I understand that you're talking about like trying to expedite the process of getting these aircraft to Ukraine, but the decision. So I think the big thing, though, the first thing is that the decision hasn't been made yet, and then they'll expedite that as soon as the decision is made. But I think first the decision has to be made, right? You got to get the whatever it is stopping these countries, whatever they think that it's crossing the line, and Russia's gonna start hitting these countries with missiles and whatnot, NATO countries, which I don't see Russia doing that. They kind of know that they can't provide overmatched force on force when it comes to Russian forces versus NATO. Putin actually said that for the first time directly before he invaded. So they know that. But I'm thinking of the logistics of what you're proposing, right? Talking about for routine maintenance. I would argue that routine maintenance would probably just be done. It's just like the tanks in Poland, right? They land in Poland. Poland has also said they're willing to do that. Poland is willing to do anything, basically, they say. Anything anybody says, Poland is the first one to raise their hand. But I'm just looking at how long. That's like over 1,000 miles, almost 1,500 miles. So, and Daryl said this right. He hit it right on the nail. Is that you're not going to fly 1,500 miles and then be on station, providing any type of either whether it's close air support or air superiority at all. If you have to fly that, you remember you got to fly that there and back. But I don't think you wouldn't do that for routine maintenance. There's closer countries that have Mirages than France. And I think what Daryl was trying to explain to you about the maintenance, it's better that it's in a country that has them in their active squadrons, right? Because France isn't going to have those facilities online. They could be in disrepair. They might not even have them because they don't service that jet anymore. So that's what he was trying to tell you with that. But logistically, you're not going to see that happening that much. And you got to remember the difference between private planes and fighter aircraft. You're stressing your aircraft way more, right? You're flying even kill. You did make a good point about maybe flying them back for maintenance with a civilian. But when it comes to checklists, you can't. This kind of what Daryl was saying is that you didn't let anything go because this is an aircraft. You're stressing it. You're putting G's on it. You're stretching the airframe a lot. So you're not really doing that with a private jet at all. So if anyone wants to piggyback on that.
No, I think you got me. I think you summed it up right there, John. John, we were both saying the same thing. It was just that I just don't think that they need to have them off site for the exactly what you were saying. In your what you in what in your last statements. It's got to be close. You need that. You don't need the. You need parts there, and you need men there that can look at it, touch it, feel it. Because what happens to it on its way to France? How are you going to get it there? That's another transportation hurdle that you got to make. You could have, instead of taking a 10,000 pound plane or better across several countries with a maintenance issue for a 5 pound part, it doesn't make logistical sense. They can do that maintenance right where it is for a lot cheaper, especially if they need to fly that part in. Uh,
I think we have Duke next, Daryl.
yeah, Duke, go ahead.
Duke, you have to unmute your mic. There you go. I think. Try talking.
I think that Duke has a problem with his audio because I can't hear him, and I don't think Alan, you can hear him. So, ja,
Yep.
sorry Duke, je moet even weer uit this space en weer terugkomen en dan brengt Alan je weer op. I told him to get recycled and Alan, you will get him back up again.
Thank you, Mr. M. We will. So, Daryl, there is quite a bit of news today, really. Aside from the Shahed drone attacks on Kyiv, which and we want to hear back from our friend Ryan, who is outside of Kyiv right now. I know he's listening. I hope he is able to come back up and give us a report. If he's listening, it means he's safe. And we have heard that Shaheds were shot down over Kyiv. Either remnants of destroyed Shahed fell into a suburb of Kyiv and started a fire, or it landed. And also, Shahed drones have been overhead over the Dnipro River. And Nick, you might have news about this ongoing attack.
I don't have news, but I wondered if anyone has an idea of roughly how accurate or inaccurate the Shahed drones are compared to the various other projectiles that Russia has, and whether they're GPS guided. And if you're aiming at a electricity substation, how and you send one off or five off. We know that with a HIMARS, basically, that electricity substation is toast. But do you need to send off 20 Shaheds to have a 30% chance of hitting the substation? Do we have an idea what the performance of these things is in terms of hitting targets, as opposed to the more? I mean, I suppose I'm assuming that there is a target other than generally, just causing terror in residential areas. But I guess even if your interest is in causing terror in residential areas, you probably want them to hit an apartment block rather than a football field. So I just wondered if we knew what the sort of, what the effectiveness of these things is.
I don't know if these drones are GPS guided, Nick. I do know that you have to launch a lot of them in order to succeed in hitting anything. And the Shahed drones are simply a part of Russia's terror attack on Ukrainian citizens, so far as I know. We have heard that the air raid alarm in Kyiv has been silenced, it's dismissed. And so we are hoping that attack has come to an end. Um, the the thing about these Shahed drones is that Russia uses them in a number of ways. First, to in advance of missile attacks. This is an attempt to confuse air defense radar around Ukrainian cities. And Daryl may have more information about these Shahed drones in particular, but they are, although drones are an advanced weapon in a way, drones also behave as a kind of primitive weapon. You have to send a lot of them, and you cannot be guaranteed of hitting what you want to hit. It is a weapon of terror, no different really than the V2 weapons that Nazi Germany used against London in World War II, in my opinion. Daryl?
The Shaheeds, I believe they do have GPS, and that was something that that they do have. They work on the Glasnost system, but their effectiveness is, you have to look at the range of how far they come in, and what in particular the Russians have targeted them to. In this case, the Russians have not had very good targeting data on anything. And so they've been pretty deliberate to make sure that the general area that they pick has been something of a residential area. So they do have that because they can have, if I'm not mistaken, they do plan the routes that they take, and that's how they're able to get in.
They have an infrared target finder.
So that means they have somebody on the ground as well.
That should be, yes. I have put a link in the DM, so you can find it from Wikipedia. It explains how it works.
Do we know if that's the? I will say this, Mr. M. Some of that stuff in Wikipedia isn't necessarily accurate because it depends on
Yes,
who
I
puts the
know.
info. Yeah, okay. So
I know. I don't believe all the things that are there in there because Wikipedia is added by numerous people. So I know there is, but this is a bit of information that's from the Shahed.
So most Wikipedia is better than its reputation. That said, it's not entirely. Nothing is perfect. The other thing I recall that the Shahed company makes at least 2 models of drone that are really quite different in size. There's a very big one and the smaller ones. So I presume that most of the time we're talking about the smaller ones that come over in swarms. But Iran does have quite the drone program. So I think it would be, I don't know whether we know this, but it would be useful if wherever possible we could use or find out the model number. There's certainly the 131, the 136, and the 129.
I could just say that the common ones, the ones that are generally used, are the 136s. Those are the ones that they kind of launch them 5 at a time on a rack. And you guys are all right on that. It's GPS guided. It's not like a Predator drone or a Global Hawk where there's somebody sitting in a canister somewhere. It's GPS guided, goes on a pre plotted flight path. So that's why the accuracy is not all that good. Also, the problem was Russia trying to use them to hit strategic assets. So not just only we kind of see that now because they still have all these drones, they got to use them, right? And they've even been buying less from Iran. The last batch they only bought 100. because they were buying upwards of a thousand before, which is indicative of the fact that Russia's now realizing that they're wasting their money on it, or whatever it is that they're giving Iran, which I believe it was cybersecurity assets. But so they were trying to hit their infrastructure with it, and they weren't. And like you guys said, they weren't. It wasn't taking it out.
Let me ask you a question, John. Is that low number of purchases, has that anything to do with the warehouses being destroyed, or is it just based on Russia's ability to use them effectively?
Yeah, so this is just an opinion of mine. I can't speak to, because obviously I'm not sitting in the Russian MOD, so I can't really speak to what they're thinking. But what I've heard bounce around, and what my personal opinion is that it's shows that they're trying to what they're trying to do was go towards a different stratagem, or go try a different tactic. And they're trying to deprioritize the Shahed drones, but at the end of the day, they still have them, and they can be used for something. And at the end of the day, we know Russia will even use S-300s and ground-to-ground capability to terrorize civilians. So why not just use these drones that they have that they don't want to use in a strategic? They don't want to employ strategically anymore. So I think they thought maybe they were going to do more with these drones. That's why they bought so many. Maybe Iran talked them up a little bit to them. I don't know what happened.
Or maybe these drones never saw real action before this, and they, just like a lot of Russian kit, they talked it up big, and then when it got into a real battle, now they see the limitations on it. That could be what that happened.
Daryl, can I just add a little bit to it? Is that okay?
Sure, Peter.
Yeah, the Shahed drone, it's got they are dirt cheap. I mean, they were quoting something ridiculous like about $30,000 for them, which in aircraft terms is nothing. But they're a delta wing, which is quite a draggy wing, and I presume they've used that so that they can pack the wing with explosives or something else, I don't know. But they have a 50 horsepower, like a Rotax engine, which is almost like a lawnmower engine. So it's they're not quick, 50 horsepower. I think they get up to about 90 knots, which is again really slow. And I just wonder sometimes, they claim 2 sets of range. I mean, they're going to burn about 4 liters of fuel, and 4 liters of fuel, or is it maybe 5 liters of fuel an hour? And they give 2 sets of ranges for it. One is 1,600. I think they had it in kilometers rather than nautical miles. And the other one was crazy, which is like 2,600 kilometers, which is even crazier. But so I presume they either put more fuel tanks in there and less explosives, or to get that huge difference in range. But I wonder sometimes whether they don't send these things in so to try and get Ukraine to use their expensive missiles on them, because I wouldn't think they would be that accurate.
Well, justement, the Wikipedia article, they struck a barracks, that they struck the offices of Ukraine Energo and other energy infrastructure facilities. So it seems that they do, if they get through, they're not sort of, landing 300 meters away. They are hitting their designated targets. So the main thing is that you need to put a lot of them up in order to have a few break through to the target. but it does seem that they're not just kind of landing in, random bits of the street or accidentally hitting apartment buildings. I'm sure some of them are, but they are taking out infrastructure. So they are quite dangerous, because a 100 kilogram randomly flying bomb, while annoying, would not be a huge strategic threat. But if they're taking out your energy grid, then that's pretty unpleasant. So it seems they are reasonably accurate.
I don't think Ukraine is using expensive missiles to take down drones.
Yeah, correct.
When we see the videos over Kyiv, for example, and the tracer shots, this is approximately the way warships defended themselves in the Second World War in the Pacific. It's filling the air with flak.
I'm reminded of my father-in-law, who flew Swordfish torpedo bomber biplanes. He was the observer and gunner, but not the pilot in World War II. And one of the Swordfish were figured and took part in the attack on the battleship Bismarck. And it turned out that the fire director of the German secondary anti-aircraft guns on the battleship were unable to fire at the Swordfish because they didn't have a setting low enough for the speed. The Swordfish flew at something like 60 knots. And I can imagine an S-300 might not be set up to take out a small dot with flying at 80 or 90 knots, as Peter said. It might just be, you might just be unable to actually get a line on it. So it seems they're using small arms fire machine guns, and they are working on other solutions. I suspect the Gepard is probably pretty good if there's one nearby. But but I don't know what the effective coverage of a Gepard is. Probably only I imagine you park a Gepard near your big power station, and it will defend that. But it's probably not going to defend a whole city residential area.
Well, remember, they got radar, so they do have some reach as far as detection, getting the azimuth on it, and then taking it out. Now, here's the thing: the drones, these drones were very effective early on because they were unexpected. Ukraine had nothing to combat it with. When the presence was known, the Ukrainians, one, were trying to shoot guns at it, and then they were also sending up planes to try to get some. Which it's hard to do, because unless they know it's there and know which way it's coming in, made it hard. And that's the reason why the Gepard became so important, because the radars could actually detect it and be able to shoot them down, and as well as some of the other systems that Ukraine has been able to employ against them. So it was very dangerous. It still is very dangerous. However, because of its size, that makes it even more dangerous, because it's not like a plane. It's a lot smaller, and those are a little bit harder to detect, because one of the things that they were talking about, even with some of the anti-aircraft radars, is that because of its small size, it could be missed, or it could be tossed out as chatter. Just chatter on the radar screen, because they're flying low and they don't have a very big cross section. So those were some of the things that we'd talk about right when these things came about. And then, as they became more known, Ukraine built up its defenses to be able to combat them and shoot them down with a lot more accuracy.
And in fact, Daryl, we have reports coming in from the Kyiv Municipal Information Agency that tonight's Shahed drone attack on Kyiv has been intercepted at 100%. Every drone was detected and shot down. A fire from falling debris was started in a suburb of Kyiv, and this fire has been contained. So Ukrainians are able to intercept these drone attacks very successfully. At least they were tonight.
I'm looking at the air raid alert map, and in the last 5 minutes, 5 oblasts have gone from red to beige. In fact, in the last 10 seconds, another one has done. Only Kharkiv Oblast still has a warning up, and I suspect that will be going very shortly. So yeah, tonight's action seems to be over for now. Sleep well, people in Ukraine.
Amen. Amen. Sleep well and good job to the MOD. Good job. I wondered. My question is, I wonder how many was in this volley, and were there any cruise missiles involved in this as well? Because they do both. It's never just one. They usually try to saturate it with both. So if they were able to get 100 of the shaheeds, then good job. If that was 100% of the shaheeds and any drones, any cruises, that's even better.
I haven't seen any report of missiles tonight, Daryl. I've only seen reports of this Shahed drone attack in Kyiv and in the Dnipro region and the Poltava region. So hopefully Ukraine has been totally successful in intercepting these incoming drones. Clyde, go ahead.
Yeah, I just didn't know. Is there any reports of the quantity of drones that they launched, and how? I'm sure one of you people that knows this well, could then figure out how much money they blew on this attack tonight. And then the other question I had is there a chance that they did this, that there's a missile attack coming up next? Don't they use drones sometimes to try to get the air defenses kind of wasted for a little while, and then in comes the missiles? Is that right, or am I remembering that wrong?
Clyde, you're asking the same question that I was just posing as far as the missiles and the drones, because that's what I was just saying to Alan before he called you up. Was if they got 100% of the drones, I hope that's real good. But if it was 100% of missiles and drones, because they usually use both in tandem, then that's excellent. So we won't know the numbers probably until when the MOD gets all the information from the different oblasts and different sectors. So I would not be looking for that immediately. That would probably come after the assessments have been done, and that way they know their effectability overall. Because they usually put out an effectability over the entire country when it's over.
And yes, Clyde, you're right. Russia has used drone attacks ahead of missile attacks as a tactic. But so far tonight, I haven't seen any reports of incoming.
Yeah, usually they know that because they know when their bombers are over. Yeah, usually they know that because they know when their bombers are over the Caspian Sea. I mean, they know, they get intelligence and knows that because if they're air to surface, I mean, they kind of know that. As I recall in the past, they said, hey, this is going to happen because we know that their subs are out in the Black Sea and they're ready to go, and the bombers are over the Caspian Sea, and it just looks like they're ready to roll. And there's been none of that, right? I mean, there's been none, anyway. So thanks a lot.
You're right. You're right, Clyde. There have been no reports of bombers up over the Caspian Sea, over Russia, over Belarus. There have been no reports of surface ships in the Black Sea. Those surface ships equipped with missiles to attack Ukraine. So this was strictly, so far as we know, a Shahed drone attack tonight.
Alan, one of the questions I would ask is why only Shaheeds tonight? If it in fact is only only comes out that it was Shaheeds, why?
Well,
Because
one thing I would suggest, Daryl, is they're running out of missiles.
oh, but still, if your factory, if you're still building them, may not have a for volley. Why would you do the drones by themselves, knowing that you're more effective using both of them together? That's my question at this point. Unless it was somebody expecting something to go off, and these drones were to keep just to harass the situation, and or it's somebody saying, hey, send it all, we want to get rid of these now. And we do know that there's some infighting going on within Russian MOD. There's some strange things going on. We know that. And what if somebody is just saying, "Hey, we don't have it for the next attack," in which case they either will call it off or they may postpone it until they have more in. It just seems very strange to me. And I'm just conspiracy theory. Okay, maybe call me that, but I'm just looking at the fact that why would you do them alone? And that would be my big question.
I just think it's a continuation of the terror attack on Ukraine. That's my guess. John may have some ideas about this. John, go ahead.
Thank you. So basically, what you guys are talking about is called target saturation. So it's the idea you saturate your target and they just expend ammunition, which arguably they've been getting the Ukrainians to do pretty well. Now, I think they ratcheted it back. Dale touched on the fact that that's kind of why they wanted these medium range surface to air, just medium range air, area denial assets, because the S-300, they didn't want to expend an S-300 on shooting and missing or shooting and hitting something that's um, so small and just so insignificant. Well, it's not insignificant because if it hits the right thing or the right person, obviously someone's losing their life. But I wouldn't say it's because of infighting. I'd also say it's a little too early, time-wise, to rule out cruise missiles. Russia kind of has this whole weird ambiguity thing going on right now with trying to keep it like a guessing game when they're going to launch, if not. But two, let's say there are no drones. It's just the drones, right? Um, so the reasoning that's been kind of given, ISW alluded to this, but so did the Ministry of Defense of the UK. Apparently, so you kind of half right in that they are making them, but they don't. It's not that they don't have enough. They realize piecemeal send-in strikes is a waste of a super expensive strategic asset like a cruise missile. You know, instead, if I send them all in volleys, that's why you start to see them launch them from the Caspian Sea. I don't remember who just said that before, but they launch it from the Caspian Sea, the Black Sea, on the missile carriers at the same time as launching them from bombers. And it's kind of all of a sudden, the map is wholly lit up. We haven't seen that yet, but they've scaled that down. So maybe we're in that like trough right now, where they're right now trying to stockpile. It has been confirmed just from looking at wreckage and stuff of the cruise missiles in the most recent kind of area. I mean, not area, but a week of like consistent bombardment, that these are missiles that are being made within the past couple months. So they are new missiles, which is indicative of the MOD of UK and ISW being correct about this, that they're changing their strategy. And the Shahed drones are kind of what you're basically saying. They can work it both ways. You can use them for target saturation as well as a field tactic at the same time. But the whole idea is, though, they go in. Don't remember who, I wasn't able to look at their name, but the whole idea is, theoretically, right, if you were to use a Shahed drone for target saturation, they go in. They're launching up, and then and then they can hit the any type of asset that just shot at them with follow-up munitions. So I probably butchered some of the terminologies there, but that's the basic doctrine.
Yeah, we'll keep watching the news, John, to see if cruise missiles follow this this Shahed drone attack. One would expect those missiles to be quickly on the heels of the Shahed drones, and we haven't seen any indication of that so far. And it does appear that the air raid warnings in Ukraine are are down, having been dismissed. But we are keeping our eye on that. Oyvind, go ahead, please.
Okay, you asked for a report. 1 hour ago, Euromaidan Press reported that a Russian kamikaze drone has reportedly hit a grocery store. Mayor of Kiev reported.
Yes, I think these were debris that fell in a suburb of Kiev and lit a fire, and that fire has been contained. Griffin, go ahead.
Yeah, the comments are very interesting about the saturation targeting. That's what I think the Russians are up to. It's like throw something against the wall and see what sticks kind of attitude. Their precision munitions, they used up so many of their cruise missiles and other weapon systems in the first 6 months of the war. They're having trouble replacing those numbers, and hence the cheaper use. Going in the opposite direction, if you consider if Ukraine put up 100 drones, kamikaze drones, and did it at a cost of $500 US. That's $500,000. You you can't even get 5 air-to-ground missiles like the Hellfire and whatnot that won't exceed that dollar amount for less than 5 of them. So it's really great economies of scale.
But I think it's also important to remember that Russia isn't paying cash money for these. They may be paired with that, but more importantly, they're giving Iran certain capabilities. Specifically, what we know specifically is this counter cyber and cyber assets that they have been revealed to have given them. I don't think Russia is trying to part with as many rubles as it's not trying to throw rubles out the window right now. I think conservation would be best for them, and I don't think Iran necessarily wants them either. Whereas they still have these well, they may be getting treated at a heavy rate and losing all this equipment. They still have the knowledge, right? So they can still impart this knowledge to Ukraine, and I mean not Ukraine, Iran, and I think that's more so what Iran is getting out of this partnership is technology and knowledge, and then there's also probably some type of payment involved. Not to mention just giving giving the finger to the United States. That's always an add-on for them. But yeah.
So another system that that Russia uses to launch these terror attacks on Ukraine are S-300, S-400 air defense systems. Why would they use an air defense system just to lob a missile at a Ukrainian city? Well, I think there are 2 reasons, Daryl, and you can help me out here. Number one is because Ukraine does not have air parity, certainly does not have air superiority anywhere on the line of engagement. These so-called air defense systems are freed up to be used in other ways. Therefore, Russia simply lobs a missile from an air defense system, which is a ground-to-air missile. It's being converted to a ground-to-ground missile, and that means the more S-300, S-400 systems Ukraine is able to take out, the better it's able to protect its citizens in cities. And I, that's a tangential comment there, but this also happens. I don't think we've seen any reports of missiles launched from S-300 systems anywhere tonight. It's just all drones. Aaron, go ahead. Aaron, are you with us? So, Aaron, I think you're having some audio problems. I can't hear you.
I can't hear him. He's come up twice. Aaron, if you can hear us, go ahead. I can see your speaker unmuted, but we can't hear you. Okay, you want to drop it and try to come back?
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
What?
Hello.
All right, there we go.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, we got you now.
Okay, sorry. It was I've got a set of faulty headphones, and I've got a set that works. So I never know which ones are in when they're charging at work. I'm just wondering, and this might be totally off, but I think I've seen that there have been some drone attacks on American bases in Syria. And I'm just wondering, someone might know, does Iran have a satellite network have they put up their own satellites, or would they be piggybacking off something like Glasnost or another satellite system?
They'll be using regular GPS because they'll be using regular consumer grade GPS chips.
Okay.
It's GLONASS, it's GLONASS, not Glasnost.
Okay.
It's the Russian system.
Okay.
But a commercial, which interestingly means they're paying a royalty of about 10 US cents to the US Department of Defense for every drone they put up, because the chip manufacturers pay that royalty for you to be able to use the GPS signal.
And there's no way for the Americans to block that chip access.
Nope. That signal is spread all over the world at an incredibly low power.
Okay.
It's essentially a radio signal. So
Hey Nick, I hate to disagree with you, but if you don't pay for your subscription, they can shut you off where you don't receive the information.
The US Department of Defense does not have a trace of your chip. The person who makes the GPS chip, or the company that makes the GPS chip, pays a one-time license fee of about 10 US cents to the Department of Defense to get. And it doesn't technically enable the reception, but it's basically it's a radio signal. There's no way that they can stop you receiving it any more than CBS or whatever radio stations you have in the US can stop you listening to the radio on your crystal set. GPS is just a radio signal.
Nick, I got equipment in my I got equipment that we have to buy the subscription for the GPS.
Well, then you're getting some other. Do you pay to use the GPS in your phone? I have a 20-year-old hiking GPS. It works just fine. I've never paid a penny.
Yeah, but that's the difference between a phone, because they're using towers.
No, but I also have a Garmin GPS unit that I bought in 2004. I switch it on, it catches the satellites. I don't have to pay a penny. I'm not sure what you're paying for, but you do not have to pay any sort of subscription fee to get GPS service, because in order to do that, the GPS service would need to have a list of subscribers, and it doesn't fit on the satellite. So that isn't how GPS works. You can jam GPS signals, but you can't jam them selectively. You can't You can't sort of jam them such that a particular set of chips won't receive them, other than to say, and the US military does have this capability, they can jam all civilian grade chips. They can, or rather, not the military. Well, the military. First of all, the U.S. military could turn off the signal to all civilian grade chips. That would be a fairly spectacular thing to do. You can also jam the signal in a geographical area, and the Russians sometimes do this, but it's fairly unlikely that the Ukrainians would jam the GPS signal over their own cities. But there certainly isn't a way to selectively do it without also taking the hit of depriving yourself of GPS reception in your area. So essentially, no, there isn't a way to, even if we knew exactly which chipset was being used in these devices, there isn't any practical way to prevent them navigating.
Just going into, well, when we fly into Tel Aviv, which I've done a couple of times, I was warned by a couple of airline pilots that we'll lose the GPS on the approach, and sure enough, we did. So I don't know what Israel's doing with their signal on the approach there.
Around around military bases, your GPS will not work. Here in the States, in some cases, you drive onto the base, your GPS does not show where you are. So they can get blocked out and be turned where you don't receive nothing.
There were some embarrassing moments in the later stages of the Afghanistan campaign, because people were going out jogging with their smartwatches and were up on military bases that were not listed on the maps, and then they were uploading their runs to websites where you can kind of compete with your friends and show them where you've been running today. And so there would be this a hot spot of several hundred soldiers going out for their daily run, sticks out like a sore thumb in the Afghan desert. So yeah, there was an OPSEC aspect to it. There used to be two digital signals encoded into the analog, a high precision one and a low precision one. And then since 2000, the only signal that has been transmitted in terms of precision has been the standard 3 to 4 meter precision signal. What is different is that there are several different carriers of the signal, and so it's easy to jam. You can jam the various frequencies, and so you can turn off the civilian ability to receive the signal in an area, but the precision is the same for everybody. So I imagine the Israeli Air Force it's still working around that airport, or because they will have the right sort of chips. But I'm pretty sure Iran will be using consumer grade electronics. When you're only charging $20,000 or $30,000 for a drone, you don't get any particularly high grade kit in that, and also it would be pretty hard for them to get military grade GPS chips through sanctions, whereas civilian chips are very, very cheap indeed.
Thank you, Nick. John, please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. You mentioned the S300 use, and then why it was it's not because of the deprioritization of the area denial, because they still have, helicopters are still flying everywhere. They're still using helicopters, being extensively used by both sides, and that you could use a manpad. Ideally, you would use a manpad to shoot that down, but an S300 is a good area denial capability as well. But it's I mentioned them before, how they're being used in a ground to ground role for target saturation, because they don't have like warhead wise, right? You're not going to get that damage. You're not going to get the same type of damage as you would from like maybe a Kinzhal or an Iskander ballistic missile. So it's kind of used. It's kind of killing two birds with one stone. So one, target saturation, because other S-300s will launch. They'll launch on it, right? And other air defense will launch on it, and then you can come in with the cruise missiles behind those. So let's say if you were to pair those with your heads and then cruise missiles behind those. The problem with Russia, though, is they know what needs to be done, but they don't know how to do it, and they're really not good at allocation of fires at all. Like, they're really bad at it. So the whole idea of that you launch cruise missiles, but then the heads aren't necessarily they're not on station and coming into impact at the right time. So sometimes it's not, or a lot of the time, because you can go back and look at the MODs, like Daryl was mentioning, at the end of the night when they're sure that there's no more coming. They even make a diagram showing how many heads have been shot down. You see, like, this, the amount that they were shooting down are going up and up and up and up, and Russia's just throwing money at them, and it's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. I agree with you, John. Russia is spending a tremendous amount of money on a terror war, and we know from the history of war that terror inflicted on citizens does not work. If anything, it emboldens them to resist. It reinforces their commitment and patriotism. And I think this is what Russia is going to find out. In fact, I think this is what Russia has already found out. But once you begin a campaign like this, a purely terror campaign using cruise missiles and Shahed drones in Russia's case, you can't stop it. You just keep going with it, expecting it to work, and it will never work. The history of war tells you terror campaigns launched against civilian targets, whether these are residences or power infrastructure, just doesn't work.
What will they do once they realize it's ineffective anymore? I mean, at this point, 100%, everything that they sent was ineffective. Okay, they got a fire that went off and maybe in some other areas of fire, or something indirect got hit. What did they really accomplish? They put everybody on alert. They came in, they were taken out. The Ukrainians are going back to sleep. What did they accomplish? That's the question that I'm trying to ask here when I was talking about why only the drones? Why? It can't be just to harass the Ukrainian people, because they know that when the sirens go off, they know it's coming, and they have really become almost numb to the fact that they're actually coming. It's not that they don't think they're any less dangerous. It's just that the Ukrainians are getting that much more used to the harassment of the drones. So what are they accomplishing by this drone only? Usually with the missile attacks, the missiles, they pack a bigger punch, and therefore they're a lot more dangerous for that reason. Not to say that the drones won't kill anyone. It's just the affected area won't be as large. And so the question remains, why?
Well, of course, Daryl, we don't know what the after action report from these drone attacks is. I mean, it's quite possible the Russian command sends up the flagpole success. We don't know what the after action report is, but I don't think any nation that has used terror tactics like this has ever been convinced that they're ineffective. They just keep believing that these attacks are effective and will continue to be effective. That's why I say the after action report is probably just a bunch of lies. Well, I've silenced Daryl. I can silence almost anyone. I always regret silencing Daryl. He's my favorite person to co-host with here at Maria Report.
You're not going to silence me.
Well,
You're not
I
going to
could.
silence me. I was just trying to talk into a muted mic. That was all.
Well, keep talking.
Okay, but anyway, no, I'm more interested in the psychological, what the psychological, not the effects, but what Russia is thinking on this, because they would not do it without a reason per se. Yeah, they want to do this. We know they've been harassing, but usually they do it in conjunction with something else, which kind of makes it a lot more effective in that sense. Not necessarily that it is, because if the Ukrainians shoot it down, it's not. But I'm just looking at, just for a moment, what was their aim in doing this, and somebody gave the order for it, and they had a reason for giving the order. But I just wanted to know I'm looking for the why to that order. That's all.
We may never know the why. That I honestly think we may never know the why. I just think it's misguided tactics by the Russian command. I don't know what John and Aaron think. John, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so the MOD, UK MOD, as well as ISW was speaking on this. And actually, General Ben Hodges actually touched on this too when he was in here talking. It seems to be the consensus from at least the analytical community, and as well as, I guess, the defense community as well, because the British MOD seems to be aligned with this as well. And so far, they've been about 70% correct, probably low-key 85% correct on everything they've said um, throughout this whole conflict. Specifically talking about the British MOD. But what they're talking about, and I was mentioned this earlier as well, is what they think is that maybe this ongoing offensive that has obviously failed has kind of culminated now, the Russian one, and they're now switching to a more defensive posture. So it's kind of just like, like it's like your friend throwing snowballs at you as he runs away from you to go hop behind a fence so you can't hit him anymore. It's kind of that same thing. Um, uh, you got to keep. They're just trying to keep up just the pressure. Because they're expecting this Ukrainian offensive, and they need to shore up their lines because clearly their offensive, which wasn't decisive enough at all, didn't work. So now basically what's being said now is that and it makes it makes more sense, I would say, than them just wasting money for no reason. Um, and it even makes more sense than them just trying to scare the Ukrainian population, because you are right. It may have taken them a year, but they have now finally figured out that the Ukrainian people aren't going to be the ones that are going to stop this war, because they're tired of getting hit with drones and cruise missiles. Um, so 'cause the resolve is above the sky. I mean, it's there's really no cap on their Ukrainian people's resolve. So Russia's figured that out, and they realize that their offensive has culminated, and so now they're switching to a more defensive posture. You're kind of seeing that the trenches that they've been building this whole time. You're seeing that more. Um, they had stockpiled that air power. I don't know if any of you remember before that they were using a lot of these strikes, and I think they thought that may kind of push over, maybe force a breakthrough, but they weren't, like I was talking about allocation to. They weren't pairing that with any type of movement on the ground at all. They were just doing volley fire of these missiles, and then nothing was being or even tried to be exploited. So it's just them moving to a more defensive posture in anticipation of the Ukrainian counteroffensive. And obviously, you guys were talking about, and I mentioned before as well, that we're also not in the MOD, right? So at the end of the day, they're seeing some things about the Ukrainian force posture that we're not seeing. And that could be indicative of them seeing the Ukrainians gearing up for a counteroffensive. So
All right. Go ahead, Alan.
I was just going to say, I think that's pretty good reasoning, Daryl. What do you think?
I'm gonna just check fire. I'll hold out for that. I'll leave that right there. Let that end my question, but I'm still gonna have. It still lurks in my mind that there's something bigger to this, but that's just me. Aaron, you're back.
Yeah, I think just from my perspective, there could be one reason is that they don't have as many cruise missiles built up, but they want to keep a certain amount of pressure on the cities so that Ukraine, hypothetically, you go 3 weeks without a strike or something until they've built up their cruise missiles, and the Ukrainians could think, okay, we're going to get our Patriot system, or we've got our Patriot system that can handle Kiev. Now maybe we can move some more S-300s to the front line, helping defend against air assets that the Russians might want to use against the Ukrainian counteroffensive. This is hypothesizing that the Russians might be thinking, even though it's ineffective in outcome, it may be just keeping the Ukrainians on their toes, as in keeping air defense assets around the cities, rather than saying, okay, well, it looks like that's all they've got, and we're pretty sure we've got enough. We think we can sacrifice a few here and a few there to go to the front line. So it might just be putting up pressure. I noticed a few tweets. Just one was that the Marder, Striker, and Leopards, 2 A6s, have arrived in Ukraine. That's all really good news. And the other interesting one was that I think it was Trent Telenko had a big thread up about how the Ukrainians are using artificial intelligence for targeting. So they'll send up their quadcopters, take maybe up to 3,000 photos, and then the artificial intelligence system they've got, which you can get it pretty cheap, just download off. I think Google's got one. I think Amazon, not Amazon, but a few different companies have got them, and then use that artificial intelligence over the photos to find anomalies, to be able to find out where all the Russian equipment is hiding. And then they send another drone to make sure it's still there, and therefore using ammunition in a very effective way without wasting it, and only picking off the most valuable assets that the Russians have. I just thought that was an interesting thread, but I'll step down. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron. Let's go on to Randy. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's very clear civilian targets and spending millions of dollars that they don't really have, just blowing up shit. The only way they win at this point, or even get a draw, is politically, and it isn't really the Ukraine people they're aiming at. They're aiming at the international community and the people who just want peace. And by showing all this destruction, they create the illusion that the war is bad for both sides, and that they're actually putting some points on the board by blowing up apartment buildings and schools. And the headlines that are often intended in the media to get sympathy or human interest show all the blown up apartment buildings and all the destruction in Ukraine, and people's reaction is, well, couldn't it just be over and they just have peace? And that right now is the biggest political obstacle that everybody's facing in America, and I think other countries. It's growing as well. So it's a political game. They're not the brightest strategist in the world, but at this point, they're playing a pretty good political game. It's kept them. It's delayed things coming, forever. If half the stuff they had now had been given to them 6 months ago, this might be over. So it has had a big effect. And the Ukrainians say, no, we'll keep fighting. But if they don't have HIMARS rounds and they don't have artillery, and everybody decides, well, let's just push to get some kind of peace settlement because there's just too much destruction. I think that's clearly what it is. Nothing else makes any sense at all.
Daryl, what do you think about that?
Well, I mean, you really can't argue about that because I mean it is what it is right there. You know, Randy, you know, they're doing exactly that, and it's so crazy to even try to guess with the Russians at this point. You know, and you know when you hear some of the opinions, you know, some of them you can't be far off because it's just plain English from what you're seeing on the ground.
Well, yeah, and he has these pictures they can show on Russian media as well. They can show here. Look, we're really just pounding the Ukraine. You know, look at that. Let's see these wonderful explosions all over and these blown up buildings and things. And to a civilian, that looks like, you know, the war is a mess and the Russians are in it because they're blowing up shit. You know, it's a simple response. So people aren't looking at the battlefield. They aren't looking at the quality of the mobilized forces. They're not looking at the screw ups. Although Vuhledar was really hard to miss with the videos. That was a good one, and it got a lot of media. But so they have to show something on TV to say they're winning, so they can say they're blowing up stuff. And then internationally, I think it's a big reason for the emotional reaction of of many people to say, well, let's just have peace because look at all this terrible destruction.
Yeah, but that's from people that don't understand. Peace means, you know, somebody doesn't come home.
Yeah,
Peace
well,
means
no,
that
yeah,
peace
peace
means
means
somebody.
genocide. Yeah,
Exactly.
you saw the FSB memo that was just leaked. They were going to, you know, round up people, send them to education camps, and go through the whole Stalinist style purge, you know, to get and people don't understand what peace is. But it's not really peace; it's a pause as well. Means, you know, you think because I keep trying to explain to people, you think that if Putin signs a piece of paper and he sees a military opportunity in 6 months, 12 months to just start it all over again, he's not going to do that. He already signed a piece of paper and ignored it. So,
Brandon, they're thinking of they're thinking that Putin is rational, and there is no rational thought when every move that they make is all feeding the plan that they have. If they tell you one thing, it's only because they'll tell you what they need to tell you to further the plan. And that's you know, they signed the Minsk agreement to get the nukes out of Ukraine, and said they would not attack. It was only to further their plan. Well, they got the biggest part of the threat out the way. The nukes are not there, so we can walk in. They go in, and that's what they did. They came right on in. We're not worrying about nukes being on the ground.
I just wanted us taking a step that would be viewed to be people that when U.S. Special Forces were with the Syrian faction we supported, and they were attacked by Russians, and they got on the phone, and the Russian government said, no, that's not us, that's mercenaries. It was Wagner. And they called Washington and said, what do we do? And the Pentagon and the White House said, light them up. And in about 90 minutes, they pretty much destroyed the Wagner Group in Syria. There's some incredible articles about it. They brought in everything. They brought in cruise missiles, F-22s, precision artillery, I think everything but naval gunfire and blew them out. And that was Americans killing Russians on the field of combat. And nobody was worried about that being escalatory. And there was nothing the Russians could do because the next move they would make would only be worse for them. So deterrence works, and that's, I think, a very contemporary example of how it does.
Randy, I don't think nobody knew about it. Randy, I don't think nobody knew about it until well after it happened.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, there was a lot of hush, but there's a lot out now, and it's very good to remind people, you know, wow, what if the Americans went into the Ukraine and started killing the Wagner Group? You think that would increase the risk of nuclear war? And since most of the people who are blowing that trumpet are Trump supporters, and some Trump supporters, really on the fringe, I think, they have trouble answering the question because that was their guy that did it. Their guy did it and nothing happened because the people who were in the know that it won't happen.
Wait, but what you just described, that's not deterrence. You just described the opposite of deterrence.
Deterrence is the escalation. The escalation, the general rule in the Cold War was that the party who bore the risk of escalation would be deterred. In other words, you could win at one level, and then winning at that level, if the other side would want to take up the stakes, then if they lost on the higher plane, they would be deterred from taking that step. So much so for a while, the U.S. was considering nuclear weapons to defend Europe because we figured we were so conventionally outnumbered. But it's a ladder, and the only question is who bears the risk, the greatest risk of taking the next step up the ladder. And it was clear in Syria that Putin did. I think it's clear in Ukraine that Putin does. And that's what keeps the peace, not only just nuclear, but avoids expansion of the conflict to a NATO Article 5 country and things like that. It works. And backing down now would be the worst thing we could do by reducing aid or try to bring pressure Ukraine to some kind of peace deal would just embolden Putin, and he would figure he won at this level. And if we can't stop him with this many brave people in Ukraine willing to fight and doing very well with the weapons given, what will happen the next time? I mean, how are we going to defend Moldova without NATO troops, for example? And on and on. If there was a democratic revolution in Georgia and they rolled into Georgia, what would we do if we can't defend the Ukraine, even with military aid? How could we hope to defend Georgia? So this is like the acid test. The Estonian Minister of Defense said it real well. He said it's if you're in a house and the door's unlocked, everybody's in the house is at risk. But if the door is locked and the front door is locked, people feel safe. And Eastern Europe is the front door to NATO.
Yeah, Randy, I don't see.
Describing. Yeah, so what you just described was kinetic warfare. As soon as you go kinetic, it's not deterrent anymore. Would have been a deterrent is if we had put, let's say, a BCT in Ukraine prior to, like we call Putin's, right? We put a BCT in Ukraine and said, invade. You hit U.S. forces, that's war with NATO. That's deterrence, right? As soon as you kinetically, as soon as you engage with them, it's no longer deterrence. You're just fighting a war. And
John, I think what he's saying is, okay, we were in Syria, they were in Syria. They were attacking, they had targeted our troops. We had two choices, either leave Syria or stand ground. And thus made the choice of it being it deters from moving further because I'm not going to move in this case. In other words, he attacked us. We went back and laid waste to Wagner. It was not Russia technically, because they were a mercenary group. So they were Russian citizens, but they are not Russian army. And so
Yeah,
while
that's
they
not
pushed
that's
the
not
envelope,
coercion though, not deterrence.
but while they pushed the envelope, the U.S. hit back and said no, and stopped and put the red line on it. And that's what he means by deterrence. Russia would not cross that line again, knowing the same thing would happen.
I don't see this black
That's
and
not
white.
coercion, deterrence. That's what I'm trying to say. Those are
No,
two
John
terms, and
is
you don't.
yeah, John is saying that either there's war or there isn't war, and I'm saying there are degrees of war and targeting and what you do. The Second World War, chemical weapons were not used for fear that the other side would do it. And both sides really were deterred from using chemical weapons, even though millions of people died in combat fighting each other. They did not revert to World War I style gas attacks. And that was because of deterrence. So if you can compartmentalize the war, right, wars roughly into the category of what weapons you use and what type of attacks you make, there's a degree of deterrence there at each step. And I think as long as we were simply match what the Russians have provided and what they do in Ukraine and do it within the borders of Ukraine, they have no argument that it's escalation and no great interest in escalating, because when they raise the stakes, they lose even faster.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. What you're describing is but this is a fact. I don't know how to. I can find I can maybe the national defense strategy. I don't know, but I'm trying to explain. You guys aren't really getting what I'm explaining. That's called coercion, which is a form of deterrence, but not what you're describing. So what you're describing basically mad, right? I understand how nuclear deterrent works, though, but that only works if you don't use it, right? So it got used once, right? What you're describing is we just keep raising the bar every single time. That's not deterrence. That's the opposite of deterrence. The whole idea is that you gain the strategic initiative. We lost it, so now everything we do is reactionary, right? And now it's what you do, how you react now, right? So basically, us arming Ukraine, right? We figured how to gain the strategic initiative back. You can't gain the strategic initiative back if you just go to war with them, because then you can only do that through war. That's what I'm trying to say. If you keep pushing
John, let me put it.
what I'm trying to say. That's the
What about
definition of deterrence.
What about in this sense? Russia attacks our systems via the internet. We do the same thing and knock out their power. Are we at war?
No, because there's a threshold of war.
But that's exactly what Grandy was saying. It's the same thing, but in a different form.
But that's not deterrence. That's just hybrid warfare.
But it's still deterrence. It keeps them from acting further if they know we can hit them the same way, if not harder. It still deters Russia from trying to. It does have a level of deterrence if it keeps Russia from pursuing it further. It's not that they haven't done it. It's the next if they do it further. They've already done it. They probed us. They got in. They did what they did. The thing is, will they do it again if they know we can do it and do it worse? Because they can't afford it like we can. And that's the tip. That's the tit for tat and the deterrence. They did something to us. It really didn't do it caused a lot of disruption here, but it didn't deter it didn't bring down the house like they thought it would. But if you do it, it will bring down their house because they won't have power. They won't, they will have real issues, and that keeps them from going further if they know that we can hit that hard. That's really, it's the same thing, but on a different in a different realm. One's electronic, one was kinetic, like you said, bullets. But it's the exact same thing.
I mean, isn't the ultimate deterrence seeing Ukrainian success on the battlefield. If they destroy Russian forces, it means that the West somehow has supplied all the weapons Ukraine needs to win. And a Ukrainian victory is the ultimate deterrence of Russia. That's what the West wants to see.
Wait, I just said that. That's what I was saying. That's deterrence, right? Us gaining back the strategic initiative through arming Ukraine. But putting troops into Ukraine and just fighting the Russians is not deterrence. Even if we win, that doesn't mean we won a war, right? We gain the strategic initiative kinetically, right? But that's not deterrence, because then you didn't deter anything. You didn't deter a war. You didn't deter conflict. And so I think that's where there's a kind of a disconnect. But I don't want to waste anyone's time. I'm sorry.
Well, we should have had some kind of, as Daryl pointed out earlier tonight, there should have been some kind of exercises with Ukraine more than a year ago before Russia invaded. Those exercises could have been mounted in Western Ukraine around Lviv. And if any U.S. soldier was exercising with the Ukrainian counterpart, I don't think Russia would have launched this invasion. And I thought that the point you made, Daryl, earlier tonight was absolutely spectacular.
Well, thank you very much, Alan. Okay. So now we are going to move on from this, Alan. We have Nick, then Medeus, then Oven, then Euler.
I put my hand up earlier when the conversation went past about corn brain work. But oh yeah, no, the people saying we want peace. But I think for a lot of people imagine the war as a bit like a very bad tornado or something. If you're in the middle of a hurricane and you know it's been raging for a couple of days and the roof is flying off the neighbor's sheds, you just want the hurricane to stop. But the model is very simple. When the hurricane stops, maybe a bit of cleaning up, the problem will have gone away. And so for most people, or for many people, I think many comfortable people in the United States, I think many comfortable people now increasingly in Europe, unless you have had, you know, we've got an awful lot of people in Western Europe and in the United States who have neither first nor second-hand experience of war, who don't have, you know, who haven't talked to their grandparents about what it was like being in occupied Europe. And so kind of, you know, occasionally the electricity goes off for half an hour and you go, oh, that's pretty bad. And then you have a storm and the electricity goes off for a couple of days. And that's kind of the worst thing that most people can imagine. And so obviously, you know, from their point of view, if people are dropping bombs on people, that's even worse. That has to stop too. But we don't imagine that there's something even worse than that. We don't imagine that the price of having the hurricane stop, of having the bombs stop, is your freedom, is, you know, occupation by another power, is arbitrary kidnappings and murders and rapes by occupying forces, because that is so far outside the experience of the majority of Western people, the vast majority of Western people, that I think it doesn't even begin to enter their head that there's a possibility that that's what would happen. You know, we have things like, I don't know, strikes or political turmoil, and at the end of the strikes and the political turmoil, well, we have an agreement and we go away and we don't then carry on doing that. And so the idea that when someone is dropping bombs on you, the solution is not that they stop. The solution is not only that they stop dropping bombs on you, and that actually, you know, the amount that you should concede in order for that to happen is probably, don't make those concessions, I think is almost impossible for many people to grasp. I think that's part of our task, is to educate people that while having drones dropping explosives on your head is terrible, and we all wish it would stop, the amount that we should do, or the degree to which we should allow our opponent to say, okay, I will stop if you do X and Y and Z, doesn't mean we should rush for the pen to sign. And that's really quite hard. That's quite hard because I think it's just so far out of the experience of many people. And so I think that's why some people are kind of, look, we just want peace. We want this to stop, is because that's what they would want. They would want it to stop, and they wouldn't think too hard about what the consequences would be of stopping under the wrong conditions. So that was just what occurred to me when that discussion went past.
Yeah, I really wish Randy had stayed up. He follows public opinion about such matters, Nick, and maybe we can address that later tonight. And we do have a lot of news to cover tonight, Daryl, after we go through these hands. An increase in, or a potential increase in German defense spending for the benefit of Ukraine, action in the UN Security Council regarding Russia's request for an investigation of the Nord Stream sabotage. It was denied, but we'll get into that a little bit later. And of course, continuing coverage of the Shahed attacks in Ukraine tonight. More than an hour ago, all the air raid sirens went quiet in Ukraine, and that's good news. And so I think, Daryl, we have, I see Mados has put his hand down. He may still want to go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Mados.
Hello. Good morning. Yes, I think so. It's very sad that these families, clans, are bombing from Africa to Syria to now Ukraine, everywhere. That's only, I think that's not my topic. I'm only searching FSB. I'm refugee, 81 years from GDR. We came from Lithuania. We flew, then Poland, Polska, no, and then GDR, and then the Stasi, KGB killed my father. That's not the topic, yes. So yes, I'm over it, but only families and clans. I only want to talk, to tell that I'm searching KGB, FSB, or ex-KGB, FSB girls. They could be unkempt and unshaved. I'm waiting. Yes, that's only that stuff.
Okay, thank you.
No, you're welcome.
And on to Oyvind and then to Euler.
Oyvind. Hello, Oyvind.
Well, I guess we'll come back to Oyvind and go on to Euler.
Good day, folks. Just to add one note on the discussion regarding escalation. Deterrence. Of course, one needs to keep in mind that China is keeping a keen eye on the outcomes of, the outcomes of how the world responds to the invasion of Ukraine. So even a direct kinetic outcome that might be seen as a war will still have a future deterrence effect on China not, deciding to invade Taiwan. Just a second question. One of the gentlemen mentioned artificial intelligence being deployed for drone targeting. I'm curious if they have some links. That's actually my field of research is machine vision. So I was curious if they have some links that I could have a look at.
So I didn't quite catch your first question, Euler, regarding China and Taiwan. Regarding
Okay, it's more a point than a question. The point is that the deterrence does fall even outside the immediate war between Ukraine and Russia. The outcome also serves as a deterrence for future conflicts, namely China and Taiwan, due to the similarity between these two things.
I think that's possibly true. You just don't know how China's ambitions are going to be are going to unfold in the future. I don't think that a Ukrainian defeat of Russia completely deters China from their wish to envelop Taiwan. I just don't think that necessarily follows. In
No, I don't
terms of
disagree with that. I don't disagree with that, but I do think it will give them pause.
Can I just sorry, just for that talker there, Trent, Trent, Telenko, Teln, Telenko, and he's got a thread. It's about 4 posts down on his Twitter space, and it's a fairly. They're taking 31,500 AI curated photos in a very short period of time. And then going through with AI, that'll give you that information. Sorry to step in there, Alan. I'll step down.
Fantastic. Thank you.
That could be the answer you're looking for, Euler. So thank you, Aaron, about AI. Is that indeed what you were looking for, Euler?
Yeah, it was 2 disjoint comments. The second comment was regarding the AI, and the first one was regarding deterrence. But I think we've covered it. Thank you.
Thank you. Oyvind, go ahead, please.
Yeah, it was finger trouble. I just read from Chuck that Russian troops in Andvika have used K-51 chemical grenades, CS/tear gas, several locations. And my question now is, do the Ukrainian troops have all standard gas mask as part of their equipment?
So far as I know, the Ukrainian troops do have gas masks. What is the source of that information, Oyvind?
It comes from Chuck Farrer.
I will take a look at that. I haven't seen it. I follow Chuck closely, but just haven't had a chance to see what Chuck is posting tonight.
It's very fresh. It's about 10 to 12 minutes ago.
Look like you need to go check, Alan.
I sure do.
You go check, and I'll hang out while you go look that up. Look for that. Meanwhile, there we go. Meanwhile, everyone, if you would, it's been a minute since Alan did his commercial. Please retweet the space. Let everyone know we're here. We have a couple of things we're going to cover later about what's going on in Ukraine. The drones, the weapons that have come in, possible aircraft. There's a couple of things Alan's got on the plate. So if you would, please retweet the space. And also, too, please go to MriyaReport.org and give what you can. They are doing fabulous work. everybody there it's a nonprofit, first of all. The aid that they send are things that the Ukrainian soldiers are requesting. It is not a blank list of things that they just send over. They are sending gear that the Ukrainian soldiers are asking for, which is very important. Everybody is always, you've seen when people, they get big donation drives and everybody just brings what's left over in their homes or what have you. Yeah, you have good people that bring good stuff. But, you know, it is not that type of drive that they do. They get things the Ukrainian soldiers are requesting. And if you would, please donate and help out. They have different drives sometimes for different items. Um, and it's because there's something special, something that may cost out of the ordinary, and they are trying to get it for them, and they depend on us. So if you would, please go there and give. And if you got time, go to MriyaReport.org and check out our website. If you need to go back and listen to a segment with a special guest, you can find our link to the Spotify account there. And that will be something to help you stay abreast while you travel, while you are laying out on the beach and you're not necessarily listening to the ocean waves. Um, it- they're just very, very informative and they're great to have. Okay. So please retweet the space and visit the website. Thank you. And I see Madeus came up. Go ahead, Madeus.
Yes, hello. And I should tell you something. I got messages from Iowa, or not Iowa, Ohio, before the train stations. I don't know anybody from America, you know. I'm from other things. No, I
Madeus,
love America.
what's
But hey,
Madeus,
yes, let me tell me. Before Ohio, the train
Madeus,
station, I got a call. I got a call. The train accident. Yes, and got a call. I can post you it laterly. The second time from Winoa, Iowa, and New York, and now from Quebec. And I like to let him should know that it's not important where you are, anywhere, anytime, or who you are, sorry, very sorry. That's not only that. I'm posting that, okay? Wait a moment.
Yeah, so Daryl, I am looking at Chuck Farrer's post about Avdiivka, and as Oyvind told us, Chuck has posted about the Russian use of tear gas in Avdiivka. It was used in a failed attack, but I believe this would be the first use of tear gas on the battlefield in Ukraine. And well, as I say, I mean, Chuck will be here tomorrow night, Tuesday night, for bullet points. We really will want to take this up with him. I'm sure I'll have more news about this later tonight or tomorrow morning. But I also think it's a relatively disturbing report that the Russians, tear gas is a chemical weapon. Russians are deploying this weapon on the battlefield.
To be honest, I don't think tear gas is. We'd have to check. I'd have to check it, but I don't know if it is considered a chemical weapon. You can use it to harass, but I don't know about that, Alan. But if it's the little white container, was it just a little silver container with a white it's like a white covering that they were dropping out of a drone? Is that the one that you're talking about?
That I don't know. Chuck described it as CS, which I think is just the general acronym for tear gas. But I don't know.
Yeah, that's the same gas that we use to train on, CS gas. What it does is it causes your membranes to run, like your nose, your eyes water. It basically will disable you to a point. It will choke you. If you're really close or asthmatic, it can be pretty hazardous to you because everything is going off at the same time. Dr. Nick, she knows a lot about this too because she's experienced it. Uh, but I don't know if they consider it a chemical in the sense of uh, like using Novichok or nerve agents and things of that nature.
Well, the good news from Avdiivka tonight from Chuck Farrer. The bad news is the Russian use of tear gas. The good news is that Russians suffered 600 casualties in failed attacks around Avdiivka. But again, the first use of tear gas, whether you consider it a chemical weapon or not, it is a milestone in what Russia is the tactics Russia is using in Ukraine in this war. Well, let's hear from Oyvind and then from Nick and then from Leeway. Oyvind?
The Russian Mobics, they are very poor equipped. So if they start using tear gas and Ukraine do the same, I think it backfire on them.
It all depends on the direction of the wind, as it also depended in World War I. But I think you're right. I think it will backfire on the Russians. I agree with you, Oyvind.
Okay, I just looked it up, Alan. It is, believe it or not, it is considered a chemical agent, chemical warfare. Um, I didn't think it was because of the nature of what it is. It's more of a crowd control thing, but yeah, it is considered a chemical agent.
I just took a stab at that, Daryl, but I thought that it was considered a chemical agent, and so as I say, this is a line that Russia has crossed now in this war. Let's wait and see what happens, I guess.
I think the use of, believe it or not, though, I think the use of them using the thermite and the Willie Peter probably would be more dangerous than this stuff, though. Just to be honest with you, they burn, especially if Willie Peter touches you. That to me, even though it's not considered a chemical, it does more damage than the CS gas.
So, when would you use tear gas on a battlefield, Daryl? Is this a last measure? How do you determine the right time to use tear gas? Does this indicate some kind of desperation on the part of Russian forces in Avdiivka?
What I would say is, if you're in close contact, um, it would disable the other side temporarily. It's not necessarily going to kill anybody, but it will disable them enough for you to come in and subdue and or take out. But it does not necessarily lead to permanent damage, as a lot of what we think of as real chemicals, which are attack the nervous system, the respiratory system, to the point where you bleed out the lung, things of that nature.
Just you blow lots of snot.
I can't believe this is how you kids talk to your friends. This
Hello?
is talking.
Steve, hold on, please. If you have a question, raise your hand. Here's how you do it. Tap the heart plus icon at the bottom right side of your phone screen. Look for the raised hand, just as we have 4 other raised hands in the space here. So you raise your hand, we'll get to you in order. One thing I'm going to say about Avdiivka, Daryl, and the use of tear gas, the Russians used it and still failed in their attacks. So who knows how the tear gas affected troops on the field? Maybe it didn't affect Ukrainians at all because they're equipped with gas masks. Maybe it blew back on Russian troops.
Well, see, that was what I was going to lead to. What is the prevailing wind? Because if they shot it and it blew right back on them because of prevailing winds, that was not the way. That was not a way to do this. That is usually you get weather reports before you start throwing this kind of stuff up.
Well, the least you can do is wet your finger and hold it up in the air and see which way the wind is blowing. But maybe even Russians don't know how to do that.
They stuck that finger somewhere else.
Oh, Daryl.
Go ahead, Randy. Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, I think I'm maybe the only one here that's been trained to use tear gas in combat and infantry officer school. Way back in the day, we would use it to, it was the prep for assault, especially trenches, because it will sink in the trenches. It wasn't really the health effects. It was the coughing and irritation and forcing the enemy to put on gas mask. And then when you're attacking, their vision is impaired. They're more disorganized. It's harder for them to command and control is more difficult for their NCOs and squad leaders because everybody's got masks on. And it was a technique not to, not kill unusually sensitive people with respiratory issues or even irritate. It was to force them to put on the chemical weapon protection stuff, gas mask, because that would impede their combat effectiveness. Now, it is a chemical agent. Whether it's banned under the chemical weapon treaty, I would have to check. I am suspicious that it is not, because it is used in crowd. It is, okay. After my time, but I was taught before the treaty that's how you would use it. So they were obviously trying to clear out. My guess is they were trying to clear out a Ukrainian trench system, and they thought tear gas would be a good idea.
So Randy, to the best of my knowledge, there aren't a lot of trenches in the Avdiivka theater of operation, and as you say, so tear gas sinks into the trenches. Tear gas is heavier than air. Is that right?
I believe so.
So why else would you use it if you're not clearing out a trench? Why are you using tear gas?
Well, in a built-up area in buildings, you could, create confusion. Part of it, and then there's an element. There'll be a certain number of troops when there's gas in the air, they don't know what it is. Remember that. And there'll be, 1 out of 10 may panic because they think it's something worse and cause people to just not perform their duties or be frantic with their squad leader about what do we do? It's gas, it's gas, it's gas. So it can be a psychological impact as well. But it's not. We never trained that it was some kind of big wonderful weapon that would make us let us take the machine guns on the hill. No, it was just one tool when I was in.
Okay, Dr. Nick, go ahead.
So, Daryl, do you remember in boot camp, not only the gas chamber, but kind of speaking to what Randy was talking about, did y'all have to do the like out at weapons battalion, the doing like the range with the mask gas, the gas mask on. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah,
Okay, you
oh yeah,
remember how
and
hard it was to fight?
you had to march with it, and then you fought, then you fired with it.
Right. Do you remember how hard it was, particularly to fire with that thing? I mean,
When
it.
I went in the summertime. So what does that
Yeah,
tell
me
you?
too.
I went in the summertime. It was very hot. If you were lucky if it wasn't clouding on you.
Right.
Just from so yes, I do remember.
Well, and particular. Well, I don't know. Like, especially a lot of us girls, our heads are kind of small in comparison to some of y'all big-headed boys, right? Some of you jarhead boys. All right.
All
I
right
mean, I guess
then.
all of us are
All right then.
jarheads, but you know what I'm saying. And so it kind of would kept slipping on our heads, and so when you're trying to fire, it just, it we were having a hard time, especially, but between it fogging up on us and those of us who had to wear, our BC glasses and everything, it was just a disaster. So kind of speaking to what Randy's talking about, having to wear these things, with them fogging up on you, they're hot, especially if you had to wear those, birth control glasses and everything else. And, it was very disorienting, just that alone. And then imagine if any of that gas did somehow get up underneath it or whatever. I don't know. But, uh, or if you still had some snot on you or whatever. I don't even know. But anyway, so just, yeah, just bad times. It was just bad times having to deal with those things. So I can imagine that would be something that they're trying to figure into that calculus. But no doubt, kind of thinking about what Alan was thinking was exactly kind of what I was thinking, is that they probably weren't, didn't have somebody who was really thinking about the air and which direction it was going. And sometimes the air can suddenly go in the different direction too. So who knows?
Birth control glasses, Dr. Nick?
Yes.
If
Yes.
if you
Yes.
if you if you need to have a talk about birth control, let me know.
No, Daryl, do you want to explain this? You
B
know what I'm
B
talking about.
BCGs.
That's
Yes.
right, B.
Birth control glasses are those black rim square glasses that you see. If you've ever seen newly graduated troops come out of boot camp, they all have the same black glasses on. And that's what they call birth control glasses because they're not designed to be very fashionable. They're functional, and that's it. They're functional glasses. That's it.
Sometimes they were tortoise brown. You
Wait a
got
minute. Wait.
whatever.
No, no, no,
Yes,
no,
yes,
no.
yes. When I was in, sometimes there were, it's like some of us got tortoise brown, some of us got black. It
No.
depended on whatever they handed you.
Uniformity. When I was in cooking,
I'm serious.
uniformity
No, I'm
meant that
serious.
everybody had black.
I didn't get the
You
brown, but I remember there was a couple of girls that got tortoise brown in my platoon.
No, uniformity said black. Everybody had black glasses. If you wore glasses, you had these black rim glasses.
Yeah,
They
I
were
I got the black
standard
rim
issue.
glasses, but I'm saying there was a couple of girls that had tortoise brown, and I don't know if they were shipped into that when I was in, but a couple of girls had gotten brown in my platoon, which was weird
If you
because I'm serious.
if you were male, I would have
I
asked
don't know.
you,
Let's
did you go to
we
Hollywood?
need to look at this
No,
and see if I know that. I need to see if they were shipped into that. They were the same shape though. They were that exact same, like.
if you were a male Marine, I would have asked you, did you go to Hollywood? With those with the tortoise shell glasses, I would have asked you,
I'm
were you a Hollywood Marine?
they were the same shape though. They were that same ugly square kind of, like, like a rectangular shape, but they were like the tortoise brown. It was
So,
weird.
Dr. Nick, Daryl, I know exactly what you're talking about. These are glasses that come with a strap you can tighten behind your head. I wore them when I played basketball, I'm pretty sure. And if only I had worn my mouth guard the day I had my teeth knocked out, because as a little guy under the basket going after a basketball I should have paid no attention to, I'd have a better smile today. But
All,
that's that's too much information, I know.
all right,
Let me,
Alan. Go ahead, Randy.
I'm just going to say, I'm a lawyer, and you know what lawyers use for birth control? Their personalities.
Oh, nice.
Oh Lord. Anyway, we got Nick. He's been waiting up here for us.
Yeah, so a few points on it. I mean, regarding the wind, the prevailing wind in most of Europe is west to east, but we don't know what the wind was on the ground. Maybe the Russians saw that it was blowing the other way on this occasion and decided to take advantage of it.
The thing is, if the wind was blowing too hard, that could have made it ineffective as well.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what happened, but if you're going to use these things, they're going to be fairly imprecise weapons. I tend to see it as a good thing. I'd much rather that the enemy was firing non-lethal stuff at me than lethal stuff, but whatever. I think we're going to have trouble making out that this is kind of any particular major crime against humanity, in that CS gas and tear gas is widely used by police departments. In fact, I've been the victim of tear gas myself on a tram going through downtown in a French town one evening, and there was some kind of demonstration going on that had not been particularly well planned, and so the trams were still running. The tram stopped at the stop, the doors opened, and a tear gas grenade went off about 5 or 10 meters away, and the passengers were treated to a fairly solid dose of it. It's fairly unpleasant. I found, and I have tweeted my top tweet on my current first tweet, a very interesting article from New York University, or part of New York University, a security department, and discussing the Chemical Weapons Convention. So the Geneva Protocol, which banned most poison gases after the First World War, and the 1993 Chemical Weapons Convention, which treats CS gas as a banned chemical agent, despite the fact that it's essentially not lethal. The principal opponent of the position that CS gas is a chemical weapon, and therefore, by extension, the principal state that explicitly argues that it should be allowed on the battlefield, is the United States, which, when the US ratified the Chemical Weapons Convention, the Senate asked the president to include a clause saying that the United States does not recognize riot control agents as chemical weapons. The Chemical Weapons Convention organization itself says that such reservations are void, and so there is a series of legal niceties between the United States and the organization that monitors the Chemical Weapons Convention as to whether or not tear gas is a chemical weapon. As I say, personally, I suspect it's one of these things where there would have been a long discussion. Someone would have said, well, on the one hand, it doesn't kill people. And then someone would have said, yes, but it's a fairly unpleasant, toxic gas. And if we start making exceptions for one not especially lethal, with an LD50 of an enormous number, then, where are we going to stop? So I presume that it's there, but I don't think anyone's going to be sent to the Hague for firing a tear gas cartridge during an assault. Weapons, probably not. I tend to see it more as, what else? Why? If you're reduced to using that to clear a trench, it's probably because you don't have a tank, and appropriate other support available to do it. So I tend to see it as a sign of weakness, and I don't. The newspapers will have a field day with it. I think we can look forward to a couple of days of intense speculation as to whether, as well as firing nukes at us from Belarus, whether Putin is now going to fire sarin at us from Belarus. So we can look forward to 2 or 3 days of breathless speculation in order to attract clicks and sell newspapers. But ultimately, it, as I say, I think it's one of these things where the chemical weapons people will tut, but I don't think anybody thinks that this is the kind of thing that was going to provoke a major NATO reaction.
Well, it may not elicit a major NATO reaction, Nick, but I would not underrate the use of tear gas on the battlefield by Russia for a number of reasons. Number one, I think it demonstrates a kind of desperation the Russians are having on the battlefield. Number two, regardless of whether the United States agrees that this is a legitimately banned weapon on the battlefield, hundreds of nations, correct me if I'm wrong, but hundreds of nations have agreed to this ban. Isn't that right?
Well, there are only about 190 nations in the world, so pretty well everyone signed it. Yes, there is a. I looked down the list of signatories, and there were no obvious ones missing.
Did Russia sign it?
Yep, and Ukraine, and I mean, and the United States. It's just as I say, the United States, it has an imaginary exception for CS gas, but it is true that if this does escalate rhetorically, it is true that if the United States condemns the use of CS gas by Russian troops, who Russia doesn't claim an exemption for that, it is true that there will be some PR issues with any American claim that the use of the battlefield use of CS gas is somehow inherently unacceptable because of this. It would seem to me that one or two what countries may sort of go, yeah. 193 states, 98% of the global population. Now, I thought there was about 197 states in the world, because it's like there's 193 UN member countries, but basically everybody, basically, and 98% of the global population. So that tells you that China has ratified it. It would take me a minute or two to sort of run a list of all the member states of the convention versus all the member states of the United Nations, but pretty well all of them.
So at worst, Nick, this is simply another example of a treaty Russia has signed that it breaks.
Indeed. Oh yes, indeed. Yes, I think that's possibly the single best lesson out of this. It's like, oh, someone would have said, well, should we use CS gas? And I can see how it would be useful if you're assaulting a trench to sort of, in addition, have the defenders coughing a lot, or as someone said, forced to wear gas masks. But I mean, in order to issue the CS gas to the troops, I don't know whether they will have used some kind of launcher. The riot police typically, I think, use launchers, or whether they'll have just thrown them like hand grenades. But certainly this chemical will have had to have been issued to the troops, and so there will be an interesting question for most of the world to ask, to say, well, why was this available? Now, of course, they might have just picked it up at the police department in the nearby town, because I imagine that the Ukrainian police, well, we probably saw at Maidan, I imagine the Ukrainian police, like the Russian police and indeed the French and German police, have a decent stock of CS gas. So it may not be that Russia has a huge industry manufacturing it for military use, but
Nick,
you're right,
Nick,
it shouldn't have been issued. Yeah,
Nick, it doesn't matter where the hell they found it. It really doesn't. What matters is the fact they used it. And I think there's a very good chance Russia has a good supply of tear gas and other chemical weapons. And I'm sure that Russia has tear gas in every occupied city in Ukraine.
Oh, very much so, yes.
Just in case, right? I mean, we'll follow the story. Chuck will be here tomorrow night. I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about it. Tear gas is nasty. The important point here also is Russia used tear gas apparently on the battlefield in Avdiivka and still failed with their attacks and suffered 600 casualties. They must be doing something wrong. So let's just move on to some additional hands. And I think the order might be Oyvind.
Yes.
Aaron?
No, you got Prince. She was here, and then
Prince.
Can I swap in here, because I have found an interesting article from Forbes on the November 1st.
Jump in, Oyvind.
The first official confirmed incident happened on September 23, when drones operated by Russian-backed forces dropped grenades containing an unidentified chemical agent. Combat medics treated those affected, and there were no casualties. In a second incident on October the 12th, Ukrainian General Staff issued an image of a Russian-operated quadrocopter brought down by electronic jamming carrying a K-51 grenade. This is a type filled with irritant chemical. This substance involved in the first event was initially misidentified. One report described the chemical as chlorine, and several others chloropyrene, a chemical agent used by Russia in World War I. Both of these agents cause burning and irritating sensation in the eyes and throat, so it's easy to see how mistake could be made. In fact, the K-51 is a riot control grenade producing CS gas, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So they have done it before.
And where did they drop these grenades, Oyvind?
That they didn't say, but
happened, Alan. It was a while ago, and some of the guys, they had like burns on their skin, and they were transported back, and that was one of the first instances. Yeah, I do remember it, and I do remember the pictures of the soldiers. They had like some of them had like blistering, but mostly it was like reddish skin where it was irritated. Is what happened to them. And some of the guys, I'm trying to remember if their eyes, they had water eyes and other things, but I do remember it did cause some issues on the skin to these guys. And nobody knew where it happened, where they got it from, because there was no widespread use of it in that area. But those guys, there was a small group. They were affected by something, and they didn't know what it was.
Given how unpleasant it was on my lungs when we were exposed to it from a few meters away, I can well imagine that the actual I believe it's a liquid in the grenade. If it got onto your skin, would probably be pretty unpleasant for non-mucous membranes too. Yes, so if you wouldn't normally expect when law enforcement deploys tear gas, they try not to kind of have a direct hit apart from anything else. The canister's moving at quite a speed. They want the canister to kind of explode in the middle of a crowd. I don't know if you remember seeing the when there were the riots in Hong Kong, and the students who were demonstrating had some very clever ways of quickly capturing the CS gas canister before it exploded or before it burst. Do you remember that, Alan? They were they putting a bucket on top of it? They had something very clever, and it was just kind of completely disarming this in a couple of seconds.
Yes, demonstrators have become very astute at at controlling tear gas aimed at them. Not only do they demonstrate with handkerchiefs and that are wet with water to cover their nose and mouth, but they did cover some of these canisters with buckets, or they quickly picked them up off the ground and threw them back towards the police.
Traffic cones is the other one I was looking for. A traffic cone can very easily be stopped up at the top, and then you can just drop it down. And there's quite often a lot of traffic cones around when there's a riot, because the police have planned for the parking and everything. I remember now, traffic cones.
Okay, so Prince, and then Aaron, Euler, and Leeway, I believe. Prince, go ahead.
Oh, there were a lot. I mean, I've seen tear gas thrown so much, it's insane. But there were a lot of there was a lot of tear gas in 2020 in Portland, Oregon. Let's put it that way. And
Sure that wasn't that other smoke?
what?
Prince? You sure that wasn't that other
I
smoke?
am 100% positive. I am 100% positive because they when the protesters, after things would die down a little bit, they would go around and collect the empty canisters, and they collected these canisters, and they had an entire spreadsheet of the names of them and their expiration dates and all kinds of stuff. And they were pissed off because not only were they throwing tear gas at the protesters, they were throwing expired tear gas after the protesters, and they felt like they were being severely abused because a weapon that was not even legal in war was being used against the protesters. So it's a very interesting subject, and I think that we can go back months in this invasion and see it all the way back to the earlier days, including possibly in MriyaReport. So that's pretty much what I was going to say about that, other than just to let you old Marines know that I do have a friend who went through Air Force boot camp in the last few years, and they put them in a room, and they got to wear their gas masks to begin with, but then they threw tear gas in it, and they had to take off their masks and do some stuff in order to be able to get out of the room. So it's still
That's procedure.
What
You have to sing the Marine Corps hymn.
is that? What you had to do?
It was something to that effect. I'm trying to
Yes.
remember exactly.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you had to sing something crazy.
Yeah, we had to sing the Marine Corps hymn before we could leave.
So, Daryl, I don't know if Steve and Dr. Nick are cycling for you. They are for me. I don't see them up yet as speakers.
No, Dr. Nick is talking.
I can't hear her, so I'm going to recycle.
Okay.
Can I just say one thing really quick? There is
Go ahead,
there
Prince.
is no space in the world, no place in the world where you can spend time and listen to a professor and a doctor appropriately use the word yeet repeatedly. I love you, Dr. Nick. That's all I got to say for today.
Oh, thank you so much. You can thank my daughter for that because she used to say that word all the time, and it just sort of like, I don't know, grew on me. And I used to hate it at first, but then I realized that, that's actually kind of that word is actually kind of it could be useful. It could be very parsimonious to describe certain instances of words yeeting out of your brain. So, yeah. Anyway,
I had to
thank you though, Prince.
anytime. I had to explain it to Daryl or last week or something like that, which was absolutely a lot of fun. So I love you guys. I'm gonna go get ready to co-host in a couple hours.
See you later, Prince.
All right.
It takes you 2 hours to get ready to co-host. That's
Oh gosh, Nick.
Not even. I've been doing it since I got up this morning, truth be told. I just have some finishing touches to do, and a little break to take. So yeah.
She does a fantastic job every time she's up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All right. I'm gonna continue on. We got our idle banter out of the way. I'm gonna go over.
Okay, back to that articles from Forbes. It's also say that in Syria, Russia used some chemical attacks involved a mixture of tear gas and nerve agents, spreading uncertainty and making forensic analysis difficult. If tear gas attacks become routine, separating out much harder.
So they did a combination.
Daryl, I think Nick has a hot mic, and he's no longer with us. And you have.
I don't. Nope. My mic was off.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
turning it back off.
not you, not you, Nick.
Oh,
Did you catch what I read?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
They use two different substances together to mask the effects of being able to detect.
And also to camouflage the nerve agents.
That could get nasty. That could be real nasty if they start doing that on the battlefield. Because that to me would be escalatory. I mean, far beyond the rest of the stuff that they are doing. Those items have been made illegal around the world, and but again, it's Russia.
I think I read that nerve agents were included in the sort of stiff talking to that the U.S. administration gave to Putin right at the start of the war, in terms of not using tactical nukes. I think nerve agents were included in that.
Yeah, I think Britain was the very first one, though. Am I right, Nick? Britain was the first to issue the don't FO and find out.
I don't know, but I mean, I think this is the kind of thing that Putin probably needed to hear from the US. I mean, the UK will have lots of countries will have said that, but I think in terms of the bilateral contacts that we know there are between senior Russian defense people and senior US defense and state people, I'm pretty sure that that it will have been made clear to. In the same way, you know, we know pretty much that in the event of any form of usage of a tactical nuke, that NATO will be taking out with targets across Russia with a massive conventional strike. And I'm pretty sure that the similar warning would have been given about chemical agents. Although in the case of chemical agents, I would still be a little bit worried about Russia's ability to salami slice. You know, with the odd incident and the odd deniability, it is difficult. But I'm pretty sure that the Americans will have included that in the general package. Exactly to what extent they can reply, in you know what they could reply to, I don't know, a company level chemical attack. Not sure. You know, you'd have a pretty high standard for proof before going to that. But it would be I think for the moment we have to kind of we don't want to get too much into speculation has been used. So I think for the sake of the nerves of listeners, we might want to wait for Chuck as a minimum, let's say.
So, Daryl, I'm just going to flip a coin and say Aaron, then Euler.
Thanks, Alan. I noticed one article stating that since we're talking about chemical weapons, the Russians have used the Baltic Sea as a dumping ground for all their mustard gas from World War One, and there's tons and tons of this mustard gas located very close to the Nord Stream pipeline. And with the it's not just mustard gas. Sounds like there's a bit of a toxic sludge at the bottom of the Baltic Sea of heavy chemicals. And there's been some worries that the gas clouds from the Nord Stream explosion has disrupted some of this stuff, and there are clouds of it floating around Europe in different areas. So, yeah, good on Russia for dumping all their bloody mustard gas in the ocean. I'll step down. Thanks.
Let me ask you a question. How would a gas that's floating to the top dislodge in the Baltic down? How would it dislodge it?
I assume you've got a whole lot of gas just bubbling up to the surface. So it's just being lifted off the bottom of the ocean with that release of natural gas, which is going into the atmosphere, which isn't great in itself, because it's not great for global warming and so forth. But it would be just disrupting all the sediment at the bottom and lifting it up, and then carrying that in whatever particles are light enough to travel with it up into the atmosphere. So I'd have to find the article. I'm not a scientist, but I can try and find it and see what they say. I'll get back to you.
Yeah, I try to find it, Aaron. I think bringing that kind of topic up requires first that you have the article in hand. I just find this a little doubtful, and I'm not a scientist either. Euler, go ahead, please.
Okay, so a few points, if you bear with me. It's mostly just facts around the current discussion around chemical weapons, riot control agents. So in reverse order, so the mustard gas discussion, it's not really a gas, it's actually a colorless, odorless, oily liquid. For what that's worth, it's not a gas. Regarding the use of riot control agents in wartime, unfortunately, I couldn't find the source where I read this, but basically, one of the reasons that it gets used is to either encourage the removal or discourage the application of the CBRA and PPE. So what that means is if you, for example, deploy something like Adam's sight or chloropicrin, which are things that induce vomiting, it makes it hard to keep your masks on. So if you follow up with nerve agents after applying a riot control agent like that, it makes the nerve agents more effective because it's actually discouraging the application of equipment that will protect you from these nerve agents. A discussion that was had a while back on this space with John Spencer also related to the question on riot control agents in urban warfare. And he did mention that part of what it makes effective is it sort of just seeps into the crevices of where the soldiers would take refuge and fight from, and will effectively flush them out. Then lastly, on just a factual basis, CS gas, although it is regularly used, it's not as benign as one thinks. Based on the CDC website, it can actually lead to permanent disability and chemical burns and blindness and so on. So it's not as benign as one thinks it is. That's all I wanted to mention.
Thank you, Euler. Good information. Thank you very much. This would be a great time just for me to mention. This is MriyaReport.org. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you news from Ukraine, news about the war, news about what is happening in Ukrainian cities. Please retweet this space, bring others here. More than 60,000 people now follow Maria Report. The reason why is because people like you have retweeted this space and informed others that only at Maria Report can you get the kind of news you are looking for about Ukraine. After you retweet Maria Report, please take a moment and visit MriyaAid.org. It's MriyaAid.org. Make a contribution to send humanitarian supplies to Ukraine and to send life-saving supplies to soldiers on the front lines. These are medical supplies urgently needed by the soldiers defending their freedom, their country, their families. Please do this tonight. It is 8:06. That's well, it's now 8:07. 20:07 here on the East Coast of the United States and in parts of Canada, not Atlantic Canada. And that must mean it is 0300, a little after 0300 in Kyiv, Daryl. Do I have my time zones right?
It's 3 a.m. in Kyiv right now.
3:07.
I'm pulling
Yep.
it up in here, Alan.
Yep, it's 3:07. Damn,
Yes.
I got it right first try. Nick, thank you very much. It's all because of your tutoring about time zones around the world. And Nick, just to put you on the spot, what time is it in American Samoa? Yeah, I didn't think so. I'm just kidding.
All right, just to continue on, it's 12:08 in UTC, 1:08 in London. Of course, it's 20:08 here in New York, and then it's 17:08 on the West Coast. And I guess I need to add Auckland or somewhere like that for Will, because Will is gonna be like kind of getting mad at me because we don't add Auckland to it.
No, in Perth, Daryl, it's already next. It's already next week.
Yeah, next week. That's it. Let's see, Perth. We are looking at 8:08 in the morning in Perth tomorrow.
Hey, look, we have Snuff with us.
Yes, we got Snuff.
Hi, Snuff. How are you?
Hi, missed me?
Hey, good morning, Sergey.
Always do.
I think I missed the main part of conversation. Looks like it was about Russians usage of chemical weapons, right?
Well, we talked about the Russians using tear gas in Avdiivka. Yes.
First of all, they are not using it in Avdiivka first. They've been using it in Mariupol as well. They are using it just right now within the front line near Bakhmut. They're using it, by the way, using also drones. They just drop gas grenades. So they are using it all the time. You shouldn't be surprised. I think that so my conclusion is that you guys thought that Avdiivka is the very first place where they decided to use chemical weapon. No, no,
No, no,
no.
yeah, they used phosphorus in Mariupol. It looked like, right?
Not only phosphorus. They used chemical weapon as is in barrels. They dropped it from aircraft, and when the smoke of chemical weapon went down, then soldiers came in. They did
Oh,
it.
right. I remember something from Avasol. Some of the soldiers. I remember this now. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is not very first time. They're using it all the time, dropping gas grenades, using the drones. So and it happens in the night. So they are using thermal drones, which just float to the trenches, and they drop it to the trenches, and then after that they bomb it with everything they have. So
Hey,
they
Snuff, do you have a gas mask? Does everyone in the Ukrainian army on the front line have a gas mask and 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 equipment to defend against chemical?
frankly saying, nobody had it, but but I already do. I mean, no one had an idea that they are going to use a chemical weapon. It was just crazy to think that they are going to use chemical weapons, but they do. They do, and they do it absolutely cruel way, and absolutely cowardly, and they never recognize it. Regarding phosphorus, phosphorus is not, it's just nothing. Phosphorus is just, it's like a rain. You're not surprised by a rain, right? So nobody is surprised by phosphorus. But a chemical weapon had been used in Mariupol. And it was used in large, I would say, in large scale. It was used in large scales. So they were dropping those barrels with the chemical weapon within whole blocks. And after so how actually it happened? They dropped those barrels with the chemical weapon. Smoke goes out, and after smoke goes down, then Russian infantry goes in just to clear the area.
And Snuff, are the Russian troops wearing gas masks? Are they wearing?
I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure. Especially given how they equipped latest Пополнение. Latest replenishment, reinforcement. So they've got reinforcement all the time, right? They've got hidden mobilization. In truth, they said they officially said that they are going to mobilize just 300,000 of people, but in reality, most of 500,000 were mobilized, and sometimes everything what those soldiers get is just AK-47s and helmets made of metal in 50s. That's it.
So they're not very well equipped.
They're not really. I'm talking about so-called meat waves. I've told you about meat waves. They are using meat waves. They are using not equipped, not trained meat wave. Meat wave number one goes. It compromises Ukrainian fire positions. Then meat when number two goes. Ukrainian fire positions are compromised already, but ammunition is you always need you always need more. And then on the third wave, they put more professional guys.
And how do those professional soldiers that Russia deploys in the third wave, how do they attack differently than the Mobics in the first two waves?
It's very easy to distinguish how they move, how they cooperate to each other, how they equipped, what weapons they have. It's very to distinguish Mobic from third wave guy. You need all you need is just eyes. You don't have to be a specialist.
So in the third wave, the trained Russian soldiers, more professional, are moving together, seeking cover, and advancing as you would be trained to advance. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but anyways, they have big casualties.
Yes. Today in Avdiivka, it's been reported that Russians suffered only in Avdiivka 600 casualties, killed and wounded.
Avdiivka was held since 2015, and believe me, I've been there, and this is I know. I wouldn't say it's fortress, but if you could see how many engineer secrets it has, trenches and so on, you would be delighted.
These are Ukrainian trenches for defense.
Yes, exactly right. Exactly right. I've been in Avdiivka. In Avdiivka, I've been at the place of, where, for example, between our positions and their positions were just like maybe 40 meters or something like this, and that part of Avdiivka, which is industrial, it was it was held partially by Ukrainian soldiers and Russians, and some of barracks, barracks for big tractors, not for soldiers. Some of barracks, they were held by them, and um, uh, I must admit I had fun over there. I shot there from a slingshot.
A slingshot being a drone?
No, slingshot, just slingshot. Slingshot would have made with a stone.
A slingshot. So truly a David and Goliath confrontation. I mean, 40 meters, you're basically face to face.
Yes, absolutely right. And that was, it was kind of kind of hooliganism. I mean, when you throw the stone from the slingshot and it goes down somewhere on the barrack made of metal, they have no idea what the hell is this, and they are starting to shoot everywhere.
So you use the slingshot to make Russians reveal where they are.
Not reveal, to make them nervous and to make us fun.
That is amazing. Throwing a slingshot in on such a battlefield, just that's an amazing story.
I always carried a slingshot on my vest, on my armored vest, and all journalists, they were asking me, what is this for? What is this for? I said that I used to say that this is actually for agreements of Minsk, and just in case, this is kind of the weapon of the last hope.
Well, we hope you don't have to use that weapon of last hope, aside from fun.
Unfortunately, I do not carry it anymore with me because I'm full of another equipment. It was a time when I could afford it, but at the moment, unfortunately not. And by the way, as for supplements, you mentioned medical supplements for Ukrainian soldiers. No, I already told here, and let me please repeat if you don't mind. Not only about medical supplies, but also about uh, vest with full protection. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, bulletproof vests.
Not just bulletproof vest. I'm talking about vests like for example,
Plate carriers.
No plate carriers. Plate carrier is evil. No plate carriers. I'm talking about vests, like for example, IOTV. So it means the vest which made of Kevlar is aramid material, and it gives a very big space of protection. You know, it covers shoulders. It covers all the torso. It covers just even a little bit more. Let's say like this. And it's really important. And as for plate carrier, by the way, one of my soldiers, one of my guys, of my pilots, uh, one of them was injured, and fortunately he was injured just a little bit lower than elbow, and it happened just in 2 days after I gave him the vest with the full space of protection made of Kevlar. And this vest really saved him. And another guy, just 2 weeks ago, I can even just right now I can even put on Twitter X-ray of his X-ray of his injury, and he was exactly in plate carrier. Plate carrier has just 2 plates, and these plates are one on the front and one on the back. So you need to be kind of lucky, you know. And he was injured. He was injured just in the side, and he still has a frag inside his body.
So a Kevlar vest gives you almost complete protection all the way around your torso, and
absolutely right.
Yeah,
absolutely right. And you have to realize that this is war of artillery. This is war of artillery, and when it goes about the war of artillery, you should realize that even even when I was studying on TCCC, there was a medic, a chief medic of Lugansk medical headquarters at that moment, and he said that according to statistics, bullet injuries are less than 8% at all. Everything else are frags.
Yeah, I've seen that same report, Snuff. More than 80% of casualties are caused by artillery. This means it's caused by shrapnel.
Yes, exactly right. And this is why, by the way, I can I can even make a let's call it a minute of history here. Maybe not everyone knows why actually Caliber 2 to 3, how actually Americans decided to make it.
Oh, keep going.
Well, I've read an article that after the World War II, they made a research. They've made a research about like 1.5 million injuries, and what they saw there, they saw that first of all of injuries, first of all, most of injuries were made by shrapnel, and those injuries that were made by bullet, they were made on a distance like 100 meters, usually less than 100 meters. So what did it mean? It meant that pistol bullet, like Thompson, for example. You remember Thompson gun?
Yes, it's a machine gun.
Yes, yeah. So it had ammunition of a pistol, actually, right? But on this distance, it was already almost useless. But on the other hand, the guns like M1 Garand, which had 7.92, I think, they were extremely effective, but they were too much
Heavy.
and heavy. Yes, exactly right, and heavy. So that commission that made this research, they came to conclusion that it is needed to make so-called intermediate ammunition, which is between pistol and rifle. So it must be pistol. It must be bigger than pistol ammunition, and at the same time smaller than rifle one, because every infantryman has to carry it on all the time, and it needs to be not that heavy. And this is actually how caliber like 5.56 and Soviet 7.62. This is actually how they were born.
Yeah, it was a cross between the 45, which that's what the Tommy was, I believe, and that was also what the handguns were, the 45.
Well, I didn't hear.
The handguns that were in use, the M1911 was a 45 caliber.
Mm-hmm.
Very similar to what the Tommy gun was using. So
you mean 9 millimeters?
No. We didn't have the 9mm then. We had the M1911 45 caliber. That was the standard issue gun for the U.S. services at the time.
Rifles, you mean?
Handguns.
Rifles, okay. Rifles, handguns. I mean that handgun that every rifleman hand, every rifleman carried with him, right?
Yeah, every officer carried the 45. The Tommy gun was, there would be one machine gunner, one person that carried a submachine gun. Everybody else had rifles.
Yes, and anyways, Tommy gun, they were they were uh, they were pretty common, closer to 44. They became common and common. I mean, many soldiers started to receive Tommy gun as a handgun. And it showed that Tommy gun is effective, but it's effective on close range.
So Snuff, Daryl, I think we have a question for you from Raver. I'd just like to go to Raver's hand. Raver, go ahead.
So, Snuff, I've been out of the Army now for shit a long time. So my thoughts were, I thought the flak jackets had pockets in them for the plates, and it was a flak jacket with plates that was the plate carrier. Am I wrong on this? I mean, I'm 30 years out of date.
So what's the question?
So I thought flak jackets, or bulletproof vests, whatever you want to call them, had pockets on the front and back for the plates, and that's what made it a plate carrier. I thought it was Kevlar and the ceramic plates.
Because Kevlar vest is much it's much lighter, and it doesn't need any additional pouches to put. I know what you're talking about. You put some additional plates to the sides, right?
Yes.
Yes. But what I'm talking about is to make it lighter, and also it's pretty expensive to find. Imagine what is easier, to get many Kevlar vests or many vests which have pouches for those additional plates, and after that you need to find those additional plates to put it there. And I'll tell you more. Just I know it. Many of soldiers, too many of them, they will ignore it. They will ignore it because it will be too heavy. And if they need to run, for example, if they are in assaulting team or something like this, they will just refuse to carry it. This is it. If you're a driver, for example, yes, no problem. You can afford it. But I carried plates like this myself on my vest, armored vest. It was British one, Osprey MK4, and it was goddamn heavy. Believe me, it was goddamn heavy. And especially when it goes about summer, which we're already are facing. By the way, not many of guys will decide to put to. And don't forget that first of all, you need to find those plates to put in those pouches. You need to have plate carriers with pouches for these plates. And after that, you need to find plates to put in these pouches.
So Snuff, you mentioned coming up on summer, and the weight of these vests that have pockets for ceramic plates for protection. But where I'm really going is weather. It's warming up in Ukraine. Is it windy? Is the ground drying out?
Oh, you know, every day is different. So it's sunny, and then it windy, then it rainy, and especially on the west, on the east. Sorry, east is the most unpredictable area of the Ukraine regarding the weather.
But it's still snow in the east, or is
Yeah, yes, we are expecting snow the day after tomorrow.
I get weather like that. One day it's sunny, it feels like spring. The next day it's cold, it feels like winter. That those are difficult conditions to fight in.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I remember my feelings. When I first time it was very first time when I saw a blizzard in March in Odessa. It was in the south. I didn't believe what I've seen. Just a blizzard. But when we saw weather like this, we were always thinking that, so it means what? It means that some of guys are feeling not good right now somewhere on Ukrainian fields. And I don't mean Ukrainian soldiers.
Of course, the thing about a spring blizzard, yeah, it's a blizzard, but it melts in a few days, and then that creates more mud. So it might be.
Mud is just, mud is just. Oh, don't remind me.
Do y'all get tornadoes?
No, we tornadoes. We have Russians.
I was hoping a tornado could drop on the Russians.
I would better agree to get tornadoes instead of Russians.
You can you can get rid of Russians. You can't get rid of tornadoes. They have to run across the. So yeah.
Tornadoes are just tornadoes is a weather. You don't you can't be jealous about the weather. You just can't do something to I mean, about your house.
You just have to protect yourself. That's it.
Yeah. And when it goes about Russians, they are unpredictable, and there are 140 millions of them, not so many tornadoes.
Sergey, let me ask you a question. You guys,
Yeah, sure.
The new replacements you guys are getting, are they coming well kitted out? With the um, Kevlar helmets, vests, etc. Are they coming with that? Your replacements?
I didn't get your question regarding replacements.
The Ukrainian replacements, are they
Uh,
coming with the Kevlar vests, helmets, and things that are needed for the battle? Are they coming with it when they come
uh,
from the rear?
Kevlar helmets were given in pretty big number already a long time ago. But I'm talking about armored vests, not only about helmets.
Yeah, but are they coming with it? Are they being equipped with them?
With vests?
Yes.
No. At the moment, no. At the moment, no. I hope that in future, in, you know, we were talking about it already, that there are some restrictions in U.S. regarding uh, exporting things like this, and we would be more than happy receive something like IOTV generation 2 or generation 3. They're great.
Snuff, what can you tell us about morale in the Ukrainian armed forces?
Hmm.
Snuff,
What?
Go ahead.
You wanted something to tell?
Yeah, are feelings high in the Ukrainian armed forces, with a lot of hope, a lot of good expectations? I understand how hard the fighting is in Bakhmut, Avdiivka, Karmina, anywhere on the front line. But how are soldiers feeling about what's coming?
Mm, you know, when I hear questions like this, I always remember words um, of my dentist when we were discussing how it happened with my tooth, which were made by another doctor, and she said, "What answer do you need? Do you need an honest answer or collegial one?"
I want the answer you want to give, which is the collegial one, the colloquial one. And Snuff, you don't have to answer it at all. I think that's.
I'll answer like this. The moral is absolutely higher than of Russians, and I think you know why.
I understand completely.
Yes, and
we can. Well,
yeah.
I think we should move on, Snuff, to other topics. We covered the weather. We covered Kevlar vests and Kevlar helmets, protection for Ukrainian soldiers, equipment which seems to be good.
Extremely needed. Not good. Extremely needed.
So,
Can
go
we
ahead,
use
Daryl.
enough, right, Sergey? Enough is not something that is there yet. Let me ask you this, Sergey. You said the last time you went and you picked up some drones and stuff. How has that worked out for you? You and the guys, the equipment that you picked up last time you were with us. You were taking some stuff back.
I didn't get it about stuff back.
You said that you were taking equipment back when you were talking to us the last time.
I said that I'm taking equipment back.
Yeah, I thought.
How are the new drones working out?
They're on the way.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
They're on the way. They're on the way, and I hope that already next week, next week as latest, they will be doing some good evening to those, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Some orcs are going to have a very good morning wake up.
Yeah, and as for moral, and as for moral is always getting higher when soldiers realize that they receive more and more support, more and more ammunition, more and more supplies, more and more just everything, when they realize that they are not alone.
They won't complain about the weight of it, right?
They won't complain about anything.
They won't complain about the weight. It being too heavy with rounds, huh?
They won't complain about anything. Just believe me. Just believe me. And my own point of view, you can it actually it's not very popular, but if you don't mind, I think I probably will say it. On the front line, you are not fighting for the motherland. You are fighting for the guy from the right and for the guy from the left. You are not thinking about motherland and so on, because the motherland is far. The main reason why you actually you got there between those two guys, which is one on the right and one on the left, this is because of motherland. But my own opinion is, on the front line you are fighting for the guy on the right and for the guy on the left.
I understand that totally. And I think every soldier, every serviceman that has ever been anywhere and if fighting, or even if you are just trying to overcome an obstacle together, you understand that it's the guy to your left and your right. Everything else, all of that's irrelevant while you're there. Once you get back, then the motherland comes into play. But day to day, hour to hour, it's your brother or your sister next to you.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And I'll tell you more that some of us, given the experience that they already had back in 2016, when they got back from the war, which started in 2014. They even try to prepare themselves that that they will not be forgotten, but they will need to rely on themselves, and they need to rely to count on themselves, and by the way, on their brothers in arms in some cases.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I thank you for those words, Snuffy, because many people will understand that. Many people will understand that around the world. Every man that is put on the uniform, every woman that's put on the uniform understands exactly that point.
When you put on uniform, you're doing it for the motherland. When you go to the front line and you are in the trench, for example, and there is a firearm, you are not thinking about I'm sorry, but you are not thinking about motherland. You are thinking about a guy on the right and a guy on the left, and you are thinking about how many ammo do you have, and how many grenades do you have, and how actually you are going to stop them.
Mm-hmm. And I think like I said, every man and woman around the world that's worn a uniform, they are your brothers in this, because they know exactly that sentiment. We understand you completely.
Thanks for understanding, because actually when I'm telling it, people look at me like it's skeptical. They look at me like it I don't know, senseless, or non-patriot. I don't know.
Well, no, believe it, yes, and I understand that point too. You get a lot of soldiers that come back. Many of our soldiers that came back from Iraq and Afghanistan and Vietnam and all multiple wars, they came back and people did not understand, what it was to be right next to somebody. You lose somebody, the guys, the friendships that you build in that time period, and you may not even know that person for very long, but you shared that moment on the battlefield that nobody will ever understand but the guys there in that trench with you.
Yes, exactly right. And me personally, I've changed my opinion to I've changed my opinion to people
who don't understand.
No. I was trying to say another thing. I've changed my opinion regarding those people which I had nothing in common in past. I mean, when I see, for example, I'm going to Twitter it just right now. One of my guys, which was shot, he was injured exactly in the side. No. Sorry.
You trying to think of a date? Are you trying to think of a date, Sergey?
Hello, Sergey.
So I think Sergey is looking for a specific tweet, and he'll come back to us. But this again, Daryl, pardon my PSAs. Perfect time, top of the hour, asking people to retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We're here 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, bringing you news from Ukraine and voices from Ukraine, like Snuff, who's on the front line. So please retweet this space, listen to us, bring in friends who need to know more. And while you're here, take a moment and go to MriyaAid.org, send a contribution. I don't know if Snuff is back with us again. So I think Snuff is still searching for what he wants to talk about, searching for a tweet that he might want to share with us.
In the past, pardon?
Go ahead, Snuff.
I've changed my opinion to those people which I actually had no anything common in past. I mean, nothing to tell, nothing to talk about. Some of I know factory guys, or some of farmers and so on. But what I actually started to, you realize real values. And real values is when you can rely on this guy. And if this guy, if this guy is some of them, what you call rednecks, and not no, poetry man or cameraman, I would prefer to have more rednecks with me.
I understand. Somebody that understands you. You may not, you have this one thing in common that you share that nobody else has experienced. Nobody else has been there. Nobody has felt the cold, felt the rain, felt the heat of a flash, felt the hunger, and felt the death. Nobody else has felt that.
Many of guys can really surprise. Regarding some of them, I even had kind of I wouldn't say it will be
Consult?
no. So the conversation was like, oh come on, look at him, he's just useless. He will not be useful on the battlefield. he's too greeny, and he's too dangerous to come with. And I told, just wait for the first battle. Just wait and look like he will like he will show himself, because many I saw so many examples when so-called Rambos, or those who, oh, we will I will kill everybody. They were hiding after the single shell, and they're still hiding after the every shell, and they're still still thinking that everybody is shooting just on them. And those guys, which are unexpectable, show themselves as good soldiers. These are, these are kind of pearls, kind of pearls for me.
Nobody will know the truth. You don't know somebody's true nature until a bullet's flying, right?
Yes, exactly right. Exactly right. Exactly right.
When the bullet's flying, you'll know who's a man and who's a mouse.
It's not even about bullets. It's about atmosphere.
Yeah.
Because atmosphere, which you are in, when you realize that, and do you remember this song of the Nirvana, something on the way?
I don't remember that particular song, but a lot of Nirvana songs.
They had song like this. The atmosphere which you are in, when something on the way, and when you look around and you see who is ready, and who is really not.
Now you're gonna make me go look up Nirvana's album and find out what that song is.
It's a great one, by the way. It's great, by the way. I just read the X-ray shot of my guy from my unit, with that frag in the side.
And that was from wearing the shell carrier.
Yeah, he was in plate carrier.
Yeah, the plate carrier. I'm sorry.
Plate carrier, and the frag came just from the side, and it's very small, and it could be stopped by a camera. I know it for sure. This is why I told you the story about two of the guys, because first one, he was saved exactly with vest which was made of Kevlar, and he was injured just in the arm. And this guy, he's still in hospital. And by the way, doctors, I mean surgeons, they're still thinking about risk about getting this frag out of it,
because it's in a dangerous place.
Yeah.
Folks, if you was listening to what Sergey said, he's if you go to his profile, he has a post that he put up of the X-ray that shows the damage that was done by frag of a guy that was wearing a plate carrier, Vice wearing the Kevlar vest. that they so are in need of for the soldiers. Some of this equipment, now believe it or not, the people MriyaAid actually is in Canada, where they don't have the same issue as the Americans do. And this is something that we in the U.S. can't do. As far as sending aid, this would be something if you were carrying it over, you may be able to. But
yes, if someone from US want to help to send by the way, just recently, just few days ago, I can show I can even put this picture on.
You got a picture for that, huh?
Yeah, I got a picture. I think for everything.
And after that, you got a picture for that.
Yeah. Just to make it clear what actually I'm talking about. If someone from US wants to help to bring these vests to Ukraine, just ask me how. Just ask me how, and we already, believe or not, but we already have the ways.
I mean, the U.S. isn't the only maker of them, so yes, other other countries actually do have them. So that's the good thing about the U.S. it not being a U.S. only type item. They can be purchased around the world in some places.
Maybe they
Certain
can
countries.
they can be purchased around the world by but
There's a few good ones.
US ones are much they are reliable, and they are pretty fast to bring to Ukraine, and also they are very modular, so they're capable with the equipment that Ukrainian soldiers carry at the moment, and this is very important.
So it doesn't require additional training. It's kind of almost what I would call plug and play, not to refer to gaming technology or something like that, but as Snuff points out, Ukrainians know how to use what they're getting. Right, Snuff?
Yes, Ukrainians know how to use what they are getting, but they need to receive it.
Well, we've seen lots of videos of things coming onto the battlefield, main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles. Everyone has a sense that Ukraine is building up the supplies and weapons, munitions, all the gas, all the diesel, all the food, all the medical supplies it needs to launch an offensive. And so we're very excited about that.
So what's the question?
No question, observation.
I just put another tweet with the vest which we received just few days ago. This is me in this vest.
And how many vests did you get?
it was first four of them, but the rest of them, it's like nine, maybe nine. Yeah, nine. The rest of them on the way, but first four are already received, and they are already in service. This
I'm
is
looking at I'm looking at this picture right now, Snuff. That's a hell of a vest.
That's what?
A hell of a vest. I mean, it offers, I think, all the protection you would need, right?
Yes, and that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about when we are talking about war of artillery.
And it's still a war of artillery. And 80% of wounds in this war are caused by artillery, caused by
More
85, 90%.
More than 90, more than 95, I think.
Well, that's why these vests are absolutely crucial, and I hope you receive uh, all of the body armor you need. I hope the soldier to your right, the soldier to your left, receives the body armor he or she needs.
Like we say here, let the God have your words in his ears.
Yes, I understand exactly what you're saying. I think. Let
But
God give you what you need today and tomorrow.
but you should realize that this is just a drop in the ocean. I mean, four of them or nine of them. We need thousands of them, and we need thousands of them, and we need weapons. We need howitzers. We need as many. Um, maybe I'm already boring here, saying that we need more drones, and more drones. But we really need more drones. We need more, let's say, 21st century, because we're dealing with the army of the 20th century. And since 2014, I was talking that we shouldn't be afraid of Russians, because they are not that modern. If we manage to be modern enough, it doesn't matter how many of them will go in those mid waves. Just we will green them wave by wave, wave by wave, wave by wave. You remember the history. You remember Zulu wars. How just a few machine guns of Gatling, how they actually did everything about Zulu wars.
Yes, I've seen that history, and remember it, and you're right. As long as Ukrainians are the modern army, they have an advantage.
Yes, and this is why actually if you remember that conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh between Armenia and Azerbaijan, I was looking at this very attentive, because it was an example. It was great example of fighting 21st century and 20th century, and we all know the result.
Snuff, I think we have a question for you from Aaron.
Yeah, sure.
Aaron, please go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. Snuffer, I read a recent thread tweet, and it was talking about the Ukrainians using drones for surveillance, taking like thousands of pictures with multiple drones, bringing them back to headquarters, and then using artificial intelligence, AI, to disseminate through those photos to find camouflaged Russian artillery or tanks or high value targets. So have you heard anything from your side about that? I'll step down.
Well, Aaron, this might not be a topic that we should go into, and Snuff may not want to go into it either. But a lot of drones have gone to Ukraine. A lot of drones are in use on the battlefield, and they have many different missions to carry out. One is reconnaissance. One is helping artillery target positions on the battlefield. Spotting, exactly. Adjusting artillery. But I don't think we want to get into all the missions that drones carry out on the battlefield. There are so many, and every Ukrainian unit needs drones and drone operators to carry out these various missions. That's what helps them succeed on the battlefield, and they will be crucial in the coming counteroffensive.
I would say that there are not so many missions that drones perform. Not so many this is not something to talk about within the whole night. But what I'm totally agree with is that every unit must have drone operator, must have drone just to have eyes above, just to have an ability to take a look what's going on there, just to avoid casualties.
Could I just ask you one more question? In regards to Russian electronic warfare and bringing drones down and taking drones out, but then recently we've seen a lot of attacks on these special trucks that are apparently able to interfere with drones and so forth. How do you see? Do you get many drones taken out, or is it something where you've got pretty free reign to operate your drones without them being brought down? I'll step down. Snuff.
So drones are lost every day, Snuff. I mean, they are practically. You expect to lose a drone, and it needs to be replaced right away. I don't know if you have drones waiting with you that you can send back up, but Ukraine needs thousands of drones for all these various missions, whether it's eyes, as Snuff says, that's reconnaissance, whether it's spotting, helping artillery hit a target, or whether it's with loitering munitions over the battlefield. But drones don't last that long.
Did I tell you the story how we used the drone to drop a battery for radio?
No, I haven't heard that one. Please tell it.
During one operation, it was it was assaulting operation, and there were position forepost which had a problem with recharging their radios, and we used drones to bring them new batteries for radios, so for them to have the connection with the headquarters.
And so without these batteries, these troops in the field would have been cut off from communications. They wouldn't have known what their orders were, and their commanders wouldn't have known where they are.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Connection in modern war. Connection, communication is the first. My opinion, and I'm sure that everyone will agree that connection and communication. These are first things that must be between different different units during the action. In just you know mm, uh, you know, at least I'm sorry, but at least to avoid friendly fire.
Daryl, I see a new speaker up hasn't raised his or her hand. Doll, if you have a question, let us know. Otherwise, Daryl, we should probably take a look at the maps in the nest that you posted. Tell me about this. Is a map from Avdiivka and Avdiivka, right? There's two maps about Avdiivka.
Yeah, every time we talk about the maps, I mean, when Chuck goes to the maps and we talk about the maps and we discuss what's going on during the day, I always like to see exactly what's happened, either by the course of a couple of days or even a day. Sometimes, if there's a lot of activity, just to show one, it can show how the lines are really kind of stable. There's some areas that go back and forth, but also too, if there's any gains or losses, or in the near term, because everybody's looking and say, "Oh, the wars is at a stalemate," and it's really not at a stalemate. There are areas that move back and forth, and that's the whole thing, that when you have positional warfare, everybody's they're fighting for these positions. and it's all in expectation of a greater move later. But for right now, this is what these units are tasked with: to hold the line and move forward when you can. But at the same token, you're not taking great, huge losses on the battlefield. You keep the enemy, you know, you keep the enemy tired. You keep them fighting because if they're fighting with you, they are they're not resting and recuperating to come at you. So that's one of the things you're trying to do here, and what we're seeing here on the battlefield is how Ukraine and Russia, these lines are moving back and forth. Uh, but there aren't a lot of big gains. But at the same token, it's not necessarily a stalemate either, because there's a lot of uh, Russians that are being killed every time that line moves one way or the other. They're losing a lot of men. Um, and that's why I want, when I put up these, when we go to these maps, you look particularly in that the northern quadrant, you can see that line going back and forth. Uh, you can see that line going back and forth toward the railroad. It comes across, it backs up, it goes across, it gets near it, it backs up, and that area is really hard. And the only thing I can think of is if there's a road, or there's some kind of access point, because most of the places that you look where the Ukrainians are, there's a road nearby. They are moving by road to wherever they're going, and because it's the path of least resistance. And the Ukrainians are, they come up, the Ukrainians push them back. They come up, and the Ukrainians will push them back. And every time the Ukrainians push them back, that's more men. That's 100, 100, 200, 300, 400, up to 900 men, 1,000 men that they're losing every time these lines adjust backwards and forward. So I just like to put it up there just for comparison's sake. It doesn't look like it's moved very much, but when you look at it up close, you can see these areas um, down on the highway down there, the M30. You can look on the 24th. I think that's the 24th on the first map, and you can see where the red line has gone a bit further west. But here it is on the 27th, and that line has retreated back some. And that's where they've had the chemical attacks at. So it's. I just wanted to point those out and make it so that people can see it, Alan.
Thanks, Daryl. These maps are absolutely critical to understanding what's happening in Ukraine. Ben Hodges talked about positional warfare this afternoon, and positional warfare takes place inside cities, around cities. It is a way for an army to gain ground that is to their advantage, and to push the enemy onto ground that is to their disadvantage. I think this is what positional warfare comes down to, right, Daryl?
That's right, Alan. That's right. Um, let's see. Something else I wanted to point out, Alan, is um, I don't know if Sergey has had to do it or not, but that the Ukrainians are not only fighting the Russian, they're fighting beavers.
They have what?
There's if you look at the nest, Sergey, there's a video up in the nest where the Ukrainians are fighting beavers in one of their trenches.
Ah, I see. I see. I see.
Yeah. So I don't know if you've had to deal with wild animals in your trench. You had any pigs fall in?
Mouses.
Mice will be everywhere.
I didn't know whether a pig had fell into it and come running through the trench.
Uh, I remember the area full of pigs back in 2014, and this place was uh, it was let me say let me say it right in English. Um, Let me say it right in English. It was kind of reserve. It was kind of reserve. It was kind of reserve. I mean, natural reserve.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. There was a nature reserve.
Yeah, it was a natural reserve, and it was full of wild pigs.
They helped get rid of some of the bodies, didn't they?
And those pigs, they were just sometimes they were just annoying. And sometimes actually this is the year since I'm not eating pig meat anymore.
You've seen what they do.
No, because when you have something of made of pig on the breakfast, then you have something of pig on a dinner, and then you have something of made of pig on a supper. Then you are just tried, and then in the evening you're hearing some pistol shooting, and in the radio, what the hell is going on? Oh, it's goddamn pigs again. So they were like attacking.
Oh, so you got pigged out.
Yeah. Too many
You
of
got
them.
pigged out.
Too many of them. Too many of them. Too many of them.
But yeah, Alan, I just thought that was funny when I saw that one.
Yeah, I put it up in the nest for a reason. I mean, if beavers are attacking you, and I noticed how the Ukrainian soldier pulled the beaver out of the trench exactly the right way to deal with the beaver, because those beavers have big teeth. And if you watch the video up in the nest, the beaver wants to take a bite out of that one last Ukrainian soldier. I don't think the beaver succeeded. And then where is the beaver going? Uh, I mean, it's just waddling down through the trench. It's it's just a light-hearted video that Ukrainians posted. It's worth watching.
You know, he may be saying, "Man, there's a lot of I don't know what the hell y'all doing, but there's something falling out the sky, blowing. It just about killed me. I'm down here with y'all. It's a lot safer down here."
Yeah, I think the beaver is looking to his left and to his right and saying, "This is a hell of a dam. How did you build it?"
Yeah, he said, "Y'all ain't got no wood. It ain't strong enough. You ain't got no wood."
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. Doll, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, well, first I'd like to start by saying I want to say a great big thank you to everybody involved in making this Maria Report available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm an avid listener, but it's the first time I've had a question. And my question relates to what was being discussed earlier about the need for various equipment, drones, Kevlar vests, etc. I'm in Canada, and I have donated numerous times to Maria Aid. My family is involved in supporting a refugee family from Ukraine that is settled where I live, and they have members of their
Still
family.
waiting.
Pardon me?
Suffolk, are you able to hear our current speaker, Doll?
Oh, no, no, no. I don't hear. I don't hear anyone.
Okay, so you may have to recycle, and if you do, we'll bring you right back up. But there's another speaker.
Okay, should I continue or no?
Yeah, yes, please continue.
Okay, so the family that we're helping to support had
What should I do? Recycle? What do you mean? To reboot?
Yes,
Yeah,
reboot.
drop down and back up.
Drop down, and then connect again.
Right, that's right.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Doll.
Thank you. So the family that we are helping to support have family members and friends in Ukraine fighting around Bakhmut. They've heard that the particular unit in question is in need of a drone, and we've been trying to help them obtain it. But the overall question that I have is trying to understand the mechanisms that are in place to connect the military units that are in need of equipment with the various crowdfunding organizations that are trying to supply it. And I've been trying to find an answer, but have been unsuccessful so far to understand how requests are made and prioritized and how the decision-making process works in terms of determining who receives the equipment on what basis. So I was wondering if there's anyone who might be able to help me understand how all of this works.
Now, I can tell you how it happened early on here with the MriyaReport. We had soldiers that actually came onto the program. And this is really how it happens in a lot of cases. The soldiers are here on Twitter. A lot of them have Twitter accounts, etc. When they come here, in particular, one of the things we like to do is we have people there that can go in and check out the unit, see if there are people, if this person is actually in this particular unit, stuff like that. And when they make a request, we try to make sure that we are getting people that are there, that have some type of that we're able to verify them, and then they can make a request, and MriyaReport, through MriyaReport, they try to get whatever they can get for them if they're able to. If it's not available, then it's not available. But if it's something that they need specifically, we we come here, they run a drive for it, and they try to get it for them. That's how we've done it here. Uh, but if you see a soldier, or one of those accounts, and they're requesting, I would, first of all, the one thing you want to look at is if it's going to like a PayPal, personal PayPal account. Those type of things are, you're running a risk when you send it to like a personal PayPal account. But like with the Georgian Legion and all of those guys, they have a Legion account, and that's the way, and that's one way that's them. That's the Georgian Legion, or the uh, uh, not the Franklin Legion, but the International Legion. Um, some of they have their own. They have a website that they maintain that you can go to, and it's going to a specific account in that organization's name, and that's the best way to do it. Especially, and then there's also UA24, the Ukrainian government's website. But if you're looking for a particular unit, I would try to reach out to that unit. If they tell you they're in this particular unit, in the ZSU, then you can try to contact the ZSU and say, hey, I'm contacted by this person in this unit, and let them try to verify that for you. And that's one of the better ways to make sure that whoever you are, going to send something to, particularly if they're asking for money or if they're asking for some particular, some type of gear, that they are jet. So that's the best way I can tell you. If somebody else has another idea, then Snuffy. I'll have him back up here in a second. Hold on, and he can tell you how he's been funded.
I guess my question, and I appreciate everything you say, and I totally concur with it. My question, in a sense, is for the soldiers who need the equipment, are they expected to contact, for example, Maria Aid? And if so, how do they do that?
It's usually by unit. Particularly, it's the leading the officers or the the leaders of that particular unit.
Right.
That's who contact Maria Aid, and they go through that.
And so would they just use the contact form that's on the website? Would that be the appropriate way to do it? The reason I'm asking is I have used those forms myself, but I understand everyone must be deluged with requests and haven't had a response. And then I thought, well, I mean, I'm just an individual person in Canada. I can see why it wouldn't receive priority, and was wondering if having the commander of the unit, whatever level that might be, contact the aid organizations would be more effective.
Yeah, if it's a soldier, and he will have a commanding officer, and they can go through and they can talk to and they can get a hold of Maria Aid that way, because
Okay.
an individual soldier is going to be very sketchy.
Yeah, no, I understand. I
That
understand.
very sketchy.
Well,
But if it's a unit, then it's not just going to one person. Whatever you're going to get is going to be going to a group of soldiers that
right,
can.
which is what we want. Well, I will drop down. I want to thank you once again. I listen to your voices pretty much 24/7, except when I'm asleep. And I feel like I've come to know you, and I can't thank you enough for everything that you are doing. It is so appreciated and so worthwhile. So thank you, and I wish everyone a good evening.
Good evening, doll. Thank you, and thank you for giving.
Thank you, Doll. So, Daryl, I believe I'm seeing reports that there is a missile attack underway in eastern Ukraine. Have you seen that? And so these are S-300 missiles, although these are so the Shahed drones. That was 2 hours ago. It seems not a coordinated attack by Russia.
I'm sorry. Can I add some words for that lady that was a speaker just a minute ago?
Yes, please do.
Well, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that many of soldiers and many of officers they do not know about MriyaReport. Just because they're too busy. And for example, me, how actually I got to the MriyaReport. This happened because one guy came with a TV story with about our unit to my friend, and said, "Hey, can you please connect us with the MriyaReport?" And she said, "No problem." That's how I got to MriyaReport. So it was kind of an accident.
But what if she was contacted by a soldier and she told the soldier to go to MriyaReport? You think that would work too?
I don't think. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go on, please.
No. Go ahead.
You know, if they will go to MriyaReport, so what's next? I'm just curious. What's next?
Well, they would have to get verified. MriyaReport has their MriyaAid has their way of verifying them. That's the big thing, is to make sure that the unit exists and the people say who they are.
Yes, and you know, this is called pain in ass.
But it's necessary for safety, though. Correct?
Yes, and this is called pain in ass. But you must know English for such a pain in ass. So first, you have to know you have to know English, and then you have to have some desire to get some additional pain in ass.
You're saying this is a bureaucracy? You're saying there's a little bit of bureaucracy going on, Sergey?
Yeah. If you're
you know what that is, Sergey? That's to make sure that the people say they say they are who they say they are, and that when the gear comes, that the gear goes to the right unit at the right place, in the right area. Because when it comes in, when they send it, it's being sent and delivered to that particular unit.
I
And
already
very
okay,
key.
go on, please. Go
That's
on.
very key for auditing of the transfer of this gear.
I already told here several times, if you need to get some gear to a particular unit, just contact me, and we will find a logistic way to get this gear exactly to that unit. And sorry, but pictures of that unit in this gear must be given by this unit, because I cannot be with every unit.
One thing I'll say, Sergey, is that fortunately there are Ukrainian speakers at MriyaAid. And so you don't necessarily need English. I don't speak Ukrainian, but I know there are Ukrainian speakers at MriyaAid. So you can contact MriyaAid in Ukrainian or English, and make a request.
Well, let's give it a try. This is actually first time I hear about this. I'm sorry. I'm just I wasn't attentive, probably.
Well, yeah, give it a try. Not at MriyaReport, but at MriyaAid.
At MriyaAid.
At MriyaAid, MriyaAid.org. There are Ukrainian speakers there. They will respond to you.
Okay. I will try.
Hi, I'm sorry to jump in, but it's a safety thing. I tried to DM for Kharkiv, Palata, Cherkasky, Zaporizhia, Kherson, Dnipro, Cherniv, Donetsk, and Sumy, Mykolaiv regions air raid alert now.
Yes, there are air raid alerts up over most of eastern Ukraine. We just saw that.
I tagged you. I guess I heard you say it, so I just wanted to let you. Sorry to break in.
According to my information, one Shahed, one kamikaze Shahed blew up about a few hours ago near Kiev. And as for East, they're going all the time.
And if it's not Shaheeds or missiles, S-300s, it's artillery. We understand that.
Just everything what they have at the moment.
Thank you, Snuff. Thank you, Jamie. But yes, and Russians are constantly shelling Kherson from the south bank of the Dnipro. They're shelling in towns in Sumy Oblast, up in the north of Ukraine. And earlier tonight, they did launch a Shahed attack. So far as I know, over Kharkiv, 100% of the Shahed drones were shot down. Debris lit a fire, and the fire was contained. That's the information we have.
And that's from the earlier strike and not the current one.
That is correct. So this is more than 2 hours ago. But apparently air raid alerts are live over a lot of eastern Ukraine currently. Snuff, are you looking at current situations in regarding air raid alerts in Ukraine? Do you know more than we know?
You know, Alan, it's 5 o'clock there. It is, and they just went to sleep after having raids at 1 o'clock their time. I think that was the last raid.
Yes, that's about right.
Yeah. So people are waking up to this. They are, you know, getting ready to go to work, and there's already a missile alert, alert of missiles or drone, another batch of drones coming in. Not sure which, right? We don't know if it's missile or if it's drone at this point in time. What the current threat is.
And this is a typical Russian tactic, not only in terms of time of day, but in terms of following up a Shahed attack with a missile attack. Although, as I say, the Shahed attack finished a few hours ago, and so the intervening time is a lot longer than you would expect.
I mean, at least with the drones, but typically with if they're launching the S-300s from the ground, and it's say across the border, in Belgrade or somewhere like that, it don't take but seconds before those missiles are inbound. Especially in Kharkiv, it's by the time it's up in the air and coming across the border, the alerts are just going out, and that's one of the dangers of that those missiles is that there's really no warning before they come in. At least with the ones that were coming in from the Caspian Sea or from the subs or surface ships, there was some time. However, when they launching S-300s, you don't get they're not getting that early warning because of the closeness to the launch site, to the point of impact.
So S-300, which is it's actually an air defense system that the Russians use, that they have converted it into a ground-to-ground. 300 is not taking out fighter jets. Rather, Russians are lobbing missiles towards Ukrainian civilian infrastructure. And I think these are, in a ground to ground situation, Daryl, these are unguided missiles.
These are unguided, these are extremely not precise.
So the right, that's why I say they lob missiles towards a Ukrainian city. They don't care where they land. Most of these missiles, obviously, if they are just launched at a Ukrainian city, they're going to hit civilian targets. They don't care where they land. They are just launched to instill terror, and they are failing in this terror attack on Ukraine.
Exactly right.
That's exactly right. And you know, the thing is, those missiles were designed for aircraft. In other words, it had a seeker head on it, whether it be a heat signature or radar of some type, or it was guided by radar. That's what those missiles were designed to do. But in this case, the guidance is on. They're not using the guidance for it, and it's just locked the missile itself to create a fire and explosion. Because believe it or not, your air-to-air missiles, I mean ground-to-air missiles, it's not a, it's not the size of the blast. Because to take out an aircraft, it's not. You don't need a big boom. You need just the shrapnel from that missile to take out an aircraft. And so that's what, you know. And so these missiles, they come in, and it's the velocity of the missile and the propellant that's left in the missile that creates the damage. They come in with the kinetic energy and the fuel from the aircraft. I mean, the fuel from the rockets, and that's what creates the big explosions.
Well, we will continue to watch these alerts as they come through, and wait and see what the news this morning will be from eastern Ukraine. So, Daryl, I understand that some new co-hosts are waiting, and we'll bring them up shortly. You know, it's great. You and I arrived here earlier than we thought we would, and we've, I think, had a great time here tonight. A good conversation. We've covered a lot of ground. We've talked about what happened in the UN Security Council today. They voted 9-3 against investigating Russia's claims of the Nord Stream pipeline sabotage. And we reviewed what Ben Hodges said. We reviewed what's happening in Avdiivka, and we covered what's happening in Ukraine. But in a few minutes, new hosts will be coming up to take you through the night. Jamie, go ahead, please.
Oh, nothing great. I just wanted to say thank you for another wonderful night of hosting, and y'all are wonderful together. And Snuff, I love listening to you. So
My pleasure.
bring some more of your friends on. It's really nice to know what's going on and to hear you and your thoughts and your yeah. So thank you.
I doubt that if even if I bring more friends, um, it will be harder for me to tell everything they want to tell. So I, I'll become kind of huge translator.
Well, all right, night, y'all.
Good night, Jamie. Thank you for coming up. Daryl, I'm gonna jump first, and if I had a parachute on, I wouldn't even dare do that. But I'm gonna jump first. New co-host will come up. This is my chance to say, not Geronimo, because that wouldn't give me any courage to jump out of the plane. I'll tell you what would give me courage? Slava Ukraini.
Yeah, Slava. You have a good evening, Alan, and it's been a pleasure being up here co-hosting with you. Um, Same time, same bat channel tomorrow.
Absolutely. We'll be here with Chuck Ferrer tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Daryl, me, Chuck. We're going to cover a lot of ground. And thank you so much, Daryl. And so from your photograph, I see you are wearing what are called birth control glasses.
No, those are actually, I'm not worrying about any birds. There's no more birds. So if they're birth control, that's only because of me being ugly. That's that's it. um, there's no more birthing to be done here. But
Daryl,
yeah, they're
always,
but they are very similar.
always a pleasure. Thank you so much. And see you tomorrow. Have a great night.
See you tomorrow. And while I wait for Heather of Finance or some of those guys to jump up, I'm going to put up earlier of these trench systems that are going up. Now, all of these trench systems, for the most part, are following roads. Um, and so, what that tells me is there's going to be a lot of a lot of roadside graves if what has been happening in Ukraine to the Russians holds true with these trench systems. Um, they are ineffective. They do not. Um, they're not able to uh, keep them any kind of where safe from overhead or even being wide enough to stop a tank. If you look at some of these, they may have a little bit of buildup, a berm, such as so that they can they're supposed to be able to fire across these berms and have a little bit of protection. However, when you look at what's going to be coming out of the Bradleys and some of these other pieces of equipment that they're getting, they're not going to hold up. So this is a lot of work being done by people that will not see the end of the war if they just stay in these trenches and try to hold Ukraine. But that's many miles of trenches. Somebody had fun digging. I'm glad I don't have a shovel in my hand.
Somebody got paid to dig.
Somebody got paid to dig. Good evening, Prince. How are you?
Good evening, Daryl. I'm doing good. I'm just wondering why you didn't want to go for the 8 is Enough TV show reference when you were having kids.
Well, it almost was 8 enough. It was almost 8. I'm just going to be very honest and say that.
I'll tell you that I have some friends that I grew up with who got married, and they ended up having 8 children, and they got a custom license plate that said 8's enough. So yeah. Yeah.
Well, the thing about when a conversion van can't fit them, then it's time to it's time to stop.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Yeah.
Oh, but it was fun. It was fun. Very fun. Um, we got to do a lot of road tripping and things like that, so it was great.
It's good
And
to
I
have.
tell you,
It's good to have that many
yes,
kids, man.
yep. And the only thing is, now that they're grown, uh, having trying to get them together is one of those things between work schedules and what have you. It's usually maybe once a year, twice, maybe twice that I have them all. So that's the only sad part about it.
Yeah, but they'll be there for you no matter what. You know that in the long run, that's what'll happen. So anyway, yeah.
Anyway,
You gonna take off and leave me with finance?
yeah, I'm gonna take off leaving you with finance. I have a few items I have a few things I need to do before I go to bed. So yes, I gotta drop.
All right. Well, you take care, and thanks for coming up early today. I don't know how you managed that, but it was good to have an extended Alan and Daryl show. So thank you so much.
All right. All the best, Prince. And Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. And good
Oh,
night.
you still need to learn these guys.
Okay, go ahead, Snuff. Tell us what we need to learn.
Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini. Better?
Ukraini.
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 Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini. We'll get there.
Oh, much better. Much better. Much better.
All right.
And Slava Ukraini. And the answer is Heroям Slava.
Heroям Slava.
No. Not Heroям Slava. Not Heroям Slava.
That's what I said. Heroям
Slava. No.
It's my accent, Snuff. Stop.
No, you should tell it without any accent.
Okay. Heroям Slava.
Better.
Better.
Okay, let's proceed it. Let's proceed with this on next lesson.
All right. Thank you, Snuff. Good evening.
Not a problem.
Ukrainian lessons with Snuff. It's good to see you, Snuff. I haven't seen you for a few days. You been doing okay?
Yeah, pretty fine. Do you remember these advertise WhatsApp having a bath, watching a game? Remember this?
Yeah.
We have something like this. So WhatsApp having a bath, killing some Russians.
Yeah, you like to have those jokes, don't you? And look who came up too. Finance. Good evening. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, Prince?
I am hanging in there. I was just looking at a tweet a little bit ago about how concerned the Russians seem to be about how quickly the Ukrainians are learning to use new equipment. they are saying that for the last year they've been hearing it's going to take Ukraine months to learn how to use the Challenger tanks or the Leopard tanks, and now they've just done it in a few weeks, and those pieces of equipment are coming into the country, and Russians are a little worried. It seems they're a little concerned. I saw that tweet from Dmitry, and pretty much always trust Dmitri's um, translations there, and he usually puts out some good information. So it's sort of nice to see that they're concerned that instead of taking 4 to 6 months, it took a few weeks. So looking forward to that.
They struggle to understand what a free people can do when they're defending their homeland. It doesn't really fit to their world mindset. And every time I hear stuff like that, I'm just reminded of the video that came out back when the Russians still held Kherson in the most Pyrrhic way possible, and were getting their butts handed to them on the nightly basis. And a couple soldiers were making some sort of video, and one of them had to admit these, and they use a slur word for Ukrainians, fight pretty damn good, was the translation. And I think that sort of is what they keep grudgingly or not so grudgingly admitting over and over again. But it just comes down to you have a bunch of unmotivated people there for chauvinistic purposes versus a free people there to fight for their existence and homeland. And one of those is going to learn a whole lot faster.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, because there was also an article today in the Kyiv Independent from Ian Gardner saying it's like a cult mentality in Russia. And you think about just how you were saying, just the difference in the mentalities between the free Ukrainians and the pretty much subjugated Russians who are buying into all of the propaganda that they see every day, and it really is like a cult, and it's dangerous and not productive. I mean, that's sort of the bottom line there. It's something that does not produce people who are willing to fight and people who can fight well, and people who they're being used and abused is another way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, this is standard terrorist mentality, right? This is how you get it. This is what a terror nation looks like. Also, good evening to my couple panelists. Longtime friend Chris. Is he actually awake in England?
I don't think so. I think he fell asleep.
Well, I wish I could take him off mute so we can make fun of him snoring. That'd be hilarious. And of course, good evening to Snuff. Snuff, do you ever sleep?
What?
Do you ever sleep? Is the question.
Good question. Good question. Yeah. Sometimes I do.
When?
When you don't hear me.
Every now and then it happens, I suppose. Just don't know when, because you like to stay up late with us here, which isn't a problem. It is the way it is, and we enjoy hearing the things you have to say. Have your friends from Boombox made it back to Ukraine, or are they still or are they still touring?
Well, they were absolutely shocked with what we managed to to get from here. I mean, to fundraise and to buy and to bring it just to the concert place. And frontman of Boombox, he made me a video call. It was very funny. He said, "Hey man, are you goddamn crazy? Look at this. Or all our backstage is in drones. Look at this. What have you done?"
Well, that's
And but they brought with them as many as they could. Yes, as agreed. And the rest, we had an opportunity to get the rest shipped with express delivery to Ukraine. So it will be with it will be. I think it's gonna be back. It's gonna be in Ukraine, just almost simultaneously with Boombox comes back.
good deal. Hey, Finance, I see we got Chris to wake up. Chris has his hand up. What's up, Chris?
Hey guys, I should be asleep, but I'm not. I'm listening to you guys. So, hey Snuff, how you doing? That was great to hear, mate. That everything went well. So the fundraise went really well, right?
Yes, it was. It was. I would say it was. It was pretty aggressive.
Ooh, aggressive. Aggressive sounds good stuff. Aggressive sounds good.
Yeah, because I've made. You could see it on my Twitter. I made a kind of mix of what I've made of for Boombox. I'm in music video. So I made a mix of music video and what I filmed at the war. And it became a good result.
Where is that Snuff? Is it up? Is it on your Twitter, mate?
Yeah. There are
Okay.
a few versions. One of them is just clean, and one of them with Ukrainian subtitles, and one of them with English subtitles.
Okay, are they YouTube or just on Twitter, sort of thing?
Just on Twitter, no YouTube. We made it just. We used it only on Telegram channels, Instagram, and a little bit on Facebook.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so that they've gone viral, is that right? As we say,
kind of viral, yeah, kind of viral.
Excellent news. That is good. That's worth waking up for, definitely. And you got.
Because it was there is a very nice moment with a mortar when name of Boombox shows on the video, and there is a shout of a member of mortar comment shout, which is always it must be shouted before the shot. It sounds like in Ukrainian it's postil. It's like round go.
You'll have to try me again on that one. It's a shout, right?
Yeah, it's a shout. There is a shout. There is a shout of artilleryman, and then just after that, then there is a mortar, which makes a shot, and this mix, you know, it was made actually within, like, I don't know, maybe 25 minutes.
Okay.
But do you know saying that everything genius is very easy?
Ooh, everything genius is very easy.
Yeah.
Is that right? This is like Ukrainians do the impossible at once and miracles take slightly longer, is it?
Yeah. Kind of this. When I sent this video to members of Boombox band, they said like, "Wow, why didn't you do like this before?"
Oh yeah, well, the creation of viral videos is really easy, right?
No, it's not easy. I mean, they were delighted with the addition of shooting and and the music. I mean, music line.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You better take a look to understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I will. I'll do that. I'll do that. Yeah. So obviously, I was joking when I said that creating viral videos is easy.
Sometimes it is.
Yeah. Okay. Sometimes it is. Yeah. Listen, listen. If you can create viral videos every day, you're going to be a billionaire.
I could be a billionaire. You know, I could be a billionaire even I don't know, even in March of 22. Given what I filmed, what actually I was filming, and what kind of material, video material do I have.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, you were making videos for a very, very popular Ukrainian band, right? For Boombox. I mean, they sell out places where they're going to play all over the place. And you were making the videos for them. You were making the music videos for them. And that's not a little thing. But just like Boombox did, you put aside doing that to help your country. And we see that with Ukrainians all over, where they're putting aside what they were doing and fighting for their country, because fighting for their country and fighting so you have a country is more important than making all that money. You know, making the money, that'll be nice, that'll come after. But now you have to fight for your country so that you have the freedom to make that money in the long run. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It makes sense because let me be a little bit, let's say, let's say, not brutal. We have to need some place to spend this money.
Yes, yes, exactly. I understand that, and that's why we often.
This is kind of joke. This is why I was joking. I
Okay,
was not joking.
but no, but it's true in some ways because we've heard for a long time that if Ukraine stops fighting, there is no Ukraine. So you have to keep fighting so that there is a Ukraine to spend that money in, right?
Yes, that's what I was talking about. I was trying to explain when one of my friend, Canadian one, she was she was telling me about maybe you should leave Ukraine, maybe you should run, and I told her, if we all run, then we will not have places to come back in.
Absolutely. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you, Prince. I was going to just tell you a bit of a funny story. Well, I hope it's funny anyway. So I met Snuff in the day when he came on initially with Victoria. So I don't know how long ago that is now. It seems like a long time ago. Yeah, so I think he came on with Victoria because Victoria was going to sort of like just help him, with any language translation he might need, but he didn't need it in the end because, as you can tell, right? But anyway, so we got chatting and that, and I said, "Oh, well, look, because he was wanting to do the fundraise for some drones and that by a certain date. I forget what the date was, but anyway, so I said, well, we'll try and help promote what you're doing. So we were like, he was like sending back and forwards, like, information about what he wanted to put out. Yeah. And like, so I got the connection between him and Boombox, right? Snuff, what the connection is, if you want to say, and you're allowed to say, right, is like so before the war, you were working with Boombox, and the lead singer. What do you want to say about that? Can you say anything?
Again, please. Before the war,
your relationship, your friendship with Boombox, it was before the war started.
yeah.
And what can you say about that so that people know, if they don't already know, that is?
Well, I actually met their DJ Valik. By the way, he's awarded as a best how do they say it, mixtape master of Ukraine. We met in 2004, and then Boombox didn't even exist. And then I met Boombox, and by the way, her bass guitar player, she's from my city.
Okay.
Yeah. So what else to say?
Whatever you want to say, because I think people might be interested. Well, okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell.
Okay. What is interesting? After the full-scale invasion of Russians, lead singer of Boombox became my, let's say, colleague, because he is a drone pilot as well. Yeah, but he operates different type of drones.
Righto.
Yeah, and my first conversation, my very first conversation regarding this all, it was with him. I called him, and I called him from the east, and told him that listen, you're gonna be at that place where aircrafts which were designed by us are being produced. So what about to pick them up, and what about to pick up some more stuff, as more stuff as we can get from Canada, because less and less of drones you can get in Europe. And he said that I'm totally okay. I'm totally agree. I totally agree. He said, we will bring away as many as Canadian law will allow us.
Cool.
Yeah. And just kind of off topic. I was as a cameraman. I was on tour with a boombox within Europe, and I've never seen so much, so many united people.
When was that, Snuff? When were you on tour with Boombox in Europe?
It was on my way. It was on my way to Canada for negotiating regarding building the drones for us, and it was Germany. They actually picked me up to bring me. It was it was crazy because I went from the front line at home and brought all of my gear. I mean, cameras and so on. And the next day, I was heading off to the Europe to with boombox, and actually my goal was to get to the Canada.
Okay.
And what I saw in Germany, what I saw, especially in Cologne. Cologne will be in my heart forever. It was a big audience, of course, full of Ukrainian flags, and of course full of Ukrainians, and many of them were crying.
Wow. What month would that have been then, Snuff?
It was in November.
Okay.
It was in the beginning of November, I think.
Okay, and so they, because I don't know if people know, but like, so Boombox were due to tour USA last year, weren't they? Or did they start touring or what, something? And then didn't Andre like abandon the tour and then go to fight in the war or something? Am I right?
Yeah. He every time when a band stops a tour, he's abandoning the band and goes to operate the drone.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So I thought that what happened was that like they abandoned the tour last year and then they started it again this year. They've just, as you know, as we know, they've just done it this year. Is that right?
Again, please. Didn't understand.
Okay, so I thought they were going to do the US tour last year, but they didn't do that because they did it. They postponed it until this year. Like
yes, exactly right. And by the way, that tour, it was the tour which I was going to join them at, and the first day of the tour was on to my let me recall, 10 March, I think. 10 March. It was the first date of a American tour, very long American tour, but they canceled it because of war.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, and then Andrei he managed to learn to operate that type of drone which he operates, and as I told you, he's my colleague right now, and after that almost all the money which they were received within European tour and this American tour and Northern American tour. They were spending it for Ukrainian armed forces.
Yeah, wow, that's fantastic. Yeah, so Prince, so basically what's happening is I'm trying to put together like some promotional material because Snuff wants to try and complete a fundraise by, it was the 17th of February, I think, wasn't it, Snuff?
Pardon?
You wanted to complete a fundraise by 17th of February, of initial one.
By 17 March.
17th March, right? Sorry, you're right. Yeah, that's right. 17th of March. I beg your pardon. Yeah. And anyway, so trying to pull together information, Prince, right? And obviously, I know about, but I don't know in detail this connection with Boombox and the Boombox tour and all the rest of it, right? So I go on the internet and I like pull all this stuff on Boombox, and then I put it together in a article.
Do you know this song? Sorry for interruption. Did you see this this video with Pink Floyd?
Oh yes, that's a brilliant video. Have you seen
And
that, Prince?
Of course
and
I have. Yes, of course I have. Go
and
ahead.
do you know the prehistory of how actually it happened?
Nope.
Oh,
Nope, but go ahead and tell us
I'd better
if
show
you
you.
want to.
I'd better show you. I'd better show you on Twitter. So, just in the beginning of the war, just in the beginning, just in the beginning of the war. Just a second, guys. Just a second, please. Just a second.
Is that the video of him just singing it on the streets? I believe it was in Kiev.
Yes, yes. He was staying on absolutely empty square of Mikhail, in absolutely empty Kiev, with the rifle, and he was singing. He was singing. He was singing the song, very old song of Ukrainian Cossacks, about defending Ukraine, and it became viral.
It's one of my favorite things to listen to, is him
Yeah,
just singing that while
it
he's out there in that
became
square.
viral. It became viral. Let me show. I'm already posted it. I'm already posted it. Okay, got it. So he was singing this song on absolutely empty Kiev, just with the rifle in his hands. This very old song of Ukrainian Cossacks, which actually was forgotten, and it would be honest to say that he gave this song a new birth, and this song became a viral. And if only you could see what was going on during performing this song within European tour. That was absolutely crazy. It was, it was hard to it was stunning. I mean, audience was singing this song along with band, and sometimes even he took out microphone and gave audience to sing.
Was that in Germany?
That song had not been popular. Basically, I thought that was a regularly sung folk song. You're telling me that one was pretty niche before this video came viral again?
this song, this is very, very old song of Cossacks, which were protecting Ukraine in the beginning of 20th century. And it was not that popular as many of them, and it became so popular exactly after that performing on the absolutely empty square. And after that, they made a video with Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd were delighted by this as well, so they decided to make a feature.
Yeah, and I've seen so many different versions of so many different people doing it, that it's absolutely wonderful.
But this is
Yep,
original one. This is original one, and this is original one, and it just 46 seconds.
Yeah, it's not a long song, is it?
And as you can see, it's absolutely empty city. These are first days of the war. Very first days of the war.
Yep. And I remember seeing that a year ago, first days of the war, when that happened, and he made that video. And and I've seen so many different ones since then.
Yes, yes.
It
It made a whole bunch of remixes of different versions. People started to put it on their phones as as a ring. It became viral.
Yeah, it's a beautiful song. I
Yeah,
have
it
it
is.
on a playlist. I have it on a playlist, so every now and then it comes on for me and my birds. So it's one of my favorite songs. So that was shortly after he got back to Ukraine from when he was preparing for his tour right after the war started last year. And he sang that song, and then Pink Floyd did that with him, right?
Yeah.
That is so cool. And he's gone. They've gone and done some concerts, right? Because they just did a concert in Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
But he's coming back to Ukraine again soon.
Yeah. Very soon.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Chris.
They have additional concerts. But anyways, they will be back. And by the way, you know the meaning of the words of this song?
I looked once, but feel free to tell me. And then Chris, feel free to jump in and ask your question when you can. Yes, tell us what the words mean.
Well, in two words, it says that something happens wrong with our Ukraine. Let me hear. Something went wrong, and so why Ukraine became so sad again. But we're going to make it smiling again. Just in two words.
And oh shit.
What's up, Chris?
It's
I can
okay.
hear
Sorry.
you.
Yeah, I pressed the wrong thing, Prince. But Snuff, you're saying as well that that's an old Cossack song.
Yeah.
So, how old do you think it is?
How old it is?
Yeah.
I can even check it. I can check it right now.
Okay. And do you think? And so, obviously, at that time, the Cossacks were fighting somebody, or something bad was happening when that song was first made. Do you know what that was?
I know what it was. It was war against Soviets.
Yeah. Well, why are we not surprised about that? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So the history of the song says, yeah, it was born in it was born in 1914.
Okay.
And this kind of unit. And exactly after full scale invasion, it became one of the symbols of Ukraine. Really, it was really impressive.
So 1914, we're at the beginning of the First World War.
Yeah.
And Russia has invaded Ukraine. Is that right, or something?
No, actually, in 1914, started the First World War, and during this conflict was an episode which is still considered as a most dramatic episode of Ukrainian history, when Ukrainians, which were slaves of one empire, were forced to fight Ukrainians, which were slaves of another empire.
Okay, can you explain a bit more? Which empires?
Austro-Hungary, and Russia. Part of Ukraine, part of modern Ukraine was part of Austro-Hungary. Okay, you got it. You got it, me so far.
Is that the Carpathian part?
Yes. And another part was under the Russia, and in some two Ukrainian units were faced each other, and they were forced to fight each other. And this is it's still considered as a most dramatical part of Ukrainian history.
Hello, guys. You're mixing some facts up because the song.
All right, true. You're welcome to speak, and you're welcome to suggest that our facts are off, but we use our hands here.
Mm-hmm.
We order. So
He had his hands up, and
oh,
we
I'm
just
sorry.
didn't get around to calling on him. Yeah, I was.
Please put
I
your
was
hands
about
up.
to.
Then we'll call on you.
Yeah.
Then you go. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, True.
Okay, go ahead, True.
Yeah, thanks. So the song dates back to 1914, and the First World War started in. Uh, uh, the song goes back to 1814, so it's 100 years back before the First World War, and it was the anthem of the
I'm
situation.
sorry, but song was written in 1914.
Oh, so then I'm sorry.
Okay, go on, please. It was written in 1914 by Stepan Chernetsky.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Go on, please.
No, I said what I wanted.
Okay.
That's it.
I was I was going to add something in here that I thought was really interesting that I found while looking at this. That as far as some of the history goes, when it comes to this song, the song's association with the Ukrainian people's aspiration for independence, singing of the song was banned. So you were not allowed to sing the song during the period which Ukraine was a Soviet republic from 1919 till 1991.
Yes and no, because
Yes.
yes and no. Why? Because it was forgotten. It was forgotten, and Soviets actually did everything to destroy everything what could remind about anything about Ukrainian fight for independence.
Yes, and it goes on to say though that nevertheless it was still sung by Ukrainian patriots during that time in defiance.
Not
And
not no
anyone
no no not really. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. But this song was not that popular within Ukrainian patriots all this time. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah,
know why.
but and after 2014, it's actually illegal to sing it in Crimea. It's a patriotic song, and when Russia took over Crimea in 2014, they made it illegal to sing. So go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it, Prince, and that. Well, I don't want to interrupt Snuff's flow, but I was just going to say. So let me just finish off the bit of the story, right? Which is that that when we were collecting the information to basically, promote the fundraise and that, I went to get some information about Boombox, and so I put that information up in a LinkedIn article and a Substack article. Well, before I did, I sent it back to Snuff for him to check, and he said it's the wrong boombox, Chris.
Yeah.
And I said, what do you mean it's the wrong boombox, Snuff? He said, that's the American boombox,
Yeah.
and we're the Ukrainian boombox. So then I learned, Prince, that there were two boomboxes, and they were both on tour at the same time.
Yeah, I remember this.
In the 80s, there were lots of boom boxes. Everybody wanted one for Christmas if you were old enough. That's a joke, because that's what when I was growing up, having the best boom box was the best part of life. You could put enough batteries in that thing to last the whole hour if you wanted to. But they were something that we kept very dear to us when we were growing up. So I sort of like the name boombox of the band, and I'm glad to see them doing good. You know, the other thing that I saw, what I wonder a little bit about is that it actually has to do also with with a plant or a berry, and they're called what are they called? The name of the song, interpreted into English anyway, is "Oh, the red verbena in the meadow." So
Too long, right?
yeah,
Mm. I would call it in English. In English, I would call it just red viburnum.
yes, yes,
Red
that's
viburnum.
yes.
But in Ukrainian, it's more complicated. But I don't think that we should make it complicated in English, because there is at least one word which can't be understood in English as good as in Ukrainian. I mean, у лузі. Ой, у лузі червона калина. You better leave just these two words.
Yeah, it's that way with a lot of things. It's hard to translate from one language to another because there's just nothing that's the same. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, so Prince, we were having a discussion. I can't remember when it was now, but we were talking about the fact that, like, in terms of the Ukrainians communicating to the rest of the world, right? This, you know, and seeing the Ukrainian like character, the music has been a really important part. You know, going back to, I don't know what you think, Prince, but for me, the first like musical thing that I remember was the Bayraktar song.
Bayraktar?
For me, actually, because I'm not one who really pays close attention to music and that kind of thing. But I was watching a live stream on the internet of some live cameras in Ukraine, and they played the national anthem like every 12 hours at specific times of the day, and I fell in love with the Ukrainian national anthem. I love the Ukrainian national anthem. It is very strong and powerful, in my opinion. So and like I said, I'm not one who keeps up with a lot of different music, so that really impacted me. And I'm sort of, I don't know, reverting to my childhood in some ways, because I really appreciate the older hymns and things like that that I grew up listening to. Um, and I'll listen to those over modern music almost all the time. And I'll try to find the old versions of them. So the Ukrainian national anthem really hit me in a powerful way, and I still enjoy listening to it on a regular basis.
Well, that's interesting, Prince. Actually, do you know what I mean? One of the first things that I did was, and I know you obviously know this, was I watched Winter on Fire, basically like the day after the invasion or something like that. I think, you know.
Winter on Fire.
Yeah.
It's released.
Yeah.
I think Winter on Fire is an older one that covers about Maidan.
I thought you were talking about Freedom on Fire, because director of Winter on Fire contacted me regarding filming something for his new film, new movie.
Yeah. So Snuff, what happened for me? I don't know whether it was the same for Prince and that, because I know she knows the Winter on Fire. What happened for me was when the Russians invaded. I was watching the telly, and Sean Penn. You know Sean Penn?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he was interviewed on telly, right? And they said to him, he must have been filming or something in Kiev.
He was filming documentary about Ukraine.
Right. And that was literally at the time of the invasion, right? And so they interviewed him on the telly, right? And they asked him what he thought.
So
right. And he basically just said, I've only got one thing to say to you, and that is go and watch Winter on Fire. Right.
What did he mean?
Well, I'll tell you. Well, okay, if I say it like this, Snuff, right? So I went, okay, I'll go and watch Winter on Fire then, right? So I went to watch Winter on Fire, and as soon as I'd watched that, Snuff, I realized that the Russians were never going to win. That I realized that the Russians would never take Kiev, right? They would never, and the Russians would never beat the Ukrainians. That was what I came away from watching that with, because the resistance that the Ukrainian people put up in Winter on Fire was just out of this world.
But Winter on Fire actually is about resistance against regime, against what they did. I mean, against
Yanukovych.
they beaten the students. So the let's say firing point was when special forces of police just beaten students in the center of Kiev. So people got angry.
Yes, people got angry, but at the same time, what I think Chris is trying to say, and what I would say about that, is the fight that the people and the students put up to get what they needed showed the spirit and the devotion and the willingness to fight of the Ukrainian people. And for me, that was something that I did not know. So I could look at that movie and see how strong Ukraine would fight for their freedom and for what they wanted. And then I knew that there was no way Russia was going to win. So
Go on.
No, I was going to say we have a couple people who came up with hands. Is it okay if we go to them and
Yeah,
see
sure.
what they have to say?
I just wanted to tell that Winter on Fire. This is actually the movie the documentary about fighting on Maidan, and not many people knows that during the most important fight in the center of city, there was just like few tens of guys and girls.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I understand. Let's go to August and see what August has to say, and then Alex will come to you. So go ahead, August.
Hey, good evening, Prince. When you were talking about music, one of the musical highlights was when Kalush won the Eurovision. That was just such an amazing,
Jamala,
yeah,
Jamala.
just.
I made a video to her.
You made a deal?
I made a video for her.
Oh, you made a video. Oh, the one of his mom, the Stefania.
No. You mean the latest Eurovision contest?
Well, the one in 2022 when Kalush won.
Kalush, yes, Kalush. And
Yeah, that.
I meant Jamala back in 2017
Oh.
with the song called 1944.
Mm-hmm.
And this song was prohibited in Russia, and they claimed it as a political, because this song was about genocide of Crimea people and deportation in 1944.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have to go look that one up, and I would encourage. I had never seen a Eurovision, so it wasn't even on my radar until, the Ukraine war and Kalush was involved in it. And if anybody hasn't had a chance to see that, go look it up on YouTube. It was just, utterly amazing and inspirational. And since you guys were talking about musical moments, that was mine.
And I'll tell you more. I'll tell you some more.
Okay.
Regarding this video, when Kalush was making this video, they were making these scenes with the ladies in helmets, with the kids. They were making it on the ruins of a trade center in the center of Kiev, which
Right.
was hit by Russian rocket.
Yeah, and that's a good thing for the audience to know. So go and look if you haven't seen it yet, the Eurovision one. And the Eurovision can't be political, so it was, it was a different experience. And then go look at the video where they were after they won, where they were able to incorporate the war, like the women that are leaving the families. It's an ode to honor the women, his mother and then ultimately the women that were fighting. So both of those are just, if you haven't seen them, you got to go look them up. Have you seen them, Prince?
I don't think so, but I will definitely look it up.
There was a funny story, by the way, about Kalush. They had a song, featuring song with Христина Соловій. This is Ukrainian singer girl, and I made 2 videos for her.
Mm-hmm.
And she said that before the war, it was before the war, she said that guys from Kalush got interested, who made a video which was made, by the way, in Kherson.
Okay.
We made it in Kherson.
Yeah, maybe you can add some of those to your Twitter profile, or maybe we can put some in the nest.
Yeah. I can just post it in. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're getting tired.
Yeah. In Twitter. Yeah. Give me a second, please. This video.
That's
It was made in Kherson, and when I was on direction of on southern direction, we were fighting for a key height of liberation of Kherson.
Mm-hmm.
And I had kinda no. I wanted to have kind of achievement. I wanted to get back to that. It was made actually on the factory, on the factory of making ships.
Okay, a ship making factory.
Ship making factory, yes.
Mhm.
And I just wanted to get there and just make a selfie.
Definitely post it so we can see it.
Huh?
I said definitely post it so we can see it. You know, if it's
we were unable. We were just didn't allow to. We were not allowed to go further.
Okay.
For some reasons, we needed to cover other units.
Mhm.
So we didn't reach Kherson as is.
Mhm.
But what I was actually was what I was actually was trying to tell about Christina Solovey. She said that guys from college. She had a song with them.
Mhm.
And she said that after Kalush saw the video made on that ship making factory, they got interested who actually made this video.
Mhm. Mhm.
And after they won
Eurovision.
Just like a joke. I never liked college, truly. But after that, I sent her a message. Now you can give them our contacts.
Okay.
I'm about to post this video.
So maybe you'll do something with Kalush, huh?
Oh, maybe or not.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing the story, Snuff, and I know you're getting tired, and thank you for doing everything for Ukraine. We really appreciate it and for coming on board.
I just posted the video of, made in Kherson.
Okay, I'm gonna go look. Thank you. Good night.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, Snuff, let's see what Alex says. How are you tonight, Alex?
Thank you. I'm good. Yeah, I heard the discussion of Ukrainian songs, and I must say, I really rediscovered. I mean, my mom, she was speaking Ukrainian, so and she actually liked songs.
So I did hear some, but in the last year, the way they were like, as the world is rediscovering them, I really enjoy them. One thing that struck me, I liked very much the Shedrick and Chervona Kalina is a very famous one. You know, one thing that struck me is the national anthem. If you hear the words, um, a lot of anthems are about the past and the glory of the past. This one is about fight for freedom. That kind of, yeah, it struck me. It was very unusual, and so I would encourage you to read the history of it. It looks like the words were written in 1860, and then the music during after collapse of Russian Empire, there was a few years when Ukraine gained independence, and that's where and that's probably where so it looks like it's a long history of fight, and that, yeah. One thing that strikes me is, while a lot of anthems are about, past glory and whatnot, this one is about, hope for future and for victory, and it's about fight for freedom. Yeah, I also had another comment for something else, but I'll probably bring it up later, just to let people kind of finish this topic.
No, go on. If you wanted, go ahead.
Yeah, it's I just read. Not sure if you follow this story, but there was a girl in Russia. Her name is Masha. I'm not sure. Maybe she has some Ukrainian ties, but for some reason she made an anti-war drawing.
Masha.
Masha, let me tell you the last name of her. Masha Moskaleova.
Masha Moskaleova. Still sounds familiar, but not sure.
So she's 12 years old. She made a drawing. It was anti-war drawing. And she is now locked into orphanage. Her parents are not allowed to see her. None of their relatives is allowed to see her. Her dad, who is also against the war, I mean, they're peaceful people, just do not like the idea of, going into other countries and killing them. He is now facing 2 years of colony. There was like a court where he again said that he's against this war, and yeah, he's facing 2 years of colony next to criminals and killers and rapers and whatnot, because he's against the war. And many years later, this story will become a. Sometimes, when reading this, I remember, there was, stories about genocide of Jews from during Second World War. I think there is what's her name, Anna Frank's diary to that end. It's different, of course, and maybe this comparison is superficial, but it still strikes me that 140 million population, and it's just one girl who makes a drawing. Now, to be fair, there are maybe dozens, maybe hundreds of Russians fighting alongside with Ukrainians. And they are fighting Putin's regime. But again, like 140 million population. And so far, the only visible protest is that picture of the 12-year-old girl, which is, it's amazing. Really, I mean, I lived in Russia for what, 10 years, and then I grew up also in Soviet Union. So I thought I knew a lot. Well, turns out I knew nothing. It's really amazing. But yeah.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks. Because it is really interesting to look at some of these things, and I'm glad you have found found a new appreciation, and the things we remember from our parents is sometimes interesting, and I don't even know if I would recognize the song now, but I know that I would give anything now to be able to remember the song that my mom used to sing to me when I was a little girl, and it was a
It was
Serbian
in
song.
Ukraine.
No, it was a Serbian song.
Mhm.
My grandparents are Hungarian and Yugoslavian, which is actually they were from the part that is now Serbia.
Mhm.
But if but my mom's been gone for over 20 years, so I can't ask her to remember. So, Alex, I'm glad you remember and are getting familiar with those songs again. The finance, you've been really a little quiet today. Do you have anything you'd like to contribute?
I'm just letting you. I'm letting Snuff rock it out. I have limited knowledge of Ukrainian music. I started realizing it when 2022 started, and I needed to understand Ukrainians in their own language and their own media and their own thing, and that puts me literally a lifetime behind Snuff and knowledge on the space. So I don't have much to add on it. I could ask a couple of questions as far as Yermak goes, who I just like his music. So I think I've listened to pretty much everything he's made, at least since he started going Ukrainian only with his music. But so that's why I've been notably quiet, and I've just been enjoying the conversation. Snuff.
Nothing wrong with that. Go ahead.
Snuff, you still awake for a sec?
Pardon?
Oh, great. While we're on the topic of Ukrainian music, since the war started, and the songs that support the war, did you have any thoughts on that? What I thought was quite drastic, impressive. Yermak featuring Elisa Dilke Pola song and video.
You mean making some music, some impressive music video for some band's song about the war?
I was specifically referring to Dilke Pola because that one made it out in quite large outside of Ukraine, despite being a Ukrainian language song.
Sorry, I didn't get I didn't get the question.
Oh, I was just wondering if you opined on it. I was wondering how that what's the word I'm looking for? How that fit with how the reception came in Ukraine. How you're a professional in the music space. I'm just someone who appreciates it. Wondered how that both was received in Ukraine and your views as a professional on the song and artistry itself.
Um, hmm, hmm, hmm. Mm. Um, maybe I'm too stupid, but I still don't get the question. So the question is,
Oh, I was curious if you could opine on the Yarmak featuring Elisa song, which I think has made it to 16 million something views with the Ukrainian artist version on YouTube. Dilke Pola, which was when, given the imagery, which would be difficult if I saw an American use it, but means basically something different if you're Ukrainian. I was curious, sort of your views on the song and how that was received domestically.
if the
I'm
song,
not even sure which song you're talking about, Finance. I'm sorry.
yeah, me too.
Sorry, Finance.
Get
Is
me.
there a music
I will
video?
send it. Yes, there is. One moment.
Okay, thank you. It's always interesting because there's so much music out there and it means so many things to so many people, and even it wasn't that long ago that I looked up the words to the Ukrainian national anthem, and it
Looks like you really love him.
I do really love it, and I found a translation that I really related to, and I think I so much so that I saved it in a document. So for in English, the way it was translated, the way I read it on the where I got it translated,
Mm-hmm.
it says Ukraine's glory has not yet died, nor her freedom. Our enemies will perish like our shall rule brothers in our own land. Souls and bodies we'll lay down, all for our freedom, and we'll show that we, brothers, are of the Kazakh nation. So, exactly what Alex was saying. It's about fighting for your freedom. And I think that's part of what makes it so powerful. Even though I didn't understand it, the music even, was so powerful and said so much.
I'm
So
actually, I'm
yeah,
actually, I'm impressed with good translation.
it was from a Ukrainian woman's website. So I found a couple of other translations that didn't seem quite as right to me. So yeah, I looked through like 3 or 4 translations and listened to the music as I was reading them out, and this one seemed to fit the best with it. So it's the one that I decided I liked the best. You
Mm-hmm.
find that song there, Finance? Hang on.
It's in the nest.
What?
The
I
song
put the song
Finance
in the
was
nest.
talking about. So what I'm gonna do here. Oh, stop.
I couldn't play it.
I'm Go ahead, Alex.
Alex?
No, I mean, I clicked on it, but it takes you to YouTube. Maybe it works in YouTube. I will listen.
Yeah, sometime you have to. That one has a Ukrainian artist made YouTube video, and it was, to say the least, jarring for me the first time I saw it. But as I watched it a couple more times and realized that the symbols mean very different things to different audiences, I came to appreciate it far more.
By the way,
No.
yes.
Yeah, no, I sent you a message with the video that he's talking about. See if you recognize it.
Where should I look?
In your Twitter DMs.
In my Twitter DMs.
Yeah, in your Twitter messages.
Okay. This song. Yarmak. Ага. О, Господи. Дике поле.
So I think he was wondering if you know that song and what you think of it.
If you want to know my point of view as a director or cameraman, well, this is not my favorite style. These days, by the way, is going to be released music video by the band called Sky, which were made using my materials, and I will inform you when it's released. But you know, it looks great and glorifying and so on. I'm just watching the video and saying all what I'm saying at the same time. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, but it's kind of too much of pathos for me, and I prefer I prefer style of showing something what people, let's say, not ready to see. Something which people have no idea about.
I will say that for the U.S. audience and specifically for the U.S. Jewish audience, that is not something we were ready to see, nor is it something we had an idea about. Hence why I was asking your opinion from Ukraine. So interesting to me that to you that's standard.
It's no. it's not about standards. You know, standards they do not exist.
No, and it's something normal, by not that it's something that you'd be used to. That's what I meant.
This is okay. Let's say I would say like this. This is something I would. This is not my style. I mean, I wouldn't do anything like this because this is just not my style. I prefer to show another part. I prefer to show, you know, you know what you know what is this video you are showing me? What is this video showing us? This video showing us the only superheroes, right? I mean the
I
best.
haven't.
I
Go
mean
ahead.
the I mean the best ones. Uh, no, ideal ideal mm, um, I ideal how do you say it? Ideal image. Yes, ideal image. They showing us. This video is showing us ideal image of everyone who we see in this video. Just ideal one. Just ideal image of ideal, you know, perfect faces, perfect torsos, muscles, and so on. But I've already mentioned that movie called Fury. Remember?
Sure. Yes.
There is a Brad Pitt, right?
Yeah.
But he is not my favorite one at all. Try to guess who is my favorite one.
Oh, I have no clue. Linus, do you have a guess on that one?
I don't even know the movie.
This is a movie about 10 crew where Brad Pitt is commander. And there is a guy in this 10 crew. There is a guy, charging guy, which is charging new shells. Absolutely, you know, his character even speaks like like this, and he is my favorite one.
Is he your favorite because he's not perfect?
Because guys like this one are making the war.
So you're saying you appreciate the more gritty, you're appreciating the more gritty appeal and more gritty view towards imagery of war and the people who make it, and that's what inspires you and you appreciate seeing in art. Is that a better way to put it?
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. I saw too many people which you will not take a look at them on a street, but if only you could see what they could do on a battlefield. So if I made a music video about the war, first of all, it wouldn't be full of good equipped and good looking heroes. And no. First of all, it would be full of dirt, mud, snow, I can show you some of my shots when we were sitting in the truck and we were trying to make some tea in kettle, and the only way to get the water to the kettle was to cut up the bottle with the ice. And then to pour it to the kettle and warm it up. So it's full of first of all, dirty, very dirty fingers, dirty faces. This is very hard physical work, and I'm talking not only about something on battlefield. Actually, the war is kind of 80% of waiting and only 20% of action. But it's full of really hard work. Really hard work of repair masters. Repair masters. They are real heroes. They are goddamn real heroes. What they do. Repair guys, drivers, and so on. So I wouldn't do video full of heroes. I would do video full of dirt and real characters. Absolutely real.
So back to the maximum of those who don't fight look good, and those who fight don't.
What?
There's an old saying along the lines of those who look good don't fight, and those who fight don't look so good.
No, I didn't mean like this. I meant that those guys that are not let's say on the on the front of newspapers, on tops of articles somewhere on CNN and so on. I mean, guys that with no, which don't have Hollywood image. They most of them, we call them tractors. Most of them, these are the guys which are making the war. This is what I'm thinking.
No, I have a lot of respect for that, and clearly you're doing something more important than probably more important than making a music video this time. But I look forward to when you are able to do such a thing again, because it means probably that there's no Russian orcs that need drones flying at them. But I look forward to seeing your next foray into this, because I get the feeling I will have the honor and the enjoyment of seeing that at some point.
Yeah, I hope so. Just want to biggest idea for me, biggest dream, let's say biggest dream, is to make a movie after this all stops, to make a movie. But this movie will be not allowed to will be not allowed in Ukrainian cinemas.
Why not?
Because it will contain too Russian.
Because it'll be too Russian?
Yes.
Okay.
Because one of terms of Ukrainian cinematic organization. I can't recall how it's called. Movies must be all in Ukrainian, so all characters need to speak Ukrainian. The war, this war, real movie about this war cannot be made without using characters which are on Ukrainian side and which are Russian speaking.
I still don't understand how this makes it too Russian.
Okay. Okay. According to rules of Ukrainian if you want your movie to come through Ukrainian cinemas, okay, this movie must be in Ukrainian, so all characters must speak Ukrainian. So they will demand all the characters of Ukrainian fighters to speak Ukrainian, and this will not be true.
I get what you're saying. I think I get this, that
Recently, we had a kind of hype video about like 20 minutes trench, absolutely crazy trench fight, where just one guy with help with another one, where he managed to hit the BMP. He killed one was GRU soldier. He was running over the trench, and that guy was Russian speaking.
Yeah.
Ukrainian fighter. If you go to the trench, if you go anywhere on the front line, you will not hear the 100% of Ukrainian, I mean language. And to make a movie when all characters of Ukrainian fighters in this war speak Ukrainian, it wouldn't be true. Just believe me, it wouldn't be true. It wouldn't be true to make to try to make a video, a film, a movie, I don't know, movie about Odessa, Ukrainian city, Odessa. It wouldn't be able to make it without using any characters speaking Russian. Just nobody will believe you.
That makes complete sense, because as we've known, you know, that's one of the things that we've talked about here on and off, is that many Ukrainians speak Russian, and that's you know how they've grown up. And
exactly, I'm one of them, by the way.
Yeah, so you want it to be real. You want it to show what's real, not something else. So
yes,
we got a couple hands. Lester, I saw you have had your hand up and you just put it down. Do you have something you'd like to say, Lester? Go ahead if you'd like to.
Yeah, thank you. So this actually kind of goes back to the previous comments where he was mentioning the video that Finance shared. And I think what he was saying, and we all probably get that now, that he would not make that because it's more of a superhero type video, where he would rather show the real common man who is struggling in fighting the war in real life. And we don't need to use superheroes. The other one's more of a good rah-rah, pump up your blood thing, but it doesn't really show the hardships and the sacrifices people make. And the other thing was the Brad Pitt movie was Fury. That's all.
Yep. That's all good. Thank you, Lester. And yeah, no, I actually just have taken a few moments to watch the video that Finance sent, because I hadn't seen it, and then my app crashed. And anyway, that's a whole nother story. But I just finished watching it, and you're right. I think you put the finger on it. Just like Sergey's talking about wanting the language to be real by including Russian amongst the Ukrainian soldiers, because that's how it is. He doesn't want them to be superheroes that are computer generated. He wants it to be real people, because it's real what's happening, and you don't want to hide the real people. Am I summing that up there good for you, Sergey?
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely.
Okay. Let's see what Lexicon has to ask here. And Lexicon, I appreciate you, and I know that sometimes you can get a little complicated, but sometimes with Sergey, a little simpler is better. So just an encouragement there. I appreciate you, though.
Oh, this is my life. I talk to other speakers all the time. No, I just agree with you, and with you, Snuff, that like I wanted to say, when we're at home looking at clips on TV of stuff going on, I would say at least 95% of it is in Russian. So I think for the audience, any of the people, a lot of viewers do know, let's say, even if they're Ukrainian, they can, well, of course, then they can tell when something's Russian, but yeah, anyway, they can tell that even if they can't understand the whole thing, they know enough to Russian students and so on to know that the people are speaking Russian. So I think, yeah, you'd probably have, people probably will discuss those things a lot. And part of the experience is that during the war, viewers all around the world are hearing that the Russian language is spoken a lot. Putin is attacking, the whole eastern side of the country and the south. So we outsiders might not understand why or whatever. But yeah, I think you're right. I think you're saying it would not be realistic to somehow think that that all the Ukrainians are speaking Ukrainian in this war in this part of the country.
Yeah, I was just accidentally saw a short movie by some deputy of parliament. His last name Davidov or something like this. And this
Davito?
And it doesn't matter. And he was saying like, I want everything, just everything about Russian language must be prohibited in Ukraine at all. All I wanted to say, go to goddamn trench.
Yep.
Because that is the reality. I mean, like you said, Odessa. I mean, we have somebody who comes on the space rather regularly who lives in Odessa, and I appreciate her so much. She comes on all the time, and it's one of the things. Actually, she hasn't been on for a while, but she's been busy. But one of the things that she's been very clear in telling us is how even around Odessa, the language is even a little different than Ukrainian and a little different than Russia. It's almost Russian. It's almost a mix of the two at times, depending on who you talk to. And so the differences in the language, I know right now is a really difficult time with being invaded by Russia. But the fact that Ukrainians speak Russian and Ukrainians speak Ukrainian, and I know that there are Ukrainians who also speak Romanian. There are Ukrainians who speak Hungarian. There are Ukrainians who have come from all of those different cultures, and it's continued to emerge through the years, and they've maintained those languages that they grew up with or their parents grew up with. And it's hard to say right now that Russian is okay to be spoken, because people are very angry at Russians, and they should be.
Not that way.
But,
Not that way. Not that way.
okay.
Not that way, because people Ukrainians do realize who are on the front line. They do realize that on the front line, something which is called cross section of society. So I mean, all of Ukrainians realize that those who are on the front line, they are they are not 100% Ukrainian speaking.
That makes sense.
And modern days, many of them just you know what was funny about that video of that deputy that got me mad, that just after this video was two short videos of Ukrainian soldiers. One of those videos was a video inside of a tank crew, and another one I can't recall. But what I'm talking about, that next to videos about real fighters of Ukraine, these guys were Russian speaking.
And whatever you produce, you want it to be real. Let's see what Lexicon has to say.
Whatever I produce, I want just guys like this deputy, this white collar from parliament, shut the goddamn up and go to the trench.
Yeah.
And go to the trench to see the reality. And it wouldn't be true. It wouldn't be true to show this war without those guys which were Russian speaking and which died being Russian speaking. Which died being Russian speaking, but identifying themselves as Ukrainians.
Yes, you can identify as Ukrainian. You are Ukrainian, even if you speak Russian. I get that. Okay, Lexicon, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, Snuff, and I think the impression, what we're learning from countries, from the audience around the world, is the one thing about Ukrainians that's so one huge thing for us is how most Ukrainians want authenticity in what they see. Like you're talking about reality, sincerity, authenticity, to be authentic. So I think there will be a lot more, I don't know, I get the impression there are a lot more people demanding authenticity than those who are making a show. As Prince says, this is a hard time. So there's going to be a lot of strong feeling about language issues. But I think in the end, what you're saying is an answer to people in the world who can't understand this language question in Ukraine. And I think they will learn over the months and years that there is this kind of easy blending of so many cultural backgrounds and language backgrounds. It's a wonderful gift. It's an ace that Ukraine has. It's an ace that you can overcome the divisions of so many countries that are based on culture and language and religion, things like this. So I think what you're putting forward is a very positive idea. I hadn't realized there was this huge dynamic you have to struggle with, but I think your ideas are really positive and authentic, and I think people will fight for whatever is the variety of realism and authenticity that Ukraine wants, and we see it now.
Me too. Me too. it's not ideal. It's just to like I see it. Just like I see
Yeah,
it.
I think idea, not
Uh,
ideal. But yeah, I understand. It's your thinking, your view.
Thanks.
Wow, we're learning some good stuff tonight, Snuff. Yeah. Are you tired? Isn't it morning there? The sun up already?
Yeah. I think I'm going off pretty soon.
Okay, that's fine. Is it okay if I ask finance a question about finance because he likes finance?
It's okay.
I'm gonna, yeah, okay, I'm gonna ask finance something about finance here. Oh, let's see here. You know, I read a story later this afternoon about Snuff. Can you mute your microphone while I do this?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I read an article in the Financial Times about Western groups who are leaving Russia are now going to face an obligatory donation to Moscow. And that previous to this, it was a voluntary 10% donation to Moscow, but now they are making it mandatory. It's not going to be an option. What do you know about how it used to be and how it may be in the future?
I mean, it wasn't voluntary before, but Russia is a procedural place. It is a procedural place. It's just not the way that we think of a country of laws because it's not really. It's not a contractual country, but they do have procedures. So, people can and will fight in their courts to try and uh, assert what the rights are supposed to be under law, despite the facts that the de facto rights are not the case. Voluntary was, when they first came out with this voluntary contribution to state budget, I joked that it was the most Soviet sounding pile of dog woohoo that you could possibly imagine. The Russian budget has blown a, shall we say, Kamaz truck size hole in it, and it's getting worse. Their budget deficit was a shocking big negative in January. And the questions that were raised were either there were a bunch of losses last year that were pulled forward with accounting tricks, or that in January, their budget blew out and got a lot worse as their spending kicks up, as oil prices come down at the same time, and as their oil revenues come down. It doesn't matter which of these analyses you use, which is true. Both of them basically mean that Russia's budget's a disaster and getting worse, because either it was worse before and they were hiding it and it's just going to be worse in the future, or it's getting worse really, really drastically now, and all the things that would make it really drastically worse now are just continuing to get worse, right? So as that global oil price keeps dropping, it's clearly down a lot from whence anyone who started on this space first met me about a year ago. Global oil prices are down $30+. We've gone from 100 a barrel to the mid 60s. With the U.S. being in a recession, we're in the middle of a banking crisis. That's the OPEC cuts can't hit fast enough, basically, to keep up oil prices. And Russia also lost 4/5 of its natural gas revenue by turning off the natural gas to most of Europe, and then we had the Nord Stream blow up, etc. So that's not coming back. Like, they can't sell that to somebody else anytime soon. For them to sell it to China, which they just agreed with China they would, is going to take a multi-billion-dollar investment, and not 2 or 3, more like 20. But that level of investment to get pipelines that basically stretch from northeastern Russia all the way across Siberia, all the way to China, so that they can export the oil they used to send to Europe, where they already built all those midstream assets, to China. That's not built yet. Don't know when they're getting that built. That would take 4 or 5 years if they had all the experts and they weren't in the middle of a war. But they are in the middle of a war. They don't have their foreign experts, at least the majority of them they used to have. Lots of people are hesitant to do it. And as much as China is one of the closest things to a friend Russia has left, I don't count Belarus, who's a semi-vassal state at this point, albeit one that's Lukashenko's trying to retain his dictatorship, but also get independence back. We'll see how that goes. But, China's not really a friend. They're not going to give them the money. They are agreeing to buy oil at a contract that's very beneficial to Russia. It's above market rates. It's definitely above what they could get by the level of desperation Russia has to move their oil. The financial term for this is ripping someone's face off. Not a joke. We would call that ripping someone's face off. Russia is in such a bad position with so little leverage that anyone willing to buy in huge volume can literally rip their face off. But they're not. They're actually going above and beyond to try to help the Vlad budget. In my best Morgan Freeman narration voice, I can say, but it wasn't enough. So it's not going to make up for the fact that they're still spending a huge amount more than they're taking in on the war effort. And that is with them shirking most of their promised, things like death benefits and other things, because they do need to try to supply their troops. Somebody realized that, sending tanks to the battlefield that don't drive or shoot was a bad idea. So they're at least retrofitting all these 50, 60-year-old tanks with Chinese optics and trying to make sure the tracks move and things like that. But that takes more money, takes more time, takes more investment. You can't have, right? They can't maintain a war effort with absolutely no investment. You got to have bullets and food for your soldiers, or as they quite literally have found out, they'll just surrender, right? Because they can't fight, right? If you're out of, every military man up here at some points basically said, I can go without food for a day or two, but if I run out of bullets, I'm out of the fight, right? If they don't have supplies of military equipment going to their guys in the front, they're not fighting. So that all costs, and they suck at logistics, and they're super corrupt. So it costs them more than it should cost, say, a Western country or a NATO country, I should say, or even, quite frankly, South Korea or Japan or any of these nations to deliver supplies to troops at the level they're delivering them. So it's very expensive to wage their war. Their economy has fallen off a cliff with all their defections. So they have a huge budget gap, and they're trying to finance their budget however they can. So they're raising taxes on companies because that's who has the money to pay them, right? There isn't broad spreading of wealth. It's not like there's a lot of small businessmen in Russia who've built little businesses that are prosperous, that aren't taxed, that have safety and security. Of course not, right? The Siloviki steal anything that's going really well in Russia, right? And if they haven't stolen it, they own a significant part of it, right? This is the mafia state. Success depends on your ability to get along with your local and then your national, depending on how big you are, Siloviki, your security services. So how is it they're going to get more money? Well, if there is no money to get from the common businessman, because there aren't even many common businessmen left, then you go after the big companies, many of which are partially state-owned. You say, hey, I want you to give voluntary contribution to the budget. And last year they got a multi-billion-dollar special tax to the oil companies. I think Gazprom paid $3 or $4 billion, something crazy like that. It was a windfall profit tax that they did for the gas and oil companies who were making a bunch of money. This year, however, that's not enough. Their spending's still going up. Their economy that they would normally have as a tax base is being plowed under Ukrainian soil. That part of their economy that hasn't just left with the, what is it, million something Russians that have just fled the country, most notably including the people who could build businesses, and what few small businessmen and highly educated and wealthy people they had, that's who was most likely to leave. So they lost, I don't like the term best and brightest when we're talking about a genocidal chauvinistic nation, because I don't know that these people left for great moral compunction more than personal safety, but they just lost their people who could build businesses. So yeah, they're trying to finance their budget however they can. When this stops working, they're going to start printing money, because they don't really care about they don't care about the economics anywhere near as much as they care about trying to commit genocide. And Vlad is a dictator. He's not an elected person. So absolutely destroying everything about the Russian economy and people, he doesn't matter to him. And so, yeah, so right now they're having special taxes. And if this war goes on the sad length that, say, Chuck has suggested it might, of multiple years more, then I guess then at the rate they're going, they're going to have to move to printing money, because I don't see how else they're going to bail this thing out.
Well, thank you. You didn't mute your mic, but were you done?
I did mute my mic.
Yep.
And
Okay, sorry, I just didn't see it. And I asked Anda if she had a minute to come up because of something that we talked about, I think, last week or over the weekend. And it reminded me of the conversation I was having with Snuff. And that conversation was about film that he wants to make. But he wants the actors who would be the Ukrainian army to speak Ukrainian and Russian, because that's the reality of it. And it reminded me, Anda, of the conversation we had about the other languages that are spoken in Romania and how accepted they are. So I wondered if you had been listening to that and if you had any input. No, I'm asking Anda. She's from Romania. And I think you talked to her a little bit too. Anda, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I am here. All right. So,
Bună dimineața.
bună dimineața.
Eu sunt bucuros de cunoștință.
Oh. Do you have Sergey? Do you have a Romanian in your
Roots?
Either Romanian roots or of your colleagues?
Some in my, I have some Romanian roots.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
All right. I'm very glad to hear that. So
by the way, if you don't know, till 1940, the southern part of Ukraine was the part of Romania.
I know.
I know.
I know both Cahul and also in Chernouți. I know.
Yeah, it's Chernovtsi, and northern Bukovina. Yeah.
So I'm really glad to meet you. We have relatives in the area, and I have friends with relatives in Chernouți. So yeah, I know in the um, Ukrainian army, there are guys who fight um, for Ukraine. I so
And by the way, sorry for interruption.
yes.
Imagine a movie about war in Ukraine, where fighters for Ukraine are only Ukrainian speaking, when there are whole bunch of Georgians, Romanians, by the way, as well, guys from Norway, Americans, English, and so on.
Sergey, how do you go? How do you get along? So when you get in the army and you are in a big group, and people are speaking various languages, how do you get along? Besides sign language, sign language, when you point.
It depends. It depends on who are you dealing with. To Georgians, usually it's Georgians. They know Russian. Other guys, they speak English, and guys from Poland, they speak Polish.
Are there a lot of guys from Poland?
No comments.
Okay. I haven't heard a lot about that. What I've heard is that there are some Romanians, but not officially. Like the law in Romania. The law in Romania is that a Romanian soldier is not allowed to fight for another country. This is one reason for which officially there are no Romanian soldiers in Ukrainian army.
No, to my knowledge, if you are just a citizen of Romania and
citizen, yes, but
yeah,
if you're an active soldier or a veteran,
or a veteran,
yes, if you are a veteran, because when you are a veteran in Romania, you get a pension, you get money from the state, and you lose that. If you go to fight for another army, you lose the pension from Romania.
And what about citizenship? if just a citizen of Romania goes to fight for Ukraine, will he lose Romanian citizenship?
No.
Uh-huh.
No.
Good news for Romanians.
But they have to be so they have to had military training, right? Because you at this point, Ukrainian army doesn't need just men; they need trained men. So someone who has fought before.
Sure.
So I was to Prince's point, to what Prince was talking about. Ukraine has the same thing as us, as Romanians, meaning they have been invaded and occupied by various nations. So there are mixed populations, right? Just like you said, Hungarians in the West, Romanians, Polish, Russians. It's a reality. Also Tatars, in Crimea, but not only, and Jews also. So there are a lot of nations who live peacefully in Ukraine. Did you ever had living in Ukraine? Did you ever had problems? Like
with whom?
No. So before the war, people got along just fine. So there isn't. What's my point? Russia says the Russians are oppressed in Ukraine, right?
It's lie. It's lie. It's absolutely lie. Odessa is a Russian-speaking city, and Odessa made uh, on 2 May of 2014. It was the day of just explosive resistance to Ruski Mir.
Yes. And that was exactly my point. You lived there. And you saw that, first of all, Ukrainians and Russians and Romanians and Hungarians, Polish people, didn't have a problem before the invasion, but right now they are united against Russia.
No, not really. Not really. You know, I would consider it as a let's say good good way of competition. No, it's like Romanians always say that they make wine better than Bulgarians, and Polish say that they make some food better than Carpathian Ukrainians, but no fights about that.
Just banter, just friendly competition, right?
Friendly competition as well, absolutely, just like between Georgians and Armenians.
Do you
if you know in Odessa, for example, Odessa is I think is most multiple cultures and nationalities city of Ukraine, and no problems at all regarding that.
You know, someone asked me for a recipe for borscht. So yeah, I had some yesterday. So yeah, all right. I have. So you said you want to make a film at the end of this.
I said that maybe someday. I don't make plans for future because I realize that this is the war, and my plans can be ruined by by
I understand.
by just one shell.
Well, but you are allowed to dream of what you're doing after that, right? Or you don't?
I dream about sleeping.
Oh, you're funny. You're really, really funny. Uh, I guess that's one thing that one commodity that cannot be bought.
Yeah. At least I don't know. At least 1 week or so. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how long it will take. I'm gonna just sleep and eat and sleep and eat.
Well, that's a good plan.
Best one.
God. I read a piece of news, and I was wondering, have you seen Romanian weapons or Bulgarian weapons where you are? Have you received any?
I saw some Romanian AK-47s, but I don't know where did they come from, because they could be transferred from Moldova.
Yes, 100%. All right. You know why I was asking? Um, there was a piece of news in Ukrainian media that from Bulgaria there were weapons who were sent. It's not so that's what I was asking. And also I
You
saw,
disappeared. You
yeah,
disappeared from Bulgaria. Weapons.
there is a piece of news. So there is a piece of news, a declaration from the former Prime Minister of Bulgaria. And he said that Bulgaria exported $2.7 billion as value weapons to Ukraine. That was the news. So that's why I was wondering if you saw any. They didn't say.
Yeah, I did. I did.
Awesome. Simply awesome. More. I read that some leopards, 18 leopards, arrived yesterday. Tanks, that is, arrived yesterday in Ukraine, and also Mardars. And I hope everything that was promised to arrive soon. I really hope that everything will arrive soon. Yeah. All right. finance. I am totally out of touch of so yesterday and the day before, I haven't read anything about the future programs of rebuilding Ukraine. And I was wondering if there is any news in this direction, if there is any promise of money or.
So I mean, so we've seen a lot of the big movements, but until new ones happen, this is politely put, you could call it events based, right? But a lot of the big rebuilding initiatives can't happen until the Russians pack it in and go back to Russia and stop shooting cruise missiles at our friends in Ukraine, at Snuff here, every single month in huge barrages at all major Ukrainian cities, right? You can't get domestic, international, anybody to put in $1 billion+ physical facility, right? Euro physical facility, pound physical facility, the equivalent in Ukrainian hryvnia. Doesn't matter what currency, right? You can't get a massive physical facilities, right, put in without, when there's just a big risk of stuff blowing up, right? When the power system, the power grid isn't perfectly stable, again, because the Russians are attacking it. Same for clean water, right? And while our friend Andrei Borenkov of BDO Ukraine has made the excellent point that, you know, something like a gigawatt worth of generator energy has been imported into Ukraine since 2022, February 2022. That's not the situation by which you can build massive projects. Yeah, you can build some housing. Certainly, I don't know if you'd want to everywhere outside of Western Ukraine, because you know, there's a lot of parts of Ukraine that have extra housing. And yes, you could build some housing in Western Ukraine where pricing has shot up a lot. But that's a smaller scale kind of thing. But so for the major rebuilding investments, right? You know, Ukraine still has the human capital to have really big, heavy industry. That's going to make a lot of people a lot of money. But no one's going to put that kind of capital into building a new modern steel facility, right? When the old steel facility of MriyaReport is still under Russian control. And it's not that they're going to rebuild the old crappy Soviet thing, right? Whatever's going to get rebuilt in Ukraine is going to be of the 2020s era of equipment built under the modern techniques with the Ukrainian skilled labor, right? And that's a really good basis for a nice big economy. But you can't do any of that until you win, right? Donbass has a natural gas field. Incorrectly, a bunch of idiots for a while thought that that was the reason why this war was started. Again, it wasn't, but there's still a natural gas field under there. And, you know, Ukraine is going to tap that and is going to get natural gas out of there and is going to pump that to Europe. But it can't do any of that while it's under Russian control, right? And even in Western Ukraine, where we are seeing some investment in things like venture capital, granted, a lot of global venture capital is now down, given the, you know, economic crises going on here in the U.S. and Europe. But, you know, we did see funds raised. Shirmata came in, discussed the fact that venture capital is going into Ukraine still. Why? Because it doesn't build much, right? Venture capitalists need a bunch of guys on computers that can be basically anywhere. So, you know, the interest in Ukraine right now for money to go in is stuff that takes as little infrastructure as possible. That's not really the rebuilding money, right? It's better than nothing. Don't get me wrong. I'm all in favor of it. But, you know, the big rebuilding money, you know, as much as our friend Kamishin and the gentleman who's taken over after him have done, for lack of a better term, the Lord's work in Ukra Salzanitsa. Apologies to Snuff for my terrible pronunciation of that. there's only so much, they're just trying to keep up with keeping what cities that are liberated connected to the rail network that they can, and keeping what rail network they can continually repaired, because the Russians hit it with all sorts of stuff, right? Like, that's not the kind of major projects of rebuilding new areas that they would like to do. And they are doing more building than almost anybody in Ukraine these days. So we're not going to have the biggest news, the news I'd love to talk about, the rebuilding news, until after or near the conclusion of this genocidal invasion. So, that's what we're not seeing. What news we are hearing, there was in Ukraine who said that in the Financial Times, where he was quoted as saying the dangerous money printing is not going to be repeated. Now, I think that is agree that that's ideal, but the only way he can say that and do that, the only way the Ukrainian heads of finance can not have to print enough money. And if you remember, there was a while where I was reporting inflation here every single time they came out with a new monthly number in Ukraine. And we would ask you for predictions, and I said, I can't give it right now, because the way financing was being done last year is that no one in Europe or the US or any major international body had come up with a long-term revolving facility for Ukraine where they got on time the $3.5 to $5 billion they needed to plug their budget deficit. And it's not like Ukraine has a bunch of fat left to cut in the budget. I'm sure our friend Snuff here could point to one or two things. I'm sure everybody can. But from a macro perspective, they've cut pretty heavily, right? They can't cut the funding to the war effort. They can't cut what they're spending on Ukrsazhenitsa, which, by the way, is running on basically international donations right now. Unheard of for a massive private company. So, they were down to, what are they going to do? Cut housing for internally displaced people? Cut food budgets? Cut salaries for government teachers? Like, who's not getting paid, right? Like, this isn't, we have our good friend Ali in Ghana, where they have something like 1,200 cabinet level ministers. This ain't that government, right? This isn't Soviet era level government anymore. They've already cut down a lot of that. So at this point in the war, when they were starting to print money, people ask me, well, why don't they do other things? I'm like, look, their bonds are already in default. The domestic banking system's already under financialized. So it's not like there's some pool of money they could tap. So you have the bad choices of trying to create, like, not pay people, print money. There aren't really that many national assets to sell off, though they are privatizing all the underperforming land and other things. They're sort of scraping the bottom of the barrel of assets they can sell off, which on the margins is a good thing. But 3 billion hryvnia is nowhere near enough to cover even 1 month's deficit, let alone the broad level of issues that they were having. So yes, they were resorting to incredibly dangerous money printing, but they were out of any good options or decent options or even kind of bad options. It was the bad options and the worst options. And I understood why they took the decisions they made, because they didn't have really other good options. And when everyone started for Schultzing the payments, right? They had to pay people. They had to keep their military going. They had to buy stuff, right? And while, yes, there's some tax reform they could do, that some of which is needed, some of which would be helpful to try to raise funds, they aren't the lowest. Like, their income tax is very low, but nationally they already have sales tax, they already have property tax. They could do some things on the margin. They could raise tax a bit, but their tax rate, their budget was basically budget balanced in 2020 or 2018 before COVID. It was even balanced after COVID, right? The reason their budget was a problem was there was a friggin' invasion, and 20 to 25% of Ukraine is covered with orcs, right? That land ain't giving you taxes, right? And then a bunch of people who would otherwise be paying taxes have either left the country, you're not saying they're or are fighting in the war, or have family members that are doing both, right? You've got the military age men fighting, and a bunch of women and children are displaced in or outside of Ukraine. That's not an environment that like tax reform is going to cover your shortfall, right? The budget's blown out because they're in a war, and everything's better than being genocided. Like, so your other choice is being genocided. So like, if they have to, so like, if you're saying there is a central banker and you're like, well, literally everybody I have to pay has to get paid. I can short my bondholders, but I've already done that. So I've already not paid back the people I can not pay back. And we're just down to Ukrainians who need humanitarian needs, or Ukrainians who make the government run, right? And Ukrainians who make directly fight the war. And government run includes civil workers who do things like repair the sewers and electrical grids, which lets them fight the war. So there isn't anything they could have cut, right? From a macro level. Yes, again, there was reforms. You can always find something, but like the barrel had been scraped. So, when you're sitting at the top of this kind of system, there wasn't something else that they didn't have a good option, right? So the fact that he's saying that now, to me, says that he now has the option to say that. He has the availability, right? The IMF now has a $15.6 billion loan facility. First, it was they were just working with Ukraine on accounting standards and banking standards, because Ukraine, unlike a lot of countries that go to the IMF, really, really wants the IMF to go through all the books to show that they clean up their act and they're no longer the highly corrupt nation that they are often reported to be, that they have put their Soviet past behind them, and that they need to be rated a lot better for business than 140 something in the world. Makes a lot of sense why you want the IMF to say that. And the loan itself was an afterthought. Original discussion was $3 billion. Then they agreed to $5 billion. Now the amount is $15.6 billion, and that's at least 3 months of financing for their government. But since we're now talking that their budget deficit appears to have dropped from the $5-ish billion that they needed at the worst, with some of their economy coming back and whatever else they've done, we think that number is closer to $3.5 billion. So that's maybe more like 4 to 5 months of financing. So if the IMF has a $15.6 billion credit facility that's backstopping Ukraine, as Europe is getting better at not schultzing their economic support, and America is doing better at this too, add all that together, and it seems like the central bank minister of Ukraine, I don't know if he's a minister, I don't know his exact title, the head of finance guys in Ukraine, they have better options now. They don't have to just like, printing money isn't like one of the only terrible options left. It's now an option they can skip because they have a better bad option, right? And taking on debt when you're in the middle of a genocidal war, but you can more or less expect that post-war your economy will boom for a while, because you should be at least pre-war levels, plus a lot of investment and a lot of productive investment. And there's definitely an upside case where, there's going to be a lot of fortune seeking in Ukraine. And from a capitalist perspective, that's a good thing, right? Like, from a moral perspective, I'm there if you want to take some shots at all the people who are going to do that. But from a let's turn Ukraine into a wealthy nation after they get these orcs out, if that's what we're talking about, then that's good, because that's a lot of people who are going to show up, going to try to bring money and skills to the table, right? They're going to try to get, connected with everyone in Ukrainian civil society. I'm going to try to bring in, you have everyone chomping at the bit to try to do the rebuilding, right? This is something that Polish construction companies, German concrete manufacturing construction companies, Romanian companies, like everyone in Central and Eastern Europe that's on the corporate side is going, like, is just waiting and trying to make sure that they are in a position to do business in Ukraine because they know there's going to be a lot of it to be done, right? If you make something boring, bitumen mixers that go into concrete, PVC piping, municipal sewage piping, anything boring. You make anything boring right now, there's going to be massive orders. If they're not already coming from Ukraine, there's going to be massive orders when Ukraine gets to a point that it can rebuild cities, right? Basically all you can buy for years, because that's going on top of whatever Europe's normally buying. So that's the upside. And taking loans out when you're looking at that coming down the pipe looks pretty good. The better choice than all of these things would have been had the U.S. found our own spine, and of course Great Britain, those being the two countries that have the most frozen Russian assets, and taking that $200 billion in central bank assets that we have frozen and said, you know what? We can give those to Ukraine. Like, people make all these comments that legally, like, it's not supposed to be done or there's not a way. Yes, we can either designate Russia a terrorist organization, then we can do it. Our laws allow that. Congress could pass a law to allow it. But if genocide's not a reason to hand over one country's money to the people they're victimizing, I don't know what the hell is, right? Like, if the rule of law says that no, there's something bizarrely sacred about the Russian central bank assets right friggin' now, right? We're literally talking, you're basically giving me the same argument that, like, oh no, the Nazi assets are sacred in 1940. Like, that's what we're hearing. So that would have been the best solution, because there's 200 billion of them, and none of these decisions or discussions would have had to be had. Russia would literally be financing its opponent from here until they lose. But nobody's found the spine to do that yet. I don't know why. It would get them all the way to the finish line with room to spare, and it would prevent a lot of the possible significant downsides they may have to pull off. It's one thing to say, hey, we're not going to risk this kind of finance. It's one thing to say, hey, we're not going to risk this kind of financing. It's really bad for macro stability. Yeah, it is. Matters a lot more than macro stability. Friggin' genocide. Like, when you're down to your choices of, if I don't do it, I'm making the genocide risk worse, I'm going to do it, even though I know it's a bad choice. It's because you don't have a better option. That's just the best option available to you, and you're going to do it the best way you can, despite it being a god-awful decision. Right? That's where he was last year. That's where the central bank and the treasury of Ukraine, that's where they were last year. They're not there now. I hope they stay not there. I really hope that somebody, please see our politicians here in the U.S., proceeds to pull their heads out of their rears they're so firmly planted in, and just, we could stop sending our money to finance Ukraine. Like, why is my taxpayer money going to finance Ukraine when we haven't sent them Russia's money that we have frozen, and they're the ones committing the genocide, right? Like, the criminals' money is here. It's already stopped. Why don't we send the criminals' money to Ukraine first, and then we can send my taxpayer money? Like, please, like, it's like 1 penny a person in the U.S. per HIMARS or something. Like, I'll get a penny collection out. Like, let's send them all, baby. But, as far as, like, doing this, like, hey, like, I'm willing to send my taxpayer dollars. Like, I'm not saying we shouldn't send it. I'm just saying, why are we sending those before we're sending all the Russian money first? We don't need to have a political debate about that. Why is there political pushback on sending literally the genocide year's money over before sending our own money over? Sorry, the personal rant always has pissed me off. This has pissed me off since this war started. I thought, like, February 25th, like, the moment Zelensky goes, I need ammo, not a ride, we should have at least handed him $200 billion of Russian money and said, go buy some ammo, have fun. And we didn't. Everyone's favorite morning announcer, Mockers, is awake. Mockers, speaking of numbers,
good morning.
Have the Russians lost 200 billion assholes yet?
Not quite, but you want to see the gear that they've lost yesterday. Let's just say, the first top line on the numbers, I was kind of like, okay. And then I read further down and I was like, wow, wow.
So have they gone over the 20 pieces of equipment they lost 2 days ago?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy, I'm excited. This is everyone's favorite part of the day. All right, let's hear it.
Oh, helps if I unmute for that bit. Right, so we have the numbers and they are as follows. So top line, we have 570 personnel. Now, this goes in line with what we've been saying, that this effort to push in some areas, especially like Khmut, Avdiivka, Vuhledar, they're still fighting there, but they don't appear to be throwing the same push into it. So the figure for guys is down, but here we go. We have 7 tanks, 13 armoured personnel vehicles. So that's your 20 right there, finance. Then we have 15 artillery systems, 2 MLRS systems, 19 UAVs, 9 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 2 special equipment. These artillery systems have been taking a proper hammering just recently, and well, as you can see by that, 15 more of them taken out. Counter battery, I suppose, is going to be one of the main reasons, but flipping Nora, that's a lot of stuff.
What's the total amount of armored equipment that brings us to?
So if we're looking at vehicles and equipment and all that jazz, yeah, we've got 7 tanks, 13 armoured personnel vehicles, 9 vehicles and fuel tanks. That's 29 just there. But then we've got 15 artillery systems and 2 MLRS on top of that, which is cracking, because for every tube they take off the battlefield, that's another series of shells that can't be chucked at a village, basically. Because, you know, they don't tend to choose anything other than nearby residential targets for those things. Their accuracy, I'm always like this in the morning, I can't speak, is absolutely shocking, to put it nicely. I'm not even sure that they're really aiming in some cases with the artillery now. But they do have some shells or rockets or whatever the flipping flip they are, that they can adapt and make a bit more accurate. A bit like the JDAM, I suppose. It's some sort of kit that they can adapt what they've got and make some of their shells more guided, or whatever they are, missiles more guided. And this is a concern, because we feel as though they're running out of the big terror bombing campaign missiles, or at least they're starting to slow down with that situation. And they're starting to use things that may actually be a little bit more accurate in some cases. But that does mean that if they're using guided missiles and they're hitting residential targets and hospitals and schools, then they absolutely did mean to. And we have seen that happen. So, you know, it is a systematic attempt. It's not just that they're really that shit and they just keep hitting these things by mistake. No, fully intended, I'm afraid. And good morning.
Good morning, Mockers. So that's 32 pieces of heavy equipment? Or did I do that right? 30? It's a metric cut of there was 23 pieces yesterday, 32 pieces of armored vehicles today, right? Is that our total, or am I off by a 10? Is it 40 something?
But right, so if we're going to add on the artillery pieces and everything, yeah, if we're going to add on all of that, we've got 20, 35, 37, 46, 48, That's including the 2 special equipment there, which I obviously love those things. Yeah, so that would be nearly 50 items of equipment in one day. So highly sustainable, don't you think?
I think that that's a lot of recycling. Scrap metal in Ukraine. Speaking of Ukrainian rebuilding, we would like to thank the Russians for all the donations they're making in the Russian Lend-Lease program to the Ukrainian armed forces. That's from me. Thank you very much for all the donated equipment. I'm sure Snuff and his buddies will be more than happy to return some of that to sender where it belongs. And also, speaking of rebuilding, it's nice of them to deliver lots and lots of metal. Scrap metal is really useful. You just you can easily repurpose that post-war into a lot of metal for housing and buildings and all sorts of other useful stuff. So I just think they're trying to support the scrap metal industry in Ukraine, and for that I'd like to thank them. Right? Is that a positive way to do it, Mockers? Yeah.
Yes, of course. I mean, you know, helping business startups is it's always a good thing, I think.
Yeah, I'm here
Makes
for it.
a difference
All
to
right,
the community.
I'm sorry. What?
It makes a difference to the community, doesn't it, if people invest in small business, or at least give them help with a startup? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. You know, the Russians don't have any money anymore to provide for startup capital, but they're going prosaic with it. They're just providing huge hunks of metal. And I guess with enough huge chunks of metal, a crafty Ukrainian businessman started a nice business. All right. So hats off to the tractor squad of Ukraine, who's got a lot of new stuff to move around and take home with them. Shaggy, nice to see you. Long time no see.
Yeah, good morning, Finance. I'm Marcus and everyone else. Hope you're all well. Yeah, I fully agree with what you're talking about before, Finance. Virtually all of it, actually. Yeah, that 200 billion, or some say 300 billion, yeah, should be released. It's quite a bit like releasing the leopards. I did read something in January, maybe February, but they were thinking of investing that money while they were figuring out ways of releasing it in the EU at least. And then they could make maybe 2 billion or 2.6% interest and use that money to help Ukraine as well. So there's some working group set up. I don't know what happened to that. But yeah, final thing would be to just release that money for Ukraine. It'd be brilliant. That's it.
Thank you very much, Shaggy fella. And it's a good evening here. I'm back stateside, but it is lovely to hear our European friends wake up, come support Ukraine. Nice to look in the audience, and I see my American friends are slowly going to bed, though some of them, y'all are up as late as I am. Thank you for the support. And some of our European audience, like our good buddy Chris up here, just has given up on sleep completely, along with Snuff. And thank you all for being here all night with us. We do appreciate it. Mockers, back to you.
Well, I was just going to say, for starters, get out of my chair. Whoever wants to go first, feel free. I'm here. And
Finance, your time zone is later than mine, so why don't you go? Oh, he didn't think about that. He just went.
Oh, right. Bye then. You know what? You don't need to tell him twice.
I guess. I don't know. It was good co-hosting with you tonight, Finance. I'll see you on Wednesday, because we seem to do this Monday and Wednesday together, which I thoroughly enjoy. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to economic stuff. And I always dig deeper for economic stuff when I know I'm hosting with Finance, because I know that he follows it so closely and he will have good input on it. So I always like to be able to throw him a couple of stories that he can talk about. So how are you this morning, Mockers?
Well, sorry, I've just hot mic'd you on there. It's a good job I wasn't like, I don't know, meowing at the cats or anything. You know, I've only done that once. I'm very good, actually. I'm enjoying the hilarity of what appears to be the Benny Hill show of Russian supplies. I don't know if anybody gets the reference, if everybody gets the reference, but still, yeah, I'm sure a lot of people do. Listen to this. 5 Russian armoured vehicles were driving across the Kerch Bridge, military vehicles, and they were driving too close together in a convoy, and also a bit too fast. And something happened, and it all went the shape of the pair, and now we have 5 broken vehicles, 4 of which needed major repairs and probably aren't going to make it to the battlefield after all. So yeah, that was funny. However, I know we've had a serious night as well. I am well aware that there was a drone attack last night. I even know somebody who was there. So you know, our friend Ryan was there last night. Bit of an interesting evening for him. However, from what I can tell, there were 19 drones shot down. So there was an awful lot of air defense working. Coffee. Sorry, that was desperately needed. And so, yes, they've shot down an awful lot of these drones, but I did get a little sort of after-action report from some areas. So let me just quickly have a check on that and just make sure that there's nothing really desperate that I need to tell you immediately. So there was drones in the Kyiv area that all appear to have been shot down. However, one of those drones did hit a building, and it caused fire. However, that was not a residential building. Apparently, it was initially stated to be residential, but it wasn't. And so no casualties have been reported from that. So let me see. We've got a launch with these 136, 131 attack drones and guided aerial bombs. So these are the ones that we were talking about earlier. These guided bombs they're throwing a couple of those in with the drones to try and overwhelm the air defense, I believe. So let's have a see. They were Su-35 fighter jets, took off from the Morozovsk airfield in the Rostov region. So they were the ones that fired the 2 guided bombs. In total, the enemy in this particular attack used 13 Shahed kamikaze drones, 1 Granite 4 reconnaissance drone, and 2 further UAVs. As a result of the anti-aircraft combat, the forces and means of the air forces of air and air defence, they were able to destroy 13 air targets, including 12 Shahed drones and 1 Granite 4 reconnaissance vehicle. So I would say that is pretty successful, considering they were being attacked not only by the suicide drones, but also by these guided missiles. So 12 out of the 13 targets were destroyed, and additionally 2 guided bombs were launched towards the Kherson region. I'm just trying to see if they actually caused any damage. Unfortunately, I've got to read through about 5,000 little messages just to be sure. So I'm hearing that all air defence forces detected and destroyed 14 out of 15 UAVs that were launched in the airstrikes. And it doesn't say about the guided bombs, and it's possible that that is part of the information blackout, because they were saying over the last couple of days that, you know, even reporting on damage, even reporting on, you know, where a bomb might be headed, they've asked people not to be specific. And I think that is, it's important to continue to respect that. We're not the ones who are fighting this war, and we can be as excitable as we like, but as long as we remember that safety for the people is quite important. So I'm expecting the lovely Timothy this morning, but he is just running a tiny bit late. And also, I'm not to call him Timothy because it annoys him, so that's why.
I
Yeah.
like it though.
Well, if you
I
turn up
like
late,
it.
that's what you get.
Yeah, yeah. And I can sit here with you. It's not a problem. I'm just
Yeah.
looking for news, and I just found a very interesting one. So, yeah, I'll share that with you. It's a little bit of a long read, but it's a very good one.
Excellent. Well, would you believe that the Second World's Army is now counting its advance by streets? So they went from cities down to towns and villages. Yeah, so they went from the whole country, sorry, to Kyiv in 3 days, yeah. Then they went to, oh, we didn't really want Kyiv, it was just a feint. We're going to have this bit over here. And they can't get that bit over there. So, okay, well, maybe we'll just step back and have some, have some reduced goals here. And, well, now they're up to the point where they tell us even if they take a street. Now, if that ain't clutching, I don't know what is. And also, this is a statement from Wagner, apparently. Wanger. Wanger are 1 street away from the Bakhmut District State Administration building. Great. How long have they been there? That's what I want to know. How long has it taken them to get there for a start? And then, how many times have they been thrown back out of that position? And, well, let's just say Bakhmut. I'm surprised they even know where the building is, because I'm not sure that any buildings really are going to survive in that area. So we've also had a lot of chatter about Mirage 2000s. Did that come up on your radar, Prince? Oh, she's legged it, right.
No, I got it. No, I did not leg it. I just was having trouble pressing the button. No, that did come up on my radar, and there are times that you track the original source of a tweet and you just cannot get to the article because of paywalls. And this is one that I could not. It's annoying. And this is one that just would not bust for me. I'm one that likes to track down. I will go like 4 websites away to find the actual original source of things sometimes. And this one I couldn't access it. So I think it's a possibility, but I would like to see more information on it before I get excited.
Yeah, I would imagine that you'll be able to get hold of that today. People will crack that or provided, other ways of accessing it by now, I would hope. But basically, this is the plan, as far as I can tell. We did hear that ground crews were being trained on Mirage fighters. And there are approximately 40 Mirage fighters, which France plans to buy from the UAE. So it's not like they're going to turn up tomorrow, folks. This is something which it's still churning along the pipeline, shall we say, because there's quite a few steps before these things could be handed over. And, well, let's just say that I hope they've been kept in beautiful condition, because then having to do a lot of repairs to make them, fight worthy, I think would be silly. So let's hope that they're buying them from the UAE because they're in beautiful condition and they're fully maintained and ready to go. So, I mean, that's certainly something we have heard of, the Mirage as a possibility, and we do know that it's excuse me, gonna cough. We do know that the Mirage is something which has a capability. There we go. Oh, jeepers creepers! First thing in the morning, can't say words. Words escape me. So yeah, capability that the Ukrainians don't have right now, and anything that provides a new capability for them, they're going to snap your hand off for it. They would love F-16s. They have specifically asked for F-16s, but these might just be a compromise for the short term. And I'm not saying that they're rubbish or anything like that. I'm just saying that they're not F-16s. So it's just something to keep in mind, that it's possible that these can be sourced quicker in bigger numbers, and that to me suggests that they've definitely been looking at what they can provide. Good morning, War Doggo. I've just unminimised my thingamajigger to see you there. You snuck up on me. Hello. Oh, I might have lost you. Oh no, there you are.
You hear me fine? Because I didn't come up earlier because I've been in the area where internet is not that great. And probably now is much better time. With
Probably better, yeah. You were breaking up when you first started talking, but it's better now.
yeah, I maybe again start breaking, so just stop me when you hear me disappearing. For the planes, similar with the tanks, like as soon as the decision to provide is more like a political decision. Don't ask me why, because for me it's a hard question and hard emotions I always feel when I think about it. But as soon as it is the political question, then maybe having one, like was done with the Leopards, who is giving significant amount of planes as the starter, let's call it that way, will provoke the others to join. Interest from Ukrainian armed forces, and they were asking for that for so many time, was the F-16, as soon as it is multi-purpose aircraft and it can be used for different roles. And most interesting is the weapons that are used unified for that platforms, and the radar's reconnaissance possibilities that fighting versus the Russian one, or versus the Soviet equipment, because this game is simple. Like, you see an enemy for, now I exaggerate because I'm not an expert in the aircraft equipments. You see an enemy from 15 kilometers, but the enemy sees you and is able to hit you for 40 kilometers. Let's imagine that. So that's the thing behind.
Yeah, that's the issue with the aircraft. That the aircraft that Russia has a longer range and is able to see a lot further. So your own, what are they, MiG-29s are they're just not up to that same level of capability. They're an older craft, and that's unfortunately the situation.
Yeah, and today Ukraine is operating 3 so-called planes, 24, 25, 27, and 1 MiG plane, which is models. I mean, not the units, because units nobody will tell you. And 1 model MiG, MiG 29. So is the current birds, falcons, or call it whatever, flying Ukrainian skies and doing the missions. And obviously, F-16s would be the greater interest for Ukraine, because Ukraine would like to unify its fleet, because when the aircraft engineer is understanding how many things he will have to repair, and so far and so on. Obviously, he's also feeling hard emotions, but that's not the priority. The priority is to win, and if Ukraine is able to obtain any possible plane as a starter, just a political decision. Okay, now we send planes to Ukraine. That is good to go. Same as it was with Leopards. I believe yesterday you've seen already the pictures of several armored vehicle and Challenger 2 tank picture done by Ukrainians, showing that the armored vehicles are arriving. And this is the great feeling, because this is something that will help Ukraine to protect soldiers' lives, and this is something that we all would like to come faster and in a bigger quantity, but it is as it is. I mean, we're not the one who is influencing decision, but actually you can be sure that your representative where you live does as much as possible to to focus your local administrations, your country administration, in focusing on Ukraine and doing whatever is possible to help Ukraine win faster against Russia, and saving as many civilian and soldier lives of Ukraine as much as possible. And even listening this space, if you retweet the space, new person will see that there is a discussion going here about Ukraine, and he will be I have a friend who has a friend, and that's how the networking works. That helps. So don't forget to retweet the space. Let others know that there is a discussion about Ukraine ongoing 24/7, and people like Mockers, Prince, Finance, Domen, and Axel, and many others in the background doing just fantastic job, non-profit job to spread the word about Ukraine. There is the volunteering organization MriyaAid in the behind. You can also support, if you would like, any other organization that provides non-lethal help to Ukraine that is close to your heart, and you feel you have to step in and you can help. There are many people who are doing that job, like personally, not registering the NGO. Like, for instance, we've been talking earlier on the space, connecting a friend from Romania, Radu. If my memory doesn't fail me, apologize if I pronounced the name incorrectly. Who just based on his personal trust, he's gaining funds in order to invest in unique equipment, which is saving soldiers' lives in the front lines, being the armored vehicles that give the possibility to provide to make the surgeries on the front lines. Our humble efforts to bring some stuff that people need. By the way, people who were participating the fundraiser, among also the listeners of our beautiful space contributed, and I yesterday sent several couple of pictures and report that we have delivered the radios that we were crowdfunding for. More pictures will come as units will come back from the missions, but already some part of local celebration. Job done. Thanks so much those who contributed. And life is good. Life is good. Russia is bad. Hugs and love from Ukraine. Take care.
Thank you so much, sweetheart. I always love talking to you in the morning. And, well, I don't know how accurate I am here, but we noticed that it's the French again trying to break the deadlock on some new generation aircraft, shall we say. And I wonder if they're feeling a bit aggrieved that last time they brought out these AS90s, that they're not a tank, that could be a tank but isn't. In fact, I think they've got their CV90s. No, not CV90s, AS90s. One of them. They've got 90 in them. And so anyway, they were suggested by France, and they were so close to being a tank that in the description of tanks there is actually a separate note for them saying although they fall into all the categories, they're not a tank. So it's called a not a tank as far as I'm concerned. That's why I don't remember its real name. However, the French came up with these, and it sort of started the ball rolling, didn't it, for tanks? Because the British went, "Oh no, we can't have that. We can't have that. You have to have something proper. We'll have to dig out some challenges for you. You're just going to have to have some proper. Just going to have some proper tanks." So that sort of was like, hey, we one-upped the French, because you know what the British are like. They love to do that sort of stuff. And of course, then the floodgates opened, the dam broke, and people started going, oh, well, maybe we should give you some tanks, and maybe we should give you some tanks as well. And now we see those tanks actually turning up. What I'm gobsmacked about is they're on time. Have you ever tried to get a major delivery out of Europe on time? Guys, I'm telling you now, this is incredible. And, you know, everybody turning up to help, working together, you know, countries taking on training in other countries, working together. I can imagine the armed forces of a lot of these countries are really proud of the teamwork that they've done. I imagine that they're constantly improving the training now, and they're finding that, you know, more ways of working together, basically, and it can only go to make a much stronger communication and better participation with one another in the future. And I think that's really a very good thing. I mean, I know we've done joint exercises before and things like that, but I tell you what, now they're serious about it. No messing. I see hands, so I will go to finance because I know it's late where he is.
Yeah, I have a definition questions, Mockers. Can you please give me a working definition for the word increds?
Oh, incredible, surprising, and in a good way.
You can
Does that help?
it's you can make it stronger. There's a stronger version which is incredibles. It's like amazing, amaze, and amaze balls. You know, it comes in steps, and incredibles is probably the strongest version.
There you go, finance. Now you know. Down with the kids, like.
Word.
Prince, go ahead.
Actually, I'm just gonna drop and come back up so that Tim can take my seat. So I'll drop and come back up. Thanks.
Okay, I'll play some music while you move chairs. Do, 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 do. No, I'm not. Believe me, you don't want me singing to you. I'm going to have a little bit of a quick check for the MOD report because you never know. You never know. No, they're still writing it. Some days it's longer than others, and I think some days it takes them just a little bit longer to write it. And there'll be some poor sap in the office there going, what do we say today? What sarcasm can we like shoehorn into this today? And good for them. Good for them. So there's an awful lot of joy online about leopards actually turning up in Ukraine. And we know that Germany confirmed that there was 18. Portugal confirmed that they've sent 3. Small but perfectly formed, Portugal. Small but perfectly formed. And there was also other equipment being delivered. And we saw a beautiful photograph of 5 vehicles. I think it starts with an MRAP. There's a Challenger tank in there. It all looks lovely anyway. There's a lovely picture of the 5.
I think I've seen that one.
Go on. Yes, I'm gonna find it on my timeline. It might take me a moment, and I will pop it into the nest.
It's an MRAP, a Striker, a Challenger 2, a Marder, and another MRAP, I think.
Yeah, and they're all stood there, the 5 vehicles and the 5 flags in front of them, and I just think it looks, it looks like, hey guys, we've got a bit of everything now. Just think it's a beautiful thing. Prince, oh, go on.
I was just going to say, absolutely. It's the Ukrainian airborne. It's one of the Ukrainian airborne outfits. But yeah, it's a cool picture. Let's go to Prince.
Thanks. We have certain things that we check as Ukraine wakes up. At least that's how it is for me because it's my night and their morning. But this morning, one of the things that I checked led me to a story. And I'm just going to read a short paragraph. I have put it in the nest link to the complete thing. It is rather a long read, but it is a good read. And it talks about Ukaproshta. And we have had the head of Ukaproshta on before. And so apologies for my poor pronunciation of some Ukrainian words, and auto translate isn't always perfect. So we'll see how this goes. The village of Ruski Tishki lies north of Kharkiv, only 9 kilometers from the city, and to the border with the Russian Federation, 18. Such a geographical position determined the fate of the village from the first hours of the full-scale invasion. For more than 2 months, it would become a Russian bridgehead for shelling in Kharkiv. Local residents found themselves under occupation. Among them, Oksana Maltevska, head of the Ukaproshta post office. She protected people, baked bread, surrendered enemy positions, and even took prisoners. I have put a link to that story up in the nest and tweeted it out. And this is an amazing story. And it's just what sometimes you feel like you found a treasure. And this is, I think, one of them. And how she, she yeah, I'm not going to give away what I read, but it is an amazing story, and I'm so thankful that I found it today. And so just a a good yet hard thing at times to read, but one of those good stories that you want to read about what happens during occupation and after occupation. Thanks.
You're
I
most
think I'm
welcome, Prince.
there. She is. I was going to say, I thought
Yeah.
maybe I bowled her over.
No, I was just reading a tweet like you do. And oh, Shaggy Fella, it's finally worked and brought you up as speaker. I was going to say I'm struggling to bring him up, but I'll go first to Ward. I'll go.
Yeah, great story about the lady from the past, and overall, such stories will be more and more arriving for people like telling their stories and those stories becoming public. I told one day that part of our family is from Bucha, and local security company there in the peaceful life, they just do usual property security, like when you have a private house and you install the alarm, they are the local organization with whom you sign the contract, and they come when there is like some kind of alert for, I don't know, whatever happens. Uh, only I believe only one security company in Ukraine that belongs uh, to the local Ministry of Internal Affairs, so let's call it police, Department of Police that does the security services. So like that is the only department in Ukraine of uh, security company who is able to carry the firearms, but many private companies they're like carrying whatever, like tear gas, some things that you definitely don't fit fighting against Russians. Let's call it that way. And that private security company uh, at the first hours of invasion, they simply packed uh, their their things. They went, received the weapons from military, and there is like the city limit between Irpin and Bucha, and there is there was, because there is no longer there, kind of the supermarket that is called Giraffe. It was like painted in giraffe colors, some weird stuff. Let's call it that way. They were having the blog post over there, and they were trying to hold Russians uh, at the best they could. I still don't know the destiny of many people from that security company. I hope one day to know more. Like, but I believe some stories will be written then. Overall, those stories are about the people who defend their homes. Yes, you can imagine that even that security company, even that lady from the post office, she's local, and they were local. They are not like defending because they were asked to do so, but they understand that their home is like through 5 buildings from where they work, because they're local people living all their lives there. And like, if I don't do that, who will do that? So like, if there is nobody, it's good when you have army and military forces close to you coming and making the defense. But we all remember because it was widely discussed here on the space how the first days of invasion, full-scale invasion went, and how many volunteer battalions were fighting the, call it, Kiev campaign, and many major cities that were liberated, how it was. Many people just stood up and went to fight. And still many to go, because big part of Ukrainian territory, of Ukrainian land, of Ukrainian people are still under occupation, and the enemy has to pay for that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Shaggy fella, go ahead.
Morning, Marcus. Hope you're very well. Oh, I'm on my third coffee, so I'm nearly there. Nearly there. Yeah, I was reading regarding those 5 vehicles, including the Challenger 2 tank. I read Reznikov, I think it's Reznikov, the defense minister's little eulogy about them, and he says the Ukrainians, when they were in the Challenger 2 tank, they've nicknamed it the Elephant, I think, and he said it's more comfortable than a Rolls Royce, which is pretty comfortable. So I'm going to get on to PG Tips and Lipton's and the like when I get back from work this afternoon. See if they can send a box of tea bags for the boiler. Get a bit of advertising for them maybe as well. See how that goes. I think that'd be a good idea. Maybe Nescafe or something like that for the boiling unit that they have in these Challenger 2 tanks. Oh, Finance has just put his hand up as well. Something to do with tea. I'm a coffee person. I know I'm British. I'm like you mockers. Tea's okay, but coffee's much better. So enjoy your day.
Shaggy, this is for you. Mockers, I would love your opinion, and Tim as well. And I guess Chris is also a Brit if he's somehow still awake. But what self-respecting British person drinks Lipton's?
Well, this is true. This is true. I mean, the only reason I mentioned Lipton's is I remember that it's given out in hotels and stuff like that. But yeah, it's not very good. PG Tips and the like, I think, or some brewers tea, some builders tea. I like builders. If I have tea, it's got to be thick and muddy. But yeah, Lipton's is a bit. I was gonna say some. I was gonna say something vulgar then. Lipton's tea is rubbish, but it's better than nothing. I mean, use 2 tea bags, 2 Lipton's tea bags.
I'm not even sure
maybe.
it is better than nothing, Shaggy. It just doesn't. I don't know what it is, but it just doesn't make nice tea. It's never strong enough. It's never got much flavor to it. It's just awful. And it's what's weird is it's a British company as well. Lipton's one of the oldest ones. I don't understand how they can make tea that badly. And like what are they doing?
I don't know. Yeah, good point. I was trying to be nice, but yeah, it's completely rubbish. Yeah. Bleh.
So this morning, the Maria Report is brought to you by Twinings. So we will be. No, that's not really a rival brand, is it? That's like saying that's.
My afternoon cuppa today was berries, but I ran out of berries, so it'll be PG Tips tomorrow. I know I'll
Tetley's,
have a cup of tea.
Tetley's okay. I don't mind Tetley's. Tetley's or PG is for me, I suppose.
Well, I'm very happy we've sorted out the battle of the teas.
Okay, do you want to know why I tried berries? Because I had never heard of it before. I tried berries because I saw it in the background of an British sitcom that I was watching. So I thought I would try berries, and it was actually very good.
Noted. Well, I won't be the one drinking it. Guys, I'm going to very gently put Snuff to bed, okay? I'm pretty sure he was asleep, so I was just going to pop him down so that he doesn't hot mic and snore on us or anything like that. I think he's had quite a long night.
I thought you were talking about a cat.
Well, I don't know what he looks like in real life, but obviously you're a fox, so, he might be.
He could be a cat. He could be a cat. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. You're never really sure. It's like the old cartoon. On the internet, nobody knows you're a dog.
Exactly. And well, fellas everywhere. So yeah, you're right. On the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. And I now see that we have the MOD report. Sorry, brain and mouth aren't in sync this morning. Don't know what's happening. But I will bring you the Ministry of Defence intelligence update from, what are we? Tuesday, the 28th of March. In recent days, Russia has continued to prioritize an operation attempting to encircle the Donetsk Oblast of Avdiivka. However, Russian forces have only made marginal progress at the cost of heavy losses in armoured vehicles. We spotted that. Russia's 10th Tank Regiment has likely lost a large proportion of its tanks while attempting to surround Avdiivka from the south. The regiment is part of the 3rd Army Corps, the first major new formation Russia stood up to support the invasion of Ukraine since August 22nd. Numerous open source accounts suggest that the 3rd Army Corps have been particularly dogged by problems with ill discipline and poor morale. Despite a likely period of training in Belarus, the formation still appears to display limited combat effectiveness. Well, that's because in Belarus they teach gymnastics, don't they? Anyway, the 10th Tank Regiment losses have been largely due to tactically flawed frontal assaults, similar to those in other failed Russian armoured vehicle attacks, such as around the town of Vuhledar. So the British MOD, they're thoroughly unimpressed with whatever Russia's doing. What Russia doing? It's basically what the MOD is saying there.
Now, somebody, I think it was you, Marcus, told me yesterday that General Muradov has been fired. Is that true?
Correct, yes. He's been relieved of his post.
His post by Ukroposhta or what?
No, unfortunately not. No, he has been fired because you know how he won a medal for losing a load of men and equipment?
Yeah.
Well, he carried on losing men and equipment, and eventually it worked out that that probably wasn't so medal worthy. So he's been fired for consistency, perhaps.
Well, you'd be surprised. I mean, that chap who took down that Reaper drone totally by accident, failing to execute the maneuver he was supposed to execute, he got a medal from Putin. Or was it Putin, or was it? No, it was Shoigu, wasn't it? Gave him his medal. But anyway, I just thought I'd do a post joke because I thought that was quite funny. Anyway, let's get a War Doggo fella. War Doggo fella.
About the gymnastics, I would call it, I would call it the acrobatics exercises. And there is a beautiful joke about that. I mean, since ages, in like internal army competition between different military units, like there is a joke on U.S. Marines about the Creoles and something like that. In our army, there was exactly because of this stupid, I would call it Potemkin acrobatic exercises. The paratroopers, this kind of Air Force, not the Air Force, the paratrooper brigades, they always had a nickname from Marines. Marines always called paratroopers ballerinas, so ballerines. That was exactly the first thing comes to my mind when I see this Potemkin acrobatic exercise, and it really fits. It really fits.
So, are the paratroopers in your part of the world also really into cross-dressing as well? Because in the UK, they certainly are. Is that why they're called ballerinas?
I think you've just let one of their secrets go there, Tim.
I've really angered the airborne community now, haven't I? Yeah, won't be able to go into a pub in Aldershot anymore. Oh well. So yeah, the reason I mentioned Muradov was that they seem to be acting in the spirit of his tactics, right? In these very poor attempts at combined arms that involve losing a lot of men and a lot of vehicles.
Yes, and have you heard the numbers this morning, Tim? Because they have indeed lost a lot of vehicles.
No, I have not. Let's hear them, please.
Let's go back through. Yes, I did them exceptionally early on when I first opened my eyes, but I do need to go back through them because they're quite impressive today. So we have 570 liquidated personnel, 7 tanks, 13 armoured personnel vehicles, 15 are artillery systems, 2 MLRS, 19 drones, 14 of those were in the drone attack last night, 9 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 2 more special equipment. So there's plenty of scrap metal there.
Give me IFVs and tanks again.
Tanks, we have 7. IFVs, we have 13. So between them, 20 pieces of equipment.
No, that's not bad at all. So that's almost a BTG of tanks and about half a BTG of, well, slightly less than half a BTG of armored vehicles. That's good. That's respectable. What do you think, Wood, fella?
Yeah, that's interesting. I was thinking because a couple of days ago I heard one local Twitter space with the foundation Back and Alive, and guys were discussing like what to do with all of that scrap material that is how to call it, being obtained on the battlefield from Russian military vehicles. And interesting thing was mentioned there, if there is like armored vehicle, it is built obviously armored, and it's not that easy to recycle such as a scrap material. Yes, part of the equipment can be simply melted, but it's not that easy because of the different composition, different armor and metal strands. Is not that easy to melt and to recycle that scrap materials. And is a good question how would be the practice of other countries in dealing with all of that materials, because it seems not that easy, like as we think from the first sight. Like you see a tank and you think that there is several tens of tons of the scrap material. It's not that easy to scrap, in fact, as discovered.
Thank you very much, War Doggo. I have just received an interesting account of a reconnaissance mission. I was just having a quick look through it. This is something that I receive these sort of semi-regularly. And it's a guy on the front who just reports back, basically, what he's been up to. And he's been watching some movies saved on his tablet. And he's decided that he needs to make a top 5 movies to take to a war zone. If you could only save them to your device, what would you watch? So you can all have a think about that while I read out a bit more of this. So this reconnaissance group went out and did what they call a leave behind. Don't know what that is. I'm sure somebody can tell me. They got closer than ever before, mainly just watching for movements through large clearings and a few roads. This was a follow-up mission to a long-term aerial surveillance effort to create a database of movement and positions and try to predict future plans. A lot of it is vehicles, tracks, and finding forward supply caches. Particular drones in one direction, I'm not going to go into what kind of drones, can see objects several kilometers away, and tracks are obvious to visual surveillance drones. Man-made patterns are very distinguishable from above. So put it all together and you can create a database that can be used to make future predictions. The drone can also GPS pin, so you can either act on it immediately or add it to the database for additional info. Kinetic actions are to lay down mines, booby traps, and position assault forces in flanking positions. So this, reconnaissance information gathering, it's all towards the effort of being able to deal with the situation. So during periods where leaf coverage is reduced, this type of reconnaissance works very well. However, during lush periods, a time lapse will show if anything's moved out of the trees by tracks. Even if they try to exit over their entry tracks, the geometry of the track is different and it's still obvious. The proper signalling process and energy analysis can detect large objects under tree canopies. But there's some technical stuff involved there that he doesn't really understand. So he talks about machine learning, that drones can initiate a home-based signal upon pattern recognition. Now, it goes into a little bit of detail, but basically he's saying these are extremely effective. So they tracked around and it's saying here, our limited numbers made this a bit risky, but working the tree lines on both sides of the clearing made the best way to move for the team. So they're doing quite a lot of sneaky peeky stuff. And apparently another one of his films is Apocalypse Now, because he's seen in the news that there are apparently 18 leopards and 14 marders in the country. And obviously there's a lockdown on information. So the response is, I knew some were coming, but I've yet to catch up on the news. Anything that arrives is great. The guy goes on to ask him about Belarus deploying, Putin apparently deploying nuclear weapons into Belarus, and saying that the facilities will be operational by summer. And the answer coming back is, well, we were expecting the Belarus thing. From a practical standpoint, it means nothing. Russians remain command and control of everything anyway. Belarus will bark like a dog, but that's just vaporware. Yeah, we've come to the decision it's a nothing burger. Just gives Putin a surrogate to yak about his nukes again, and Luke gets to swing his nuclear wanger about like a hero in the Kremlin. So the risk of nuclear war now is lower than it was before the war started. It's not a popular opinion that it's likely, and that's generally, I think, a lot of the feeling, isn't it? That so how's the conditions over there? Is it drying out at all? Because I mean, obviously, we want to know if it's drying out, if the ground conditions are getting better. But the answer is that the melting snow has left everything in a bog. It's drying in some areas where the sun shines, but it's basically a swamp in shaded areas. We'd call this mixed ground. It'll be a while yet before things firm up. Over the next 3 weeks, depending on the spring rains, of course. So it looks forecast to be cooler and showery for the next few days. There's your update of the weather. But then it does seem to be warming up after that. So, the answer comes, well, that's typical for this time of year. It's not bad, but it's less good for the regular troops if there's rain, obviously. The absence of extreme cold is nice, but in reality, it evens things out. The Russians are going to get better weather too. Oddly enough, they were having a lot of operational issues with the cold, issues that we may have taken advantage of. They had lousy kit, poor logistics, and shit motivation. And being uncomfortable definitely makes it worse. I mean, come on, we were uncomfortable, but we knew we'd survive with the kit we had. And we knew that they were dying from things that we would survive. So we used that to our advantage as much as possible. They also have a piss poor level of care for their injured. That certainly helped to drive those numbers up. Yeah, traditional disregard for troops' conditions. And I also think a blind faith in the history of Russian soldiers being tough and being able to stand up to anything. Being tough is one thing, but surviving combat in cold and wet, that's another. That requires training and kit and logistics. But training and kit seem to be in very short supply with Russia's military. And their logistics, well, you've seen that. So I won't go on because it goes on another like 2 pages. And well, I've got hands. I've generated some hands. So I just thought I would leave that there. But it's a nice little conversation that comes direct from the front. And it shows you that everything that we've been saying appears to be correct. That that hypothermia had a real effect on the Russian soldiers, mainly due to their poor kit, poor training, and poor logistics. Shocker.
And
Shocker there.
this is very, very important, right? And this says a lot about how ill prepared they are, right? Hypothermia is one of hypothermia is one of those things that is very, very dangerous and very, very insidious when you're operating in the field. And you do, if you're part of, because it's so easy to fall victim to, right? You don't really notice you're getting it. Other people in your unit tend to notice you get it. And so you're trained in proper armies, you're trained very, very thoroughly to look out for the signs and symptoms of it, including ceasing to be able to walk properly, mumbling a lot, saying things that don't make sense, having a short temper. There are a number of symptoms of it that are very strong indicators that you're going down. And if you catch it early enough, then you're absolutely fine. You just warm up a bit. You have a cup of tea, obviously not Lipton's, and you get a bit of warm kit on. If you're wearing wet clothes, you take those off, you change, get in your sleeping bag for 20 minutes, and you'll be absolutely fine. So there is very, very rigorous training when Western armed forces are operating in, not even necessarily cold environments. If you're going to spend a week in the Brecon Beacons or whatever, you're probably going to get a bit wet, but it's not the Arctic, right? It's not going to be -20. But even still, if you're going to do something like that where you're outdoors and it's not 15 to 20 degrees, you're going to get some pretty thorough training from your medical wing on recognizing the symptoms of hypothermia and dealing with it. There are also drills that are very, very much hammered into you on how to operate in colder environments. it's mostly it's a question of diligence, right? Because if you're moving around a lot, nobody likes having to take all their kit off and put their warm kit on and then put all their gear back on over the top. You know, it's a pain. Nobody likes having to nobody likes having to constantly change their socks and their boots and things like that. It's a pain, but these are the drills you have to do in the field in order to survive in the field. And if you follow these correctly, and if your teammates are properly trained, and if they're on the ball, then you will probably be absolutely fine. You know, some people aren't, but you'll probably be absolutely fine. And whenever somebody goes down with something like this, it can usually be traced back to their personal negligence or the negligence of the members of their individual unit. So if a lot of Russian soldiers are going down with hypothermia, it means they're not properly equipped, they're not properly trained, and they don't give a toss about each other. Would be my hot take on that one.
And as the guy said, their medical services are very poor. So that's also a factor to take into account, that, you know, even if you do suffer from hypothermia, if you have medical people or somebody who is able to give you the correct medical treatment, then you should be fine, like you say. And these guys just don't receive it. Yeah. Shall we go to Aaron?
Hello, Chris, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello?
All good.
Yes?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So yeah, I found that interesting, that piece you just read out. There was a long Twitter thread by a gentleman called Trent Telenko, who comes out with some good information, and he, backing up what you just said, was saying that the Ukrainians are using artificial intelligence, sending multiple drones over to take photos, and like up to 35,000 photos, bringing them back to the base, and then the machine, artificial intelligence, can discern any anomalies in foliage or in any area that it would just be too time consuming for people to go through, and then they're much more accurate in their targeting, so they don't have to waste ammunition when it comes to their artillery fire. He was saying that, excuse me, that they take the photos, they say, okay, well that's where we can see an artillery piece, or you know, a ammunition dump, and then they send a drone straight over real time to confirm that it's still there and hasn't moved, and then they strike it with artillery so that they're not wasting artillery. So sounds like they're getting very high tech, which is positive. Thanks, I'll step down.
Thank you very much, Aaron.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Tim.
Would you like a little economic snippet, as finance is still up?
Well, he might be awake. You never know. Yeah, why not?
This is quite interesting. It's been reported. It's been reported by Kyle Bass, who of Heyman Capital Management. Apparently, all of the corporate data feeds from China and Hong Kong have been severed. So all of the databases, all of the feeds out of China that are used to get the information on Chinese corporations are no longer functioning. So this means that anybody, okay, so Chinese data is always bollocks, right? So if you're, you know, the Chinese company, whatever they're reporting, it'll be a pack of lies. There's I'd say a 90% chance of that. Now, if you're a foreigner holding equity or fixed income positions in Chinese companies, you can't even get the fake data. You can't get any data at all if this is correct. So there are 4 key databases. There's Wind, there's Kuichacha, Tianyansha, and Kuijin, and these are aggregators of the, as Kyle says, these are key database aggregators. They've all been cut. In the past, China watchers knew the data they were being provided with had no fidelity and frequently had tens of billions of differences between reporting services, but now there is no data. So US individuals and institutions have no ability to perform due diligence on their holdings, and are completely devoid of audit data, and therefore, you don't even have lies to go on. You have absolutely nothing to go on. So how are you supposed to do your NAVs? How are you supposed to, how is it in the absence of this finance? In the absence of this, is it even legal for a foreign fiduciary to hold Chinese equities? Like, surely it can't be, right?
Yeah, so that is definitely the news about Chinese equities. As you discussed, the Chinese data quality before this was, I think, used one of those British terms that you view as a cuss words and Americans didn't know as a word. But I believe a polite word is fiction. Fiction, I think that's a polite word. We can say that in fiction. But no, if you're into data quality, if that's something you think is important, then then certainly, yeah, there's nothing to go on. You never had anything to go on, and now there's just even less of nothing to go on. So the fictional Chinese data is, I guess, more fictional than ever, would be the way I'd look at this. So yeah. One might argue, how are you doing your fiduciary duty before this? This is just, bringing the thumb in the eye even further. As Evergrande pointed out, Chinese accounting standards are, shall we say, lacking. One of the big pushes, even before the recent times, but especially since February 2022, of the CCP, is to delist companies from U.S. stock exchanges. So they used to try to list their companies here in the U.S. because it's a really good way to raise lots of U.S. money. And the former Chinese leadership before Xi was big into raising the U.S. money and making China a richer nation. So yes, they were corrupt, but they were corrupt, as Xingu would put it, in the banker sense. They were the banker. Wing of the CCP. But Xi is basically the mafia wing of the CCP. He's the Siloviki wing, and he doesn't view wealth enrichment as useful. He views it more like Stalin would view it, as a corrupting influence. And I would normally not compare anyone to Stalin, but when you're literally